Dark Melody. Dark Series, Book 12. By Feehan. Part 2. Chapter 10. Corinne heard the whisper of a voice. Faint. Far off. She loved that voice, the way it caressed her name, turned it into something sinfully intimate. Dayan was calling her. She was dreaming, though, and it was a beautiful dream. She struggled to open her eyes. Voices surrounded her, seeped into her heart and soul. Strains of music. The sound of water. She became aware she was lying comfortably on something other than a bed. It seemed a great stone slab, but it didn't feel hard. She lifted her lashes and stared up at the ceiling of a cave. She was in a crystal cave. Corinne looked around herself in sheer amazement. Everything was beautiful, a world of crystal and steam with the flickering light of 1,000 candles. The air was scented with an aroma she had never smelled before, but she inhaled in an attempt to take it deep into her lungs. It was soothing, tranquil in this place, surreal even. She knew she was dreaming again, but if such a place could never actually exist, Corinne was grateful she could visit it in her dreams. She watched the dancing shadows flickering on the walls of the cave. The steam rose and swirled lazily, forming interesting shapes. It was difficult to focus on any one thing, and Corinne allowed her gaze to drift around the large chamber. She seemed to be in a subterranean city of some kind. There were many entrances and large open areas that she could see, almost as if the cave had a network of tunnels and chambers that ran deeper and also rose above where she was resting. The chamber she was in seemed very large, and a pool of steaming water was to her left. When she looked closer, she could see she was in a series of underground caves, with large cathedral ceilings and a stream that moved through a maze of tunnels. Stalactites formed huge sculptural works of art, hanging from the ceiling. They were dazzling to look at. It seemed a sparkling world of gems and colors. It took a few moments to realize she wasn't alone. There were several people in the large chamber with her. They were all around her and chanting in a foreign language. It was like a beautiful melody, dark and mysterious, a sacred ritual of some kind. The men were very handsome, their faces sober and intent, the women beautiful beyond description. The chanting filled the underground chamber with the haunting rhythm of the earth itself, so that Corinne began to feel it in her veins. It was running through her like a river, ebbing and flowing with the cycle of life. The ritual didn't alarm her. In fact, she felt very secure lying there watching them all. She studied each of them for some sign that they were familiar to her. The men were exotically handsome. They wore their hair long, their bodies were trim. All of them were intimidating to look at, yet, strangely, she wasn't frightened. They resembled Dayan, as if they could be closely related. All of them were chanting, and their voices were beautiful. Corinne turned her attention to the women. 3 of the women had long dark hair flowing nearly to their waists, while the 4th had rich red hair. All of them were graceful in their movements. Corinne found herself watching them singing, admiring the way they moved, their gestures and voices, their uncommon grace. The pattern of their hands and the swaying of their bodies were mesmerizing to watch. After a time, she became aware of the hand holding hers firmly. Carefully, because it was almost too much trouble, she turned her head toward that side of her body. To her astonishment, Dayan was standing beside her, his fingers woven tightly with hers. He was chanting the same foreign words as the others in the cave. As dreams went, it was strange and yet utterly beautiful. Had she died? She felt she was deep within the ground, maybe near the center of the earth. It was warm, with steam rising from several of the pools of water, yet the frothy falls cascading out of the walls were icy cold. Corinne was certain she hadn't died, because her head was throbbing terribly from where it had struck the rocks. Her body felt bruised and battered, and she was terribly tired. It hurt just to breathe. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest. She was definitely alive, she decided. Dayan leaned down to brush a kiss across her forehead, his warm breath a healing balm to the scrapes and bruises there. This is my family, my people. I do not want you to be afraid, Corinne. Strange things may happen here, but one of our greatest healers will attempt to strengthen you and save your baby. I will be with you every step of the way. Her eyes moved over his face. You look so worried, Dayan. Her voice was soft and very loving in this unguarded moment. Tears burned in his eyes and his throat. He was breathing for her, regulating her heart, keeping her alive as effectively as the human machines had done. He bent closer so he could look directly into her eyes. I want you to live, Corinne. Do you understand me? I need you to live for me. She nodded, sudden tears swimming in her eyes. She wanted to be his world, the air he breathed. She wanted to listen to the sound of his beautiful voice for the rest of her life, watch his eyes go from bleak emptiness to sudden desire for her. Her body was slowly fading, and she knew that his faith in his healers would come to nothing. It was too late for her. The chanting continued around her, and Corinne settled back into her dreamlike state. It didn't matter to her if any of it was real. She concentrated on the beauty of her surroundings and the symphony of voices to keep the fear of dying at bay. Most of all, she didn't want to think about her child. She had failed to give her daughter the necessary time to grow. Honey. Dayan's voice intruded again, catching her attention. Corinne watched as a tall, slender woman with long black hair approached her. The woman smiled reassuringly. Corinne, Sister Kin. She touched Corinne's hand with gentle fingers. I am Desari, life-mate to Julian and sister to Dayan. Now do you? Her voice was musical, soothing, a healing in itself. We have with us one of our greatest healers. She turned to gesture toward a man with slashing silver eyes. Corinne watched as the man glided to her side. He was more muscular than the other men, with long blue-black hair. Power emanated from him. He smiled down at her, softening the cruel edge of his mouth. He took her hand. We are awaiting Shay, one well-versed in the care of our infants. Please allow my brother Darius and me to do our best to delay the child's arrival until Shay's journey is complete. For a moment Corinne could only stare at him, dazzled by his raw power. She was reluctant for the healer to touch her, to learn the truth. Like Dayan, Grigori seemed to believe he could somehow do what all the doctors had failed to do. Desari gestured again and a second man came forward. He looked very much like Grigori, only with black eyes that seemed to suit his dark good looks. My brother Darius, now your brother. He will assist Grigori in this attempt. Darius bowed, a courtly gesture, then raised Corinne's limp fingers to his mouth. Welcome to our family, little sister. We wish your permission to attempt to heal you. Dayan brought Corinne's small hand to his mouth. Please, honey. I know this is strange to you, but for me, please try whatever they ask of you. Shay and Jacques have not yet arrived, and we must delay the birth until we have Shay here. Without her, the chances of saving the baby are much less. Corinne looked up at Dayan and was instantly lost in the black abyss of his eyes. He looked so vulnerable. His feelings for her were stark and unprotected, written in every line of his face. Dayan leaned closer. I need you to do this, Corinne. Please trust me, baby. This one time, do this for me. His words were whispered intimately to her, his need so great it brought tears to her eyes. Corinne nodded and allowed Grigori to take her left hand. How could she ever refuse Dayan anything when he looked at her like that? Her right hand remained firmly in Dayan's. She didn't want to be alone with her failing body and strangers with slashing eyes and far too much power. Grigori closed his eyes and sent himself seeking outside his own body and into the mortal lying so frail before him. Her human heart was nearly useless. It was Dayan who supplied the power to keep Corinne going. Grigori moved on to examine the baby. The child was female. Aware. Too small to be born yet. Grigori reassured Corinne and moved quickly out again. There is little time. Without Dayan aiding her she would have died, and the child with her. Darius, the child is female and a strong psychic. We cannot afford to lose either of them. Grigori spoke to his brother, but he used the common mental path every Carpathian used so all those present would understand the dire need. I will work on the woman, as it is imperative she live for both of them. You take care of the child. I have only done such a thing with Desari when she was an infant, never a babe in the womb. Darius moved up beside Grigori and glanced once at Dayan. I will do what needs to be done. She will need your blood, Dayan, and she must not fight the transfer. She does not have any strength to waste, so make sure she accepts it willingly. Darius will monitor the baby to determine whether her body can accept your blood. You cannot convert your life mate while the child resides in her. The child would not live through such a difficult transformation. At this time, neither would Corinne. Grigori was in complete command, his voice confident as he gave instructions. Dayan half lifted Corinne so he could sit on the slab, cradling her on his lap. He bent his head toward hers, enclosing them in a private world. What I offer you is life, Corinne. For both of us. His breath stirred the thick mass of hair tumbling over her shoulders. She felt his lips traveling over her bare skin, his teeth scraping gently back and forth over her irregular pulse. He murmured something soft in his strange language. Corinne felt herself slipping further and further into her dream world. With Dayan's arms around her and his body so close to hers, she felt safe and protected. And then white lightning streaked through her, something between pleasure and pain. She lay passively in the crystal world of dreams and music. The flickering flames cast reflections on the wall from the pools of water, reflections that danced and mesmerized, tiny flames of orange and gold. She felt the presence of the healer once again. Corinne felt a peculiar warmth, as if another spirit shared her body, just as when Dayan had attempted to heal her. It was strangely comforting. With the other presence, her heart seemed to labor less. She was tired, though, very tired. It was too difficult to keep her eyes open even though she wanted to observe the beauty of the chamber and the people in it. Dayan closed the tiny pinpricks after taking enough blood for a ritual exchange. He shifted Corinne in his arms while he opened his shirt with one hand. "You will do this for us, my love," he commanded softly, gently, using a tone that banished her free will, that ensured she would do as he ordered. One fingernail lengthened into a sharp talon. Dayan opened his chest with a swift slash and pressed Corinne to him. "Drink, Corinne. I offer my life for your life. I offer my life for the life of our child." Corinne was rather horrified that her beautiful dream had taken such a twisted turn. She couldn't quite force her eyelashes to lift, so she couldn't really look around. She could only lie in Dayan's arm, swallowing the warm liquid. In her dream, she could be analytical about it. None of it was real anyway. She was cradled in Dayan's arms, belonging to him. He had taken her blood first, then given her his as if he could make her strong and physically fit. It all made some kind of weird sense, what with vampire stalkers thinking she was a vampire anyway. What was particularly strange to her was the fact that she didn't seem to mind taking his blood. Grigori moved toward the struggling heart, seeking to find ways to control the damage. Without the baby, Dayan could give Corinne the necessary blood to survive, but that choice wasn't available to them until the baby was born. Grigori watched the healing blood pour into Corinne's frail body. At once her starving organs soaked it up like a healing balm. As Darius's spirit stayed close, monitoring the baby, Grigori went to work on the stuttering heart, meticulously repairing the damaged valve, utilizing the blood flowing freely into his patient. It wasn't the same as treating an injury. This damage was caused by a disease that had been slowly, insidiously wearing away at her heart. In her favor was Dayan's powerful blood flowing into her, along with his iron will, his heart and soul, his total, unconditional love. Darius hovered close to the baby, soothing her, offering her reassurance and encouragement. As the blood of an ancient flowed into her little body, the transformation began. Her hearing would be superior, her looks enhanced, her body stronger. Corinne could only benefit from the blood, but the baby wasn't wholly formed yet. Reshaping her organs was going to be dangerous to the child. When the baby became frightened, bewildered by the strange sensations, Darius flooded her with warmth and reached out to make a telepathic bond with her. He told her stories of their world, of the Carpathians in need, of how precious she was to their people, how important it was that she hang on and stay with her mother, who loved her so very much. The small amount of blood Corinne had drunk was now cycling through the child's body. Darius was merged with the baby and felt the rush like a fireball. "Stop," he ordered sharply. Dayan immediately inserted his hand to gently stop Corinne from feeding. He whispered the order to her, watching her face anxiously. Corinne was astonished when a tall, Blonde stranger with golden eyes leaned over and casually closed the deep wound on Dayan's chest with his tongue. He kept one hand on Dayan's shoulder, a gesture that spoke volumes to Corinne. "Are you Julian, Desari's life mate?" she startled them all by asking. The man bowed slightly from the waist, his golden eyes on her face. "I am indeed Julian, life mate to Desari and brother kin to Dayan. I am pleased to meet you, Corinne. We had hoped and prayed that Dayan would find you. Are you real? Is all of this real?" She was looking at him because he looked much more approachable than the other males. He smiled at her, his teeth very white, very straight. "Do you want it to be?" Corinne tightened her hold on Dayan. He was her reality. In her body, the baby was moving almost violently. She pressed one hand over her stomach protectively. "She doesn't like this, Dayan. I think I'd better be dreaming." Grigori and Dayan both glanced apprehensively at Darius. He was still merged wholly with the baby. His concentration seemed total. Dayan leaned close to Corinne. "I know Darius. His strength of will. There is no way he will allow our baby to slip away from us." He bit gently, insistently at her knuckles to keep her attention focused on him. "Tell me how you're feeling, honey. Your color is slightly better." He was still merged with her, helping to regulate her heart and lungs, terrified of allowing her to try it on her own. "How do you feel?" Mostly she was afraid for her baby. She took a moment to breathe evenly and stop her panic before it became full-blown. She did feel better. It wasn't such a terrible struggle just to breathe. She still felt weak and tired and wanted to sleep. "Dayan," she said his name very softly, looking around once more. She was still in an underground chamber, and there were still people around her. "Am I awake? I can't seem to tell the difference anymore, and it's alarming." "Right at this moment you are very much awake, Corinne. Some of my family are here with us," Dayan said with gentle reassurance. She examined his chest. His shirt was immaculate, unbuttoned, but his chest muscles were smooth, without a single blemish. There was no wound where she had fed. No sign of blood. For some reason, that provided the solace she needed for peace of mind. She was clearly mixing up her bizarre dreams with reality. "Tell me where Lisa is." "At the hospital with Cullen." "Do you remember what happened?" "There was a man in the rocks above Lisa. He had a gun. I tackled her and fought with him." She trailed off, looking around at the strangers. She lowered her voice. "You know, in my rather weird way, everything is jumbled after that. I remember falling and trying to protect the baby." She rubbed carefully at the bump and scrapes on her forehead. Dayan winced. Already dark bruises were beginning to show against her pale skin. Grigori had been far too busy to heal Corinne's superficial wounds, but it bothered Dayan that she was the least bit uncomfortable. He could feel her headache, pounding and throbbing, although she didn't complain. Questions were going around and around in her mind. Dayan provided answers. "Cullen was shot, honey. He's alive, and Barak and Sindel are on their way to the hospital to aid him. They will see to it that he does not die. Sindel is well-versed in healing and has special gifts. Cullen knows Barak and Sindel, and Lisa will not be afraid because she knows they are members of our band. She will allow them into his room." He didn't add that Lisa's permission was of little consequence, as they could walk unseen past any guard at any time. Barak and Sindel were Carpathians at full strength, able to control the minds of the humans around them if necessary. Was it bad? There was a tremor in Corinne's voice, and Dayan gathered her closer to him protectively. "Honey, there's no need to worry about Cullen. If he was in trouble, I would know. I am telepathic, remember? Barak and Sindel can easily communicate with me. They would report instantly if they could not handle the situation, and they would request that either Darius or Grigori come to the hospital at once." Dayan indicated the man with the slashing silver eyes and the small, dark-haired woman. "Grigori and Savannah have traveled from New Orleans to be with us. We owe them much." Corinne rubbed her forehead again. She was grateful for everyone's concern, but she wished they'd all go home. She was tired, and there were too many of them. She wanted to sleep, not entertain, and her baby was still kicking violently. None of the others seemed to notice that the one they called Darius seemed to be in a trance of sorts. She closed her eyes and rested her head against Dayan's shoulder. "Thank you all," she murmured, as politely as a child, her voice drowsy and weak. Dayan glanced apprehensively at Grigori, who nodded at him in reassurance. "It is good if she sleeps, Dayan. I can take more time healing her, and Darius can work with the baby. She needs rest more than anything else. The repairs will not hold forever. This is temporary. I cannot give her a new heart. Help her to sleep." In the hospital, Lisa sat with her head resting beside Cullen. She had cried until she was certain there were no more tears left. The doctors had told her Corinne was going to die. It was only a matter of time. They said they would leave the baby in her struggling body for as long as possible, but there was little hope the baby would survive once born. Then they told her they had no idea if Cullen would live or die. It was a waiting game. He was in bad shape, and the bullet had torn through lung and tissue, destroying everything in its path. They didn't know how he was still hanging on. As if that weren't enough, there had been a terrible commotion coming from Corinne's room as hospital staff, security guards, and finally the police milled about. 15 long minutes later, when Lisa expected to hear that Corinne had died, they told her Corinne was gone. Vanished into thin air. There was no way Corinne could have walked out of the hospital, everyone agreed on that, and no one had been seen near her room. When the monitors had signaled heart failure, the nurse had rushed in, only to discover the patient was gone. Lisa was terrified the men who had tried to murder them had somehow taken Corinne. It was her fault. She had gone to the photo shoot even though they'd all told her she was in danger. Corinne had flown across the park, tackling her, protecting her without a thought for her own weak heart and the consequences to her and the baby. They had tried to kill me. Lisa tried to digest that information. Someone really wanted her dead. They had guns, and they would have shot her if Corinne and Cullen hadn't shown up to save her. Lisa lifted her head to look at Cullen. He seemed so pale, and there were bandages everywhere. Lisa had lied and said she was his fiancée so she could stay with him. Once Corinne's disappearance had been confirmed, the hospital staff left Lisa strictly alone, posting guards at the door to Cullen's room. Obviously, no one knew what to say to her. Lisa didn't know what to do. John and Corinne had always handled the details of their lives. She stuffed her hand into her mouth, biting hard to keep from screaming. She was responsible for this disaster. If she had listened, Corinne and the baby would still be safe. Cullen wouldn't be near death. "But he will not die," a soft feminine voice said from behind her. "Do not be alarmed, I am Sindel and this is Barak." Startled, Lisa spun around, nearly falling off the chair. She hadn't heard a thing, and the security guard hadn't escorted anyone into the room, yet 2 people were standing just inside the door. Her heart pounding in alarm, Lisa debated whether to scream for help. It took a moment before she recognized the names. Barak and Sindel from the Troubadour band. Dayan's friends. "How did you get in here?" Lisa whispered. She didn't understand anything that was going on. "Cullen has been our friend for a long time. He risked his life to warn us when we were in danger. We would never allow him to die," Barak told her. He smiled gently, looking directly into her eyes. "You must be Lisa, Corinne's sister. Dayan has told us much about you." Lisa burst into a storm of fresh tears. "They've taken Corinne." Sindel circled Lisa's shoulders comfortingly. "Corinne is fine, Lisa. She was dying here. Dayan could not allow such a thing. Grigori, one of our greatest healers, has come from New Orleans to help her. We are determined that Corinne and the baby will live." She squeezed Lisa's shoulders gently in reassurance, and then glided the short distance to Cullen's side. At once her expression changed. "Barak, he is so pale. There is much damage." She touched Cullen's shoulder with gentle fingers. "It is difficult to see him this way." "He will not be so for long," Barak answered confidently. Lisa drew herself up to her full height. "Tell me about Corinne. Where is she?" "Dayan had no right to remove my sister from the hospital when she was so deathly ill." "He had no right." For the first time in her life, Lisa was not going to hide from the truth, no matter how painful it might be. Barak glanced back at her. "Lisa," his voice was soft, but compelling, "you know Dayan. You know that he loves Corinne and wants her to live. He needs her to live. He took her to the only people who have a chance of saving her. You wanted him to save her, remember?" Lisa blinked rapidly. She found herself nodding, wondering why she was so upset. Of course Dayan would take care of Corinne. Anyone could tell he was crazy about her. She moved to stand beside the bed, reaching for Cullen's hand. "Sit here near him and stay close while we work," Sindel invited softly. "No one will come in to disturb us." "Corinne is really going to be all right?" "She's with Dayan." Lisa sat in the chair because the relief was so tremendous that her rubbery legs threatened to give out. "Grigori is reputed to be the best in the world." Sindel's voice was melodic, easy to listen to. "And yes, Lisa," she continued, "Dayan is with Corinne and will not leave her side." "Where?" "I need to see her." Barak reached down and caught her chin, tilting her head so she was forced to look up at him. "You will see her soon, Lisa. Right now, your place is with Cullen. He needs you here. You know Corinne is in the best of hands, but Cullen is alone. He needs care. As soon as he is able to travel, he must be taken to a safe house which Sindel and I will secure. You will care for him there until he can go with you to where Corinne and Dayan are. It is what you want, and you will rest easy over Corinne's health, trusting in Dayan to inform you of her progress. Dayan must stay with Corinne. It is where he belongs." Barak's voice was mesmerizing, hypnotic. Lisa felt as if she were falling forward into his dark eyes. Barak made perfect sense to her. She had to stay with Cullen. She was responsible for his terrible wound, and there was no one else to take care of him. Dayan's place was definitely with Corinne. "I am going to teach you a healing chant, Lisa," Sindel said softly. "It will help us to aid Cullen. The words are in an ancient language, and they are very beautiful. Listen to the pattern of our words and repeat them with Barak. You will hear my voice rising with yours, but I will concentrate on healing Cullen. I have some small talent in this area, certainly not like Grigori's, but I believe I can do some good. Please lend your voice to us." Sindel sounded very gentle, her tones so pure and pleasing to the ear that Lisa could have listened to her forever. Barak took several candles from his backpack and lit them, filling the room with a soothing scent. Lisa leaned close to Cullen. It was peculiar, but she could hear Sindel's voice chanting softly in her head. She was certain Sindel wasn't speaking aloud, yet she heard the words clearly and began to follow along with them, at first to herself, then joining Barak when he began to chant aloud. Lisa followed his example, repeating the beautiful-sounding words over and over. It was difficult to get the accent just right, but Lisa was determined to try. She had a strange feeling that Sindel really could help Cullen. Sindel closed her eyes, focusing totally on the human male lying so still on the bed. At first, images arose. Cullen smiling at her. Walking in the forest with him, talking and laughing. Cullen guarding her and Desari when someone had kidnapped Darius's life mate. Cullen. He was held in high regard by the entire band. He was under their protection. Sindel took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and sent herself outside her own body and into the one lying so still and wounded. The wound was terrible. The bullet had ricocheted through Cullen's body, causing tremendous damage. Sindel began the delicate work of repairing from the inside out. The doctors had done a miraculous job, but Cullen was in trouble. She took her time, wanting to be meticulous. Barak would direct the hospital staff away from the room while she worked. If any of the society made an attempt to enter the hospital to kill Cullen, Barak would know. She kept her entire attention focused on repairing Cullen's organs. It was painstakingly slow work. Exhausted and swaying with weariness, she made her way out of Cullen's body and back into her own. Barak immediately caught her around the waist to support her. "I'm so proud of you, Sindel. You really came through for him. He needs blood, Barak. Despite all the aid I have given him, he is still in danger. Our blood will ensure his recovery." Sindel was drooping with weariness. "You need blood too." Barak's words were a whispered invitation. Lisa jumped up and all but pushed Sindel into the chair. "Is he going to live?" she asked, almost ready to believe in a miracle. Barak and Sindel inspired confidence when she needed to hold on to hope desperately. Sindel reached out and took her hand. "We will not give Cullen up to the other world just yet, Lisa. He deserves happiness, and it has been long since he has known such a thing. You care very much for him." She made it a statement. Lisa nodded even as she hedged. I just met him. But he's different. I really enjoy his company. And he was hurt trying to save me, she confessed in a little rush. He is not safe here, Lisa, Barack told her carefully. You must realize that. The men who wanted to kill you and your sister want Cullen even more. The security guard placed at his door is very inexperienced. If Cullen remains here, the society will attempt to kill him. The security guard and Cullen, and perhaps you will all die. Cullen has no other family. Our band is his family. We would like you to come with us to a place we know is safe. We must take Cullen there to safeguard him. We cannot be with him at all times, and he will need someone to help him while he heals. Lisa's fingers curled into a fist. She didn't know what to do, whom to trust. Dayan had said much the same thing about Corinne, and he had been right. This all started when we went into that bar, she accused recklessly. Sindel looked directly at her. Her voice was gentle but very firm. You know that is not true. Your brother was murdered by these same men. Just because you do not want something to be true, reality does not change. You must live in the real world, Lisa, not one of illusion. You are in danger, just as Cullen is. I will not force you to accompany us, but we are going to protect Cullen. I am asking you to trust us of your own free will. I will take her blood and insist on obedience. Barack was annoyed with the woman. She was ridiculously stubborn. She is the one Cullen has chosen. Out of respect for him and for Dayan's life mate, we cannot do such a thing. Barack snorted his opinion of that. It was your refusal to accept reality that initiated this crisis. We could have lost both Cullen and Corinne. Did you want him shot? If so, you managed to accomplish it. Barack. Sindel hissed a reprimand. What are you doing? I think we should take Cullen to safety and wipe his mind clean of this childish woman. She looks good, but what is that without substance? Cullen's hand moved, his fingers creeping toward Lisa's. As I recall, Barack, he whispered, not so long ago you wanted to shoot me yourself. I seem to inspire that reaction in people. What happened to me? Sindel leaned close to him, her hand gentle as she stroked back the hair from Cullen's forehead. Lisa was weeping quietly again. You were shot protecting Corinne and Lisa. As always, you played the hero, Sindel answered him. Still trying to show me up in front of beautiful women, Barack said, grinning affectionately down at Cullen. Cullen's gaze sought Lisa's, but she avoided his eyes by hanging her head even as she clung to his hand. You never seem to appreciate a woman until I point out her good qualities, Barack. Do not seek to get me in trouble with this reminder of my former behavior, Cullen, Barack said, keeping his tone light despite his worry. Cullen was almost gray. Barack looked anxiously at Sindel. His lightmate smiled reassuringly at Barack. It is true, Cullen, Sindel said. I have a long memory, and you are the one who made me feel I could live again. You must rest and do as we say. I want Lisa taken care of. Cullen was looking at Lisa with love in his eyes. Barack cleared his throat, but subsided quickly when Sindel glared at him. Lisa, don't cry, Cullen said softly. You're breaking my heart. He's right, though, it was my fault. I wanted the photo shoot because I didn't want to believe there was a problem. And now you're hurt, and so is Corinne. Corinne? Cullen turned his head to look at Barack. Where is Corinne? She is with Dayan, Barack said soothingly, bending down to look into Cullen's pain-filled eyes. You are to rest and heal, Cullen. Dayan will care for Corinne, and we will see to it that Lisa is safe. You have my word on that. Lisa is under your protection, Cullen insisted. Barack sighed softly. Of course, Cullen, she is under our protection. I give you my word. Now go back to sleep and stop ordering me around in front of Sindel. She likes it too much. Cullen closed his eyes obediently in response to the hypnotic suggestion in Barack's voice. Immediately Sindel leaned close to Lisa, looking directly into her eyes. You must have the security guard escort you to the cafeteria while the nurse keeps an eye on the room. It is urgent that you get something to drink immediately. Sindel was feeling weak from the exhausting work of repairing the terrible injuries to Cullen. She needed sustenance, and Cullen needed Barack's ancient blood to complete the healing process. They could not give it to him and then allow the hospital to take a blood sample. Cullen needed to be moved where they could watch over his health properly and protect him. Lisa leaned over Cullen to brush his forehead with a kiss before she turned in obedience to the hypnotic compulsion Sindel had used on her. Chapter 11. Corinne heard the music first. Soft. Sweet. Perfect. It was so wonderful, it brought tears to her eyes. The voice singing the lyrics conveyed a husky blend of male sensuality and outpouring love. She knew who it was and found herself smiling. Dayan. She whispered his name softly. The music continued, but she felt the slight shifting of the bed where she was lying. Corinne. I thought you might sleep forever. I want you to know you took several hundred years off my life. I cannot afford another scare like that. The next time I send you to sleep, I expect to find you where I left you. Her soft mouth curved into a smile, but she didn't open her eyes. Listen to you. You sound almost as if you're attempting to order me around. She sounded amused, drowsy, incredibly sexy. Instantly his blood turned to molten lava, a slow burn that consumed his body and wrapped his heart in flames. She was so beautiful to him, lying quietly beneath the blankets, her hair spread out around her face, a dark silky mass he couldn't stop himself from touching. Dayan placed his guitar carefully beside the bed and leaned over to kiss her irresistibly lush mouth. I command and you obey. That is the way it is supposed to be. His voice was a tool of seduction. Really? Her smile widened to reveal her intriguing dimple. I hadn't heard that. I've always thought it was the other way around. You have been talking to the wrong people. Corinne's long lashes fluttered, and with a small effort she managed to open them. She lifted her hand to his mouth and touched the lines of strain with a gentle fingertip. You really were afraid for me. I didn't mean to worry you. His hand captured hers, and he brought it to his mouth, kissing the center of her palm before he placed it over his heart. You did more than worry me, honey. Do you remember what happened? It's vague, like a dream. I'm not certain what I remember, what you told me, or what I dreamed. Are Lisa and Cullen all right? I believe they're safe. He hoped it was true. Sindel and Barak had not touched his mind with news, good or bad. She stared into his eyes, trying to read his thoughts. I need to know Lisa is alive and well, and that Cullen wasn't hurt too badly. As soon as I know the details of his condition, I will pass the report on to you. Lisa is being guarded, and nothing will happen to her. I can promise you that. Corinne nodded her acceptance of his word. My baby's alive. She said it softly, lovingly, her tone turning his heart over. I can feel her moving. Dayan smiled at her, but the expression in his eyes was grave. She is going to stay right where she belongs until she is strong enough to survive on her own. Has anyone ever told you how good-looking you are? She asked. Because you are, you know. Incredibly good-looking. But more than that, you're very sweet. Dayan groaned loudly. Do not say that, Corinne. That is the worst thing you can say to a man. Sexy. Masculine. Brooding. Manly. I can think of a million adjectives I would like, but sweet is not one of them. There's nothing wrong with being sweet, Dayan, Corinne told him. Her voice sounded far away to her, yet other sounds seemed too loud. Crickets. Night insects. The wind outside rattling the tree branches. Tell me what happened. You deliberately ignored my order to sleep and went with my idiot friend Cullen to find Lisa. He bit out each word between his white teeth, reminding her of a wolf. You don't mean to call Cullen an idiot, she chastised gently, not in the least intimidated by his ferocious expression. Cullen knew he was at the top of the society's hit list, and he went out unprotected and took you with him. I do not consider that good judgment on his part. Hence the term idiot might apply. His tone was severe. Corinne went back to rubbing the lines of strain on his handsome face. Of course it was good judgment. What else could he do? Lisa had taken off, and if he hadn't followed her, they would have killed her, she pointed out reasonably. He took you with him. It was a mistake that Dayan considered unforgivable. Under the circumstances, Dayan thought he was being extraordinarily understanding about it. She opened her mouth to reply, but there was a nameless expression in his eyes, something wild and untamed, something primitive. I'll bet someone has told you that you're very intimidating, she teased him, trying to ease the tension. Not that I'm intimidated by you, but I can see how other people might be. It would be best for you if you found me intimidating. He could not be severe with her no matter how hard he tried. She looked up at him, small and fragile, so incredibly beautiful, her sweet, compassionate nature shining out of her eyes, and he was instantly lost. It was enough to drive him to the edge of madness. "Do you think?" She didn't look intimidated, she looked amused. There were dark circles under her eyes and bruises on her forehead, yet her eyes were dancing with laughter. "I'm not at all sure that would be good for you. Don't think I haven't noticed the undue adulation all those fans give you." One black eyebrow shot up. "Undue adulation? I totally deserved adulation. Get used to it, woman. Night after night while I am up on the stage playing, you will have to sit there sharing me with my fans. There is no need to be jealous, Corinne. I will see only you while I am performing." Such a comedian. Corinne gave a passing thought to sitting up and dismissed the idea as too difficult. "I have no intention of sitting through your performances. Private ones will be enough for me. And I don't have a jealous bone in my body. We don't have to worry about childish things like that." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Childish? That is a strong term. Harsh. Very harsh." She was smiling again, that smile that could light up the world. Dayan had no choice but to fasten his mouth to hers. The earth moved and time stopped, and he couldn't find the discipline to make it a gentle, tender moment. She had scared him, stopped his heart, and he needed her. Needed to feed on her mouth, drown in her sweetness for just a few moments. Dayan forced his body under rigid control and slowly, reluctantly lifted his head. "Please do not ever do that to me again." His voice was a velvet weapon, and he used it shamelessly. Briefly, he rested his forehead against hers. "I found you. In the darkness, where there was no hope for me, where I struggled and battled the monster every second of every night, you came to me. You saved me, Corinne. You cannot abandon me now. I cannot go back to a life alone. No one can ask that of me, not even you. How can I make you understand? I cannot go back. You must make up your mind to live, if not for yourself and the baby, for me. Love me that much. Do it for me." At once tears swam in her large green eyes. "Dayan." She whispered his name softly, hopelessly, lovingly. "Don't you think I would promise you if I could? I want that more than anything I do, but I'm only human, I can't do the impossible." Her fingers tangled in his thick, dark hair. "I had a strange dream that your healers came to me and tried to help me. I know the doctors said I was dying. I heard them talking to Lisa. I heard her crying. Yet I'm still alive, and so is my daughter. Tell me." "Grigori did his best to repair your heart, Corinne, but the improvement is temporary, to give the baby a chance to grow. Darius said the child is strong and wants to live. We have that in our favor. It is a delicate balance, waiting until she is big enough to survive without you. Grigori wants a few more weeks for her. He is working with your heart to give us that time. Then it wasn't all a dream." Corinne caught his head and lifted it so that he was forced to look at her. "What are you, Dayan? Was part of it a dream, or were you there too, helping them in some way?" For the first time ever, his black gaze slid away from hers. He sat up straight, fussing with her covers. "I love you, Corinne," he said softly. "I love you more than anything or anyone on this earth. You need to know that. Look at me." Corinne took his hand and brought it to her mouth, her breath warm against his skin. "Dayan, look at me, please." He sighed, and she could hear his heart pounding strongly. His reaction was unusual, and she knew it was significant in some way. "What is it that you think I can't love in you? Because that's what I feel. You're giving me a part of you, but you don't want me to know all of you. I feel connected to you. Strongly connected. We're two halves of the same whole. I've been married, Dayan. I knew what I was supposed to feel. I love John, but not in the same way. With you, I feel everything and more. I could listen to you talk forever. Or simply sit beside you quietly without words. It would be enough for me. I want to be with you, but I don't know who you are. You say you can love me because you know me through my mind. I don't have that advantage. In order for me to know you, really know you, you have to talk to me. There's a part of you closed off to me. Don't you trust me to care for you no matter what it is? You do not trust yourself. I can see into your mind, Corinne. I see you wrestling with doubts. You think it all happened too fast. That it is simply chemistry. purely sexual. Or that it is just because you are pregnant and you need someone. You give yourself many reasons, many excuses for your feelings toward me. You do not say to yourself that you love me. Her eyes searched his black gaze. There was pain there, in the dark depths. He was hurt, and it upset her. Dayan, you have probably always had the ability to read minds, so it is second nature to you, but to someone who isn't telepathic it is uncomfortable. I am used to censoring my thoughts, choosing how I want to present myself to the world. You can see into my mind, but for some strange reason, it doesn't bother me. If it were anyone else, including John or Lisa, I would be horrified that someone could read my thoughts. That should tell you something right there. You think it tells you something, Corinne. I already know why you feel that way. You are my life mate, the one who holds the light and compassion, guards these treasures for me. You are my anchor in a world of darkness and violence, of bleak emptiness. You are the other half of my soul. The best half. I know I need you far more than you will ever need me. I know these things. You have not come to terms with what you feel because you do not trust it. You do not entirely trust me. How can you say that, Dayan? I'm here with you instead of in a hospital. I just met you, and some fairly bizarre things have happened, but I'm still with you. He laughed softly. As I recall, you had no real choice in the matter. I picked you up and carried you out of the hospital. You were not in any condition to argue with me. That's not the point. She was trying hard to find the energy to sit up. I'm not the type of person to just go off with someone, that's the point. Obviously, I feel strongly for you. She plucked at the quilt with idle fingers. The healer believes my heart will give out eventually, doesn't he? You knew it would. I have looked closely at your memories. You have been to many doctors. There is little hope, he answered cautiously. Then you know I cannot possibly survive, Dayan, she said quietly. I don't want you to think I'm choosing to leave you. I don't have a choice. You have a choice, he replied softly. But he knew he wasn't telling her the truth, and he looked away from her, unable to tell the lie and look into her eyes. She didn't have a choice because he wouldn't allow her to die. You aren't looking at me, Dayan, she said softly. You can't have it both ways. If you're not going to tell me the truth, don't expect me to trust you implicitly. You don't have to hide anything from me. If the healers told you my heart was failing, that isn't exactly news to me. Dayan touched her mind with warmth and reassurance. Your heart is failing, but I intend for you to live at any cost. He said it starkly, without embellishment. Her palm framed his face, studying his expression carefully. I see what's in your mind. I don't know how, but I can read your thought right now. You think that somehow, miraculously, you'll save me, even if the baby isn't ready to be born when my heart fails. I don't know how you think you can perform such a miracle, but, Dayan, if there is a chance for the baby, that's what I have to concentrate on. She has to be saved. The healer is doing his best for her, Corinne, but do not ask me to choose the child's life over yours, because I will not. This time he did look her directly in the eye, wanting her to know he was serious. Dayan, she reprimanded softly, the baby comes first. If there is a choice to be made between my daughter's life or mine, you will instruct the healers to save her. If you can't make that promise to me, then you'll have to take me back to the hospital and Lisa, where they'll follow my instructions. Dayan shook his head. They cannot do anything for you at the hospital. Grigori believes there is a good chance to save both of you. We are awaiting Shay, as she is our expert with infants. I will not take you back to the hospital. It would be a death sentence. Then you will promise to put the baby's life before mine. She spoke sternly, her eyes wide and steady on his. His fingers tightened around hers. You are my life, Corinne, my world. I intend for both of you to live. You and the baby. So tell me what the healers did. She was struggling slightly, having every intention of sitting up. What are you doing? Dayan touched her mind gently, learning that she wanted to see if she could sit up on her own before attempting to walk to the bathroom. I'm sitting up, she said, trying to sound casual when she was really breaking out in a sweat with the effort and feeling shaky with fear for the baby. Don't change the subject. What did the healers do? It's important to me, Dayan, for a lot of reasons. I have to feel in control. I want to know what's happening in my life so I can plan things out. I'm a planner. Very organized. His eyebrows shot up. A planner? Organized? I did not realize that about you. That changes everything, of course. He reached out and casually lifted her into a sitting position, holding her close to him while she clung to his broad shoulders. He grinned down at her, his wild scent enveloping her. I take your breath away, admit it. Corinne tried to calm her beating heart. Strangely, when she consciously thought about it, it seemed as if her heart actually followed her directions. She became aware of everything then, the sound of their combined heartbeats, the ebb and flow of their blood in their bodies. The baby's heartbeat. She was hearing the baby's heartbeat. Wide-eyed, she stared up at him, accusation in her gaze. You can't count this time as legitimate breath-robbing. Something strange is going on. You wouldn't happen to know anything about it, would you? Dayan looked completely innocent. He bent his head to brush a kiss on the top of her silky head because he couldn't resist. What are you accusing me of now, honey? She gave him her haughtiest expression. I'm getting up. She made it an announcement. He stared down at her, observing rather pointedly that she was securely trapped in his enormously strong arms. Enormously strong. Enormously. Are you getting that? Corinne burst out laughing. Of course I'm getting that. Lucky for you, I don't perceive it as a threat. Enormously strong. You sound like a teenage boy. She tried to ignore the way he could turn her heart over with one melting look from his black eyes. And why am I wanting to speak back to you in my mind? Am I becoming telepathic? Has that ability mysteriously rubbed off on me? Everything about me is rubbing off on you. You are crazy about me. You're attempting to brainwash me, she accused, trying not to laugh. He got away with far too much because she found him far too attractive. I really am getting up, Dayan. You have to let go of me. You do not have the strength to walk to the bathroom. Dayan could read the determination in her mind. He rose with a fluid motion, taking her with him, and crossed the room to the bathroom. Corinne wrapped her arm around his neck. Where exactly am I? She was looking around herself carefully. It was no cave. The bedroom was very spacious with high ceilings and beautiful walls. The furniture was expensive and ornate. She stared at the room in awe. Where am I, Dayan? She asked again. In my lair. I am a big bad wolf and I have captured you. Very gently, he set her feet on the tiles of the bathroom floor, his arms around her, holding her carefully. You're shaking, honey. Is it because I am all male and you cannot help yourself, or because you are too weak to stand? Good exit line, she observed. She pointed to the door. Out! Dayan hesitated. He had been teasing her, but he knew her body was weak. You had better call me. Immediately. If you need help. You do not have to call aloud to me, thinking is enough. Get out. Corinne said emphatically. And stay out of my mind. I want privacy. Dayan. It's humiliating enough having to be carried to the bathroom like a baby. I'm an independent woman, totally self-reliant at all times. Grumbling, Dayan gave in to her demands, leaving her alone in the room and going so far as to close the door behind him. Outside, he began pacing back and forth with restless energy. The healer said you needed complete bed rest. Dayan. She half wailed his name, half laughed. You're not getting it. I am keeping vigil. Standing guard. Corinne refused to laugh, and she wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of replying. She stared at her pale face in the mirror, mildly shocked by her reflection. She looked different. She felt different. Doing my duty. Watching out for my life mate. Dayan managed to sound put upon and abused. Corinne shook her head, laughter bubbling up despite her resolve to ignore him. There was every amenity in the immaculate bathroom, and she took full advantage. She took her time brushing her teeth, mainly because it was difficult to stand, and she needed to lean against the sink. She was surprised at how weak she was. Her legs felt rubbery, but her breathing was much easier. Okay, Corinne, that is as patient as I can be under the circumstances. I feel your weakness, and you are still being stubborn. I am coming in. I want to brush my hair. As soon as Corinne sent the message back to him, she realized she had communicated with him telepathically. Easily. Naturally. Dayan shoved open the door and picked her up, his black eyes moving over her anxiously as he inspected her. Do not panic simply because you have done something totally natural. I am your life mate, of course you can talk to me. It is not the first time. Corinne was grateful for his hard strength, resting her head on his shoulder. There was a difference, Dayan. You read my thoughts. I directed them to you in answer maybe, but you were reading what was in my mind. This time I sent you my thoughts, my words. That's a very big difference. Why should that alarm you? He asked curiously, placing her carefully back in the bed. His hand rested on her small stomach as the baby moved inside her. He smiled. See? She is happy and healthy. And she recognizes my voice now. She likes to hear me sing to her. His impossibly long lashes came down to conceal his expression. I wrote a lullaby for her. His words were a hesitant offering of love, rendering a seemingly invincible man vulnerable, and her heart melted again. She stretched both arms up to capture him, to bring his head down to hers so she could find his sculpted mouth with hers. Corinne couldn't help herself. She just relaxed and allowed the world with all its troubles to whirl away from her until there was only Dayan. Dayan with his broad shoulders and strong arms and perfect mouth. There was no thinking when Dayan kissed her, only feeling. Pure feeling. He swept her into another world where there were no limits, where time and space meant nothing at all. Her body flared to life, melting and shaping itself perfectly into his. She paid no attention to her crazy heart, the way it raced just because he was close to her. Nothing frightened her when he was kissing her. She felt strong, his other half. She felt as if she belonged. Corinne never wanted to stop. It was the baby, kicking strongly, thumping Dayan right through Corinne's skin, that had them breaking apart, laughing softly in wonder. She is strong, isn't she? Corinne said softly, not hiding the expression in her eyes from him. She was tired of attempting to be practical. Dayan was the most wonderful man she'd ever met, and she wanted to be with him. Now more than ever. He made her feel beautiful even in the middle of her pregnancy. He made her feel as if she were the only woman in the world when her hair was tumbling out of control, and she was wearing a man's shirt to bed. You know how beautiful you are, Corinne, he said, bringing her hand to his mouth. You can touch my mind, you see what I feel for you. She tilted her head to look at him. I know I can, but I'm not certain I want to actually do it. What am I going to find in there? His black eyes shimmered with hunger. Blatant. Stark. Raw. A terrible need. Corinne blushed and shook her head. When I woke up, you weren't singing the baby a lullaby. You wrote a song for me too, didn't you? Every song I write is for you. He leaned close to her. I must call Gregory and Darius to us. They wanted to know the minute you opened your eyes. His grin was unrepentant. We do not have to tell them everything. What time is it? Corinne was looking around the beautiful room. And where am I? I should at least know that in case someone asks. He was a shadow in her mind, and he burst out laughing at her outrageous thoughts. Of course you are still on planet Earth. I am not an alien. She shrugged. Just checking, you never know these days. And you are a bit bizarre. Is your entire band here? She tried to sound casual. He tucked her hair behind her ear. She sounded apprehensive. You are a bit of a chicken, Corinne. I did not realize that. I am not, she denied indignantly and then glared at him. You're doing it again. Every time I ask you a question, you deflect. His eyebrows shot up. Deflect? I have no idea what you are talking about. Dayan, her fingers tightened around his, where am I? This home belongs to Gregory and Savannah. They do not reside here year-round. In fact, it is vacant most of the time. They have offered it generously for your recovery. He looked around the room. I am on the road most of the time traveling. It is a unique experience for me to stay in a place like this. Do you mean a home? He shook his head, watching her carefully. Home is wherever you and I are. On the road, traveling, as long as you and I and the baby are together, it will be home. So you have it all planned out. Dayan nodded, still watching closely for her reaction, monitoring her thoughts. You will come to love the others and the life we have. It is a good life, and we see many interesting places. It occurred to him he would see each place differently now. There would be color and laughter and beauty. He was different now. He would see the beauty as he traveled through each city, each country. She had given him that priceless gift. Never again would his world be one of shadows and darkness. "It's nice that you have such optimism, Dayan," she replied cautiously. There was no point in arguing with him when he was so set on believing she could survive the birth of the baby. The last thing she wanted was to bring up the fact that she had no future. She wanted Dayan to promise her that his healers would save the baby if there was a choice to be made. Dayan shook his head as he read her thoughts. She would live. He would move heaven and earth if he had to, but she would live. "I have summoned Darius and Grigori." He wanted to prepare her for visitors, knowing she found it difficult to be with strangers. Corinne had led a solitary life in the midst of people. She was very private and reserved with those outside her family. "Darius is my family, Corinne a man I know and would give my life for. I trust him and his judgment." Her small teeth bit down nervously at her lip. "I feel better than I have for some time, Dayan. I don't think it's really necessary to see them now, do you?" "You know it is. They must monitor the baby and your heart carefully." "What did they do different from what a doctor would do?" Desari came through the door first. She was a tall, beautiful woman radiating light and comfort. She had a soothing, tranquil demeanor and seemed to flow rather than walk. Corinne recognized her at once from her bizarre dream. "Do you remember anything at all?" Desari asked gently in answer to her question. Her voice was soft, warm honey, compelling like Dayan's. There were no sharp edges to Desari. She was peace itself. "I'm not certain what was real and what I dreamed," Corinne found herself answering honestly. "I don't understand why I feel so much better when the doctors said I was dying and nothing could save me. There are those among our people born with the ability to separate themselves from the physical body and use pure energy to find the problems inside the body of a sick or wounded person. We heal from the inside out. There are no cuts made on the outer body, no sutures. The healing is done with light and energy," Desari answered matter-of-factly. "Darius has this gift, as does Grigori. We all do to a small extent, but they are very powerful." Corinne turned the information over and over in her mind. It sounded insane, something from a science fiction story, but the fact remained that the doctors had given up on her and she was supposed to be dead. Her fingers remained tangled with Dayan's for support. "I feel much better." Desari's smile was beautiful. Her raven-colored hair was in a thick braid hanging to her waist. She tossed it carelessly over her shoulder. She looked so poised, so beautiful and healthy, so alive that Corinne found herself close to tears. She herself would never look that good, not in a million years, and beside her was Dayan, the perfect male specimen. "There can be no other for me, honey." His voice whispered intimately in her mind, a soft reprimand. He flooded her with his feelings, everything at once. She sensed aching love, so strong that nothing could ever come between them, not even death. Physical desire, a raging fire in his blood, a hunger and need to unite them for eternity. "You're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I do not see another." There was something wildly erotic about talking to Dayan in her mind. It was so private and sinfully intimate. Corinne blushed for no reason at all. She was so pleased with his response to her thoughts, she barely noticed the two men who had entered the room. Grigori cleared his throat politely, inclining his head toward her. "I hope you are feeling better, Corinne." Her fingers tightened around Dayan's. "I am, thank you very much." She blushed, realizing she sounded like a child thanking an adult. "What we did is temporary, Corinne." The healer's silver eyes glittered at her. "I do you the courtesy of telling the truth. The disease has progressed beyond our abilities to cure it. I will treat you as often as necessary to ensure that your daughter has time to grow strong. She needs a few more weeks. Every day, every hour counts for her. You must stay on bed rest and not tax your heart. Do not fear the birth. We have no intention of allowing you to slip away from us." Grigori smiled his encouragement. "Darius is with me, and I know he can appear quite intimidating. I do not want his manner to frighten you. He is my younger brother, and if he snarls at you, I will take him to task as befitting a younger sibling." Corinne blinked. It took a heartbeat or two to realize the predatory man with the slashing eyes was teasing her. Teasing his brother. She glanced at Darius. Her mouth twitched, but she managed not to smile. "I'm certain you heard that, Darius." I'll take full advantage if you get all snarly on me. For all her teasing manner, Corinne still gripped Dayan's hand hard when Darius loomed over her. Like his older brother Grigori, Darius wielded a power that seemed to fill the entire room. Dayan's enormous power was strong but subtle. Grigori and Darius were altogether different. A bit shorter than Dayan, they carried most of their weight in their wide shoulders and muscular arms. Each had pulled his long black hair back with a leather thong at the nape of his neck. While Grigori had peculiar silver eyes, Darius's eyes were as black as coal. Both looked very dangerous. Corinne couldn't believe she had dared to tease them. "Good evening, little sister," Darius said courteously. "I am glad to see you have awakened. I was beginning to worry, something I prefer not to do. You will do well to remember that." He leaned close to her ear, speaking in a fake whisper. "Just so you know, Grigori does not travel with the band." Corinne found herself smiling. "Thanks for cluing me in. I guess I won't be ratting you out after all. He probably just wanted an excuse to pound on you." "Most likely. He has a certain reputation, a myth, you know, but he likes people to believe he is the bogeyman. Do not let his severe frown get to you." "How is your daughter behaving?" Corinne smiled at him. "She seems very strong, kicking quite a bit." "That is the answer I wanted. You gave your life mate quite a scare. Do not do that again." He made it a decree, as if everybody obeyed him. She suspected everyone probably did. "Is your breathing any easier this evening?" Grigori asked. Corinne studied Grigori's handsome face. There was a definite resemblance between Desari, Grigori, and Darius. "Grigori is the life mate of Savannah Dobrinsky. Do you recognize the name?" Dayan wanted to remind her that Grigori was taken. He owed the healer much, but he couldn't shake the notion she might find him attractive. "Of course I do. Savannah Dobrinsky is a famous magician. In any case, you're the only man I find remotely attractive," Corinne assured him, secretly amused. She thought he was the handsomest, the most charming and romantic man in the world. How could he possibly be concerned she might look at anyone else? "You're very silly." It didn't occur to her in that moment that she was easily reading his anxiety. "I am going to check the baby," Grigori said, deliberately bringing her attention back to him. "She is strong and she wants to live. She has rare talents, much like you have. She is very precious to our people. You have to save her, no matter the cost." Corinne didn't look at Dayan. She sensed the strength of will in the healer, his complete determination to save her daughter. Grigori's silver eyes shimmered for a moment like molten mercury, and then he shook his head. "There will be no trading of life, Corinne. You have a life mate. We will not lose either of you. Each couple is needed. Both you and your baby will be saved. Dayan will not allow otherwise. You must believe that completely. Your daughter is very aware of you and already is bonded. She will not want to trade her life for yours. And we cannot lose her either. There will be no trade." Corinne watched him closely. He was breathing deeply, regularly, then seemed to go into a self-induced trance. The same trance she had observed in her bizarre dream. She glanced up at Dayan. "I was really in that cave, wasn't I?" He sighed audibly. "Do you really want the answer, honey?" "Corinne," Darius said very calmly, "your heart is beginning to accelerate rapidly. Breathe and keep it under control. You must be aware of your heart rate, and when it begins to quicken, you need to relax and focus to bring the rhythm back to normal. You are capable of doing so. You must start believing." Corinne immediately obeyed, suspecting there was a hidden compulsion in the softly spoken order. "Don't put me off this time, Dayan. I was in that cave." She kept her eyes steadily on Dayan's. His black eyes became aggressive, trapping her stare in their dark mystery so that she couldn't have looked away from him even if she'd wanted. 2. "I do not wish to alarm you, honey, and each time we speak about what I am or what is happening, your heart gets jumpy. If you are certain you want the truth and are ready to accept it, then I will give it to you gladly." She tilted her chin determinedly. "I always want the truth from you, Dayan. Without that between us, we have nothing at all." "I agree with you." He took a breath, counted to 10, and let it out slowly. He was careful to be a shadow in her mind, ready to erase any revelation that might be too difficult for her to accept. "The cave you are in is deep below the surface of the earth, Below the mountain formed of fire and ice. It is a place of power, and we needed such a place to perform the healing ritual. The candles were made of herbs and compounds known to promote healing through aroma. The healing ritual was conducted by the two healers, their life mates, and my family. It was a large gathering. While we were attending to you, two other members of my family, Sindel and Barak, were rushing to aid Cullen. Chapter 12. Come here to me, my love, Barak said softly, gliding to his life mate even as he gave the command. He enfolded her in his arms. You are drooping with weariness, and you must feed. Cullen needs blood fast, Barak, or he may not make it. I am not a true healer like Darius or Gregory. I have never attempted such a healing before. Sindel rested her head on his chest, her fatigue catching up with her. I do not know if I have done enough for him. My gift is in healing the earth, not humans or Carpathians. You must give him blood. You come before Cullen, Sindel, Barak said gently, his voice an invitation. Beneath her ear his heart was a steady beat. She could hear the beckoning of his blood, the ebb and flow of the essence of his life. Her arms circled his neck, and she moved against him, restless and in need. Sindel said his name softly as she slowly began to unbutton his shirt, her fingertips smoothing over the heavy muscles of his chest. She felt his body clench in answer, in anticipation. As always, she wondered anew at the beautiful mystery of their union. Barak, her life mate. She had known him throughout her long existence, and yet had not known the wonders of a true union until recently. The simple act of feeding was no longer just that. It was erotic and filled her with pleasure, with needs far beyond satiating hunger. She nuzzled his chest, smiled when his hands gripped her hair and his body moved aggressively against hers. Teasingly, she nipped his chest, swirled her tongue over his jumping pulse, allowing the movement to trigger her incisors. Barak groaned and pulled her tightly against him, wrapping her close while she fed. In the midst of the danger, with Cullen at the top of the society's hit list, Barak still felt the jolt of urgent need riding him hard. Sindel was careful. He could feel the hunger in her, sharp and fierce, but she took only enough to sustain her so Barak could give Cullen necessary blood as well. Afterward, Barak would always have a connection to Cullen and Cullen to Barak, but they had no choice. If the mortal was to survive, he needed their healing blood to aid in repairing his damaged organs. Very carefully she closed the tiny pinpricks with the healing agent in her saliva and lifted her head, her eyes drowsy and slumberous. Barak bent his head at once to find her mouth, kissing her hard. I am very proud of you, Sindel, he said softly. He is brave, Sindel replied, and a good friend to us. He has risked his life many times. I wish Gregory or Darius had come to do this. You did fine. Barak reluctantly released her and sat on the edge of the bed. I will give him blood, Sindel, and then we must take both of them out of here. Do not allow the woman to give you any trouble. Take control of her at once. No chances. Sindel ruffled his hair as if he were a mere boy instead of the enormously strong man that he was. Stop with the woman bit, Barak. Have you not touched her mind? Who would want to accept to command? She was terribly traumatized. She does not see things she is afraid of because her mind does not allow it. She is merely protecting herself. It is the only way her mind could remain sane. Lisa is reliant on Corinne and clings to her as a safety net. Corinne is much stronger and must have realized it at an early age. She protects Lisa from the outside world, and Lisa knows she cannot get along without her. I have looked into her mind. She knows she needs a buffer. Barak ducked his head, ashamed. I do not deserve you. I never have. Very true, Sindel said complacently, but I think I will keep you around anyway. She watched as he bent and lifted Cullen into his arms. Observing the expression on his face, her heart skipped a beat. Barak felt strong affection for the human, something few of their kind ever experienced. It was always necessary to keep a distance from humans so that no one ever found evidence their species existed. It was becoming more difficult as computers and travel made the world a much smaller place. Barak murmured the ritual healing chant softly as he forced his blood into Cullen. A small amount only to aid in the healing of his broken and torn body. By their laws they should not have done so. They should have allowed him to die naturally, but Darius ruled their family, and to them he was a higher authority than the prince of the Carpathians. It was Darius who had decreed Cullen was to be saved if possible. To Barak and Sindel, that meant they could use any means possible. Sindel brushed back Cullen's hair with gentle fingers. I am happy he is the one who found Lisa. He will always care for her and appreciate her goodness, where another man might see only her weakness. Barak's black eyes fixed on her face. I have apologized for my error. She smiled at him. It was an idle comment, not directed toward you, Barak, but I am glad you feel remorse for prejudging Cullen's choice so harshly before you touched her mind to find out if she was worthy of him. She will love him and be faithful. She will want only to please him and make him happy. Theirs is a good match. He needs to be needed, Barak. Barak stopped the flow of blood from his wrist with a casual stroke of his tongue. I am certain you are right, Sindel. He touched Cullen's mind to be sure that he was breathing easier, that his body had accepted the small amount of blood and was utilizing it to heal the terrible wounds. We must take him out of here quickly, Sindel, to the safe house where we can better protect him. Call Lisa back to us. Sindel took a step toward the closed door, then stopped abruptly, her alarmed gaze going to Barak's. They are here. They have come for Cullen. We should have known they would move quickly to eliminate him. They consider him a threat and a traitor. Of course they would want to finish the job. Barak could feel the vibrations of violence in the air, coming toward the room. 4 of them. He said it unnecessarily, tersely. Sindel could pick up the thoughts of violence as easily as he. I will take Cullen while you remove Lisa from danger. Call me if you have need of my aid to shield the 2 of you. He was already scooping Cullen easily into his arms, creating the illusion that Cullen remained lying helpless and still in the bed alone. Sindel gave a very feminine cough of derision. She was an ancient, capable of walking unseen among humans and keeping Lisa from being seen as well. She dissolved instantly into mist and streamed from the room as the 4 human assassins shoved open the door. They stood a distance from the bed, pointing weapons at the motionless body they perceived to be there. The sound of the guns was muted, like a soft spitting that no one would hear beyond the door. Barak dulled it even further, directing the security guards and nurses away from the area to keep the humans as safe as possible. Barak, waiting in the corner with Cullen in his arms, watched as the assassins repeatedly shot into the bed. None of them saw Barak. He had cloaked his presence, but they could feel the unusual coldness permeating the room. One of the society members moved forward to check the body, and as the others watched, Barak slipped past them. He heard their shouts of consternation and angry frustration that they had been so easily tricked, and once again Cullen had escaped their vengeance. Hurrying down the long hall away from the assassins, Barak called out to warn Darius of the plot. They are here. He communicated simply. With Darius, there was no need for embellishing. Darius protected his own, and he considered Cullen part of their extended family. Darius would come in all haste and bring justice to the assassins. There was no need for Barak to inform Sindel of what was happening since he was always a shadow in her mind. He was well aware of her taking control of Lisa and shielding both of them from prying eyes as they made their way out of the hospital. Sindel put Lisa in a hypnotic trance in order to transport her in the fastest way possible, through the air, just as Barak was doing with Cullen. The 2 humans would be taken to a safe house deep within the mountains where they could be more adequately guarded. Corinne sat in her bed regarding Dayan steadily. The healers were chanting softly. She could hear them in her mind. The atmosphere was soothing, tranquil even, but she was on the verge of a discovery. What was it she was thinking? That Dayan wasn't human? Not of this world? What then? An alien being? She shoved at the hair tumbling around her face as she studied Dayan's mesmerizing features. Did it matter so very much one way or the other? How had they taken her to a cave deep within the earth and performed an exotic healing ritual that had actually worked? Was all of it real, or only parts of it? She pushed the idea of a blood exchange out of her mind. She laced her fingers through his. Tell me, Dayan, the truth about all of you. I need to know. What are you? The healing chant stopped abruptly at her softly spoken words. Desari glanced at Darius. Perhaps we can return at a more convenient time to check on you, Corinne, Desari offered gently. She smiled sweetly at the healer. Grigori, would it be an inconvenience to return at a more suitable time? Grigori lifted an eyebrow at his sister. Aloud he sighed. I think it would be best. We will return later. Darius cautioned Dayan silently. Be very careful, Dayan. She must not be upset in any way. Grigori will monitor her heart from a distance, and I will watch over the infant. She has need of answers, and I believe she is more receptive than you give her credit for. Corinne watched as the three Carpathians left the room and quietly closed the door behind them, leaving her alone with Dayan. He stood up abruptly, restlessly. She looked up at him with her large, clear eyes. I think it is time for you to talk to me about what and who you are. Start at the beginning. Where are your parents? They are dead, murdered, as your mother was, he answered starkly. Dayan paced restlessly across the room, swept a hand through his long hair, leaving it disheveled in the wake of his marauding fingers. He suddenly reached down and caught up his beloved guitar, holding it close to his body like a talisman. Corinne smiled to herself. His guitar. She was beginning to notice that he needed it in his arms when he was nervous, and he was nervous now. He was adept at asking her questions and invading her mind to get to know her, but he didn't like that same spotlight turned back on him. She had never seen him so nervous. Dayan. She said his name softly, gently, and patted the bed beside her. You look like a caged leopard in a zoo, pacing back and forth. She didn't add that he reminded her of a little boy clutching his favorite blanket. Is it so bad to trust me with the truth? He looked down at her, his black eyes brooding and moody. What happens if you cannot accept me as I am? What happens if I frighten you with the truth and your heart fails you? Do you think I'm that weak, Dayan? She asked gently. My body is fragile, I've learned to accept that, but I'm not a weak person. I never have been. She held out her hand to him. Stop pacing and sit by me. Dayan stood for a long moment, his guitar across his chest, his eyes reflecting inner turmoil. Slowly, reluctantly, he crossed the room to sit carefully on the bed beside her. He enveloped her small hand with his larger one. My heart could not take your rejection, honey. Not for one moment. Be very sure that you want to have this conversation now. I am certain, Dayan. You think your feelings for me are very strong. Well, I have loved before. John. She said her husband's name and silently watched Dayan's involuntary wince. Don't feel that way about him, Dayan. He was a remarkable man and deserved far better than a woman who didn't love him the way he should have been loved. I know how strong my feelings for you already are. I try to tell myself the attraction was purely sexual, but I think about you, your expressions, the way you smile, the turn of your head. Everything. Even the silly things like how you can be childish sometimes. I find myself thinking it's an endearing trait. That's not due entirely to chemistry. He sighed. I am not going to ask what is childishly endearing. She smiled at him. No, you're not. You're going to tell me about your childhood. About yourself, so I get to know you. He brought her fingers to his mouth, wanting needing the reassurance of being close to her. I grew up with Darius, Desari, Barak, Sindel, and another called Feehan. We were alone as children, with no adult to guide us. It was Darius who took responsibility for us. He was 6 years old and already showing signs of great power and strength of will. It was Darius who took most of the risks for us. His teeth were nibbling anxiously at her fingertips, but he seemed unaware of it. Corinne regarded him steadily. How did a group of children like that slip through social services? How did you all manage to eat and sleep? We were separated from our people and were believed to have been murdered along with our parents. There was a shipwreck and we ended up in Africa. That is where we grew up. Our band travels with leopards. We raised them. We actually learned quite a bit from animals. It was a difficult time, but also very rewarding. Corinne's small teeth scraped at her lower lip. She believed him, although it seemed impossible that 6 children could survive in Africa alone. The continent was wild and untamed. Something in her recognized the truth in his simple explanation, yet she knew there was much more he wasn't telling her. Dayan, she said softly, bringing his dark gaze to hers. You either trust me or you don't. You have to make up your mind. What if I tell you I am not human? He said it quietly, his teeth biting harder at her knuckles. What if I told you my parents had died during the Turk Wars? Would that frighten you away from me? Corinne's heart accelerated for a moment, and she was glad for the diversion, happy to be able to concentrate on slowing it down, giving herself time to think. She had suspected there was something not quite human about Dayan, but to hear him confirm it was something else altogether. The Turk Wars? What did that make him? I would hope I'm not that big a coward. Are you something other than what you've shown me? Because the man I'm attracted to is gentle and caring and unbelievably wonderful. She was feeling her way, trying to encourage him and yet give herself the time she needed to assimilate the information he was giving her. He looked away from her, unable to face her condemnation. I want to be gentle and caring, Corinne, but in truth I am a predator, he said regretfully. You are all that is good and right within me. Corinne shook her head in denial. You're so much more than a predator, whatever that means, Dayan. You're a poet without equal. The words that pour out of your soul, the incomparable music you make, that is who you are. The other is a part of your nature, perhaps, but only a small part. You couldn't say the things you say, the beautiful words you give to me, without feeling them deep within you. He opened her hand, studied her lifeline for a moment before pressing a kiss into the center of her palm. I felt so many things in my youth, so much music it seemed I was. Music. I heard it everywhere, in the earth and sky, the trees, the animals. I heard it and knew it was my world. Slowly it faded away. It was terrifying to realize I was going to lose it, so I wrote songs, hundreds of songs, thousands of songs, pouring out the notes and words and committing them to memory. Over the years, those memories were what I relied on to get me through the darkness. I didn't feel the words or music anymore, but I had the memories to sustain me. I could touch others who felt the joy of love and laughter and draw upon their emotions to create what I needed. He studied her face, his black gaze drifting over her possessively, lovingly, with so much hunger and need she could feel her body melting under his scrutiny. You cannot possibly understand until you are able to merge your mind fully with mine. I knew utter bleakness, a black, empty void. Without my music, without my soul, I wandered the earth not understanding what I was, not willing to accept what I was. What I am. She touched his face with gentle fingers. What you are is a man with exceptional gifts, Dayan. The things you are talking about I see occasional glimpses of, I won't pretend I don't, but that is not who you are. His perfectly chiseled lips curved into a beguiling smile, and he deliberately drew her finger into the moist cavern of his mouth. You think I am an alien being from another planet? There was teasing laughter in his voice. Corinne found herself grinning at him sheepishly. It could happen. I am Carpathian. We are as old as time, doomed to wander the earth until we make the choice to give up our lives. Our males are dark, deadly predators. The beast lies strong within us, ever growing until such time as we find our life mates to anchor us in the world of light. Corinne knew he was telling her something of great importance, but she truly didn't understand him. I have never heard the term Carpathian. If I still remember my geography, there is a range of mountains, the Carpathian Mountains in Romania and Transylvania. She trailed off as the significance of that region hit her. She remembered vividly the strange twist her dream in the cave had taken. She was silent for a moment, gathering her courage. Did you give me your blood? She asked very quietly, unsure whether she wanted him to answer her. Are you certain you want the truth? She shrugged her shoulders, a delicately feminine motion. I want the truth, Dayan, though I'm not certain I can take it. I wasn't dreaming in that cave, was I? It all happened just as I remember it. All those people were there to help you save my life. And you gave me your blood. Why? What did that do for me? She tried to be very analytical about it, afraid that if she dwelled too long on the subject, she would be sick. She swallowed hard. Why did you feel it was necessary? To save your life and the life of the baby. Dayan watched her expressive face carefully, was a shadow in her mind monitoring her thoughts. He listened to her heart and breathing for signs of extreme stress. Corinne sat very still, allowed her heart to follow the stronger, steadier beat of his. She nodded, not fully comprehending, but knowing she was getting closer to the truth. If his blood could save her daughter, then it was worth everything to her. She gathered her courage, watched his face intently. "Are you a vampire, Dayan?" She felt somewhat ridiculous asking such an absurd question, but she had never seen him in the daylight hours. Also, he was, too, mesmerizing. And if her strange dream had been a reality, he had given his blood to her in a rather unorthodox manner. Dayan wanted to smile at her thoughts. Corinne was struggling to understand, heading in the right direction, while at the same time totally disbelieving her own wisdom. He liked the idea that she found him, too. Anything. He was also aware that she had banished the actual picture of receiving his blood from her mind. The pad of his thumb rubbed gently, soothingly, along her inner wrist. "Not a vampire, honey, but we share some of the same traits. A vampire is the undead, a Carpathian male who has chosen to give up his soul for the momentary pleasure of feeling the power of the kill. He is deceitful, treacherous, and depraved. Holy evil. Carpathians hunt down and destroy vampires. It is necessary for the preservation of mortals and immortals alike." She stared at him with enormous moss-green eyes. Her mind went from racing to perfectly blank. She just stared at him. Carefully, she cleared her throat, stalling for time. He believed every word he was saying. Either Dayan was telling the absolute truth or he was totally insane. She took a deep breath, let it out slowly. "Obviously, I don't know what to say." Her voice was neutral. Dayan leaned down to brush the top of her silky head with his mouth. "You are not crazy, honey, and neither am I. Think about it. What can you hear that you should not be able to hear?" Corinne continued to gaze at him, looking very young and vulnerable. Her face was pale, almost ashen, and it was becoming difficult for her to breathe. Automatically, Dayan did it for her, taking over the job, directing her lungs to push air in and out. "By giving me your blood, did you make me like you?" Her voice was low, a mere thread of sound. Dayan circled her slender shoulders with his arm. "We do not need to have this talk right now, my love. If you are not feeling up to it, I will remove your memories, and we will try again at a later date." Her eyebrows shot up. "You can do that? Remove my memories?" Suddenly, she glared at him. "Have you done that?" He shrugged casually, without remorse. "Partially. I made them hazy so you would not be frightened, but left them accessible should you ever wish to put the pieces of the puzzle together." For a moment she stared at him. Then she burst out laughing. "This really is crazy, you know, because I'm believing you and it's too bizarre for words. I cannot lie to you, Corinne. You have the ability, through our blood exchange, to look into my memories, into my mind, and see that I am telling you the truth. You are my life mate. I would not attempt to deceive you for any reason." "And a life mate means," she prompted softly, struggling to comprehend. "For a Carpathian male, there is only one chance at true life. We lose our feelings early. We have the memories of emotion to sustain us, and we have the ability to touch others so that we can share their feelings, but after centuries of loneliness and bleakness, it is difficult to maintain the illusion that life has meaning. The whisper of power calls us continually, a dark stain spreading over our souls. Some give up and seek eternal rest, others choose the darkness and become the things of legend, vampires. If all this is true, how can I be your other half when I am not Carpathian?" She wasn't certain she wanted the answer. She felt like his other half. She felt as if she belonged with him. Every moment spent in his company only made the feeling stronger. She knew nothing about him, yet she felt as if she knew everything. But if she believed what he was telling her, she would also have to believe in the legendary vampires. "You have psychic ability. Human women who have paranormal abilities often seem to be able to link with us, at least that is what I have been told. Sindel and Barak are life mates. Dasari's life mate, Julian, is Carpathian. But Darius found a human woman. Her name is Tempest, and she came to us through an ad Dasari placed for a mechanic to travel with our band. Dasari embedded a hidden compulsion in the ad in the hope that it would draw the right person to us, and Tempest answered. Is she human still?" Dayan brought her fingertips to the warmth of his mouth, nipped gently, tenderly. Tempest chose to save Darius's life, and in doing so was fully brought over into our world. It was her choice, Corinne. Darius did not want any of us discussing the possibility with her, because he did not want to take any chances with her life. Chances, she echoed. She was very tired all of a sudden and wished for the familiar comfort of Lisa. Or John. Dayan winced visibly. He knew it was natural for her, as natural as it would be for him to think of Desari or Sindel. He had spent several lifetimes with them and loved them deeply. Yet it bothered him that Corinne wanted the comfort of another man's company, of another man's arms. He knew he would love the baby. He already felt a strong bond with her. And if he was successful in saving Corinne's life, it would be his blood running in the child's veins. Dayan's heart turned over at the thought of his child in her body. He framed her face with gentle hands. There have been mistakes human women who were not true life mates, and they became deranged. Darius did not want to chance such a tragedy with his lady. What about you? You say you've given me your blood. Are you so willing to take a chance with my life? Dayan leaned forward to kiss her soft mouth because he had to. He couldn't see and feel her distress, her growing fear, without needing to reassure her in some way. The moment his mouth touched hers, feather-light, a brush only, his body clenched hotly and his blood turned to molten lava. She could do that to him with a look, a touch, with the taste of her perfect mouth. His fingers slipped around her face to clench in her hair, holding her still for his exploration. Corinne responded immediately, kissing him back without hesitation, the electricity arcing between them as strong as ever. Her body seemed to melt into his with total acceptance. He made her feel instantly sheltered by him, protected. I would never take a chance with your life, Corinne, he whispered fiercely against the corner of her mouth. How could you think that? You are my life. My sanity. My music. Without you, there is nothing. I have known that existence, and I will not go back to it. I believe my blood can save your life. That is what allowed Grigori to heal you to the extent that he did. But the repairs won't hold up, she guessed softly, snuggling deeper into his arms. She was very tired and knew she needed to sleep again, but she wanted to be as close to him as possible. No, honey, not for long. We are hoping for enough time to give the baby a chance. That is the biggest complication. He chose his words very carefully. If my heart won't last, why are you so certain you can save my life? She murmured the words softly, not really caring about the answer. If he could save the life of her child, she would be more than grateful to him. It would be worth everything, every bad moment in her life. My blood would transform your internal organs, convert you to what we are. That is my intention, Corinne. I know you are my true life mate, and I know it will work. There are no doubts in my mind. She raised her head, pushed at his chest to put space between them so she could look into his black eyes. Make me like you? Her heart had skipped a beat, but went on steadily. She was simply watching him, almost as if she were observing the scene from a great distance. Dayan captured her hand, needing to hang on to her, suddenly afraid the blankness in her mind was a refusal of his intentions. It is the only way, Corinne, the only thing that will save your life. If you live, I live. We have no other choice. Grigori said your heart was too far gone, and he could only hope to keep it going long enough for the baby to be born. Corinne framed his face with her hands, her green gaze steady. Perhaps you should have thought to ask me what I might want. I believe in talking things over, and I certainly think a decision this big should be made. By me, not for me. Dayan nodded. I will not lie to you, Corinne. I thought about discussing it with you and dismissed the idea. As it is, you are very weak. Your heart is strained to the maximum. I would have had to explain everything to you. Like you're doing now, she pointed out solemnly. I am attempting to explain, he conceded, but I am monitoring your heart closely to be sure the information is not too frightening. It is not every day that one hears of another species. And that is what you are? Dayan nodded slowly, his black gaze holding hers, his mind firmly in hers to catch every thought that passed through her brain. Yes, we are as old as time and we live long lives. Our blood is different, and we have many gifts. We can run with the animals, soar with the birds, become the mist should there be need. But there is a price for these gifts. You would inherit these abilities, but you would also pay the same price. Which is, the sun is harmful to us. Our bodies become like lead, paralyzed in the light of day. Those of us who have not chosen to lose our souls can move about in early morning and early evening while the undead are locked beneath the earth, but we are vulnerable during the afternoon. There are those who hunt us. Corinne lay back among the pillows, pale and small. She took his breath away with her slight, angelic smile. "Don't look so anxious, Dayan," she advised softly. "I am having more trouble believing this than accepting it for myself. I have never been able to run like other children. Now I am stuck on this bed, so weak I can't carry my own baby without help. You are the one keeping my heart beating." Her long eyelashes fanned down, two thick crescents against her white skin. "I am locked to this bed as surely as you say you are locked to the earth. The idea of running with animals and soaring with birds is very appealing to me. And I am already hunted. Remember, someone killed John and made another attempt on me. Although the threat is frightening, I can't pretend it didn't happen." The relief sweeping through him left him feeling weak. Corinne laughed softly without opening her eyes. "Don't get too sure of yourself, Dayan. I haven't decided if you're a certified nutcase, and I should be screaming down the house for help. I'm too tired to figure it out right now, so you're relatively safe at the moment. At least you're giving me a chance, Corinne, and I cannot ask for more than that. If it becomes necessary, I can remove your memories permanently. You can leave well enough alone, Dayan. I want to know you before I commit my life to your life. I met John when I was 11 years old. I thought I knew him well, but the truth is I didn't." He brushed his hand through the silk of her hair, a soothing caress meant to ease the tension in her. "You knew him. He did not know you." She felt tears welling up out of nowhere. John. She never should have married him, never should have promised what she knew she couldn't give him. She had loved John, but not in the way she should have. Not in the way he deserved. "Do not cry, baby, you are breaking my heart," he whispered softly, bending to kiss away her tears. He pulled his guitar into his lap, cradling the familiar instrument to him. His fingers began to move, flashing over the strings as if a spell had been cast over him. His offering. His comfort to her. A pouring out of his deepest soul. Dayan played softly, his voice filling her mind with love and happiness, with dreams of a life together, with fantasies of running through the woods in the form of a wild cat, of flying through the air like an eagle, free and content, of silk sheets and candlelight, of children playing in the moonlight, singing along to his music, of life. He was offering her life. Chapter 13. Lisa raised her head and looked carefully around the room. Her heart was pounding very loudly and her mouth was dry. She had no idea where she was or how she'd gotten there. Her last coherent thought was of getting something to drink from the hospital cafeteria. She was definitely not in a hospital now. Cullen lay stretched out on a bed, a king-sized mahogany bed, his skin color much less gray. If anything, Lisa thought he looked even more handsome than before. She touched his face with gentle fingertips, an unnamed emotion rising sharp and fast out of nowhere. She barely knew him, yet he seemed to mean so much to her already. That frightened her as everything frightened her. Life itself frightened her. Lisa knew there was no real stability. People you loved, people you thought you knew, could turn into monsters right before your eyes and plot to destroy you. She had no right in getting involved in this man's life. He was too good, a steady rock, someone capable of attempting to protect her against killers with guns. She was damaged, and she would never be all right. Where Corinne had grown strong and accepted life, had learned to find beauty and goodness in the world, Lisa thought in terms of shadows. She was so afraid all the time. No matter how hard she tried to overcome her failings, she knew she could never face the world on her own. Where was Corinne? Where was her brother? She couldn't go on alone. But you're not alone. Lisa spun around, staring wildly. The room was empty. She was the only one there. And she hadn't spoken aloud. There was only... Lisa turned back to the bed. Cullen lay with his eyes closed, but his hand was moving slowly across the comforter to find her fingers. Immediately she laced her fingers through his. "Thank God, Cullen. I've been so worried." A faint smile touched his mouth. "I should be sorry I worried you." His voice was quiet but strong, but the truth is, I'm glad you cared enough to worry. Thank God you're awake, she said staunchly. I don't know where Corinne is, and we aren't at the hospital. Your friends came and took you out. They said those people would try to kill you if we stayed there. I thought they'd take us wherever Dayan and Corinne are, but… She looked around rather helplessly. I don't know, maybe they are here. I just woke up myself. I'm not even certain how we got here. Cullen's lashes fluttered as he tried to pry open his eyes to see her face. She sounded forlorn and lost, and he wanted to gather her close to him. Barak and Sindel from the band came, remember? I was talking to them. I thought I heard Darius too. She pulled his hand to her chin, held it close against her bare skin. I don't know any Darius. I can't remember hearing that name before. Darius is our lead singer's brother. He handles security for the band. When Darius is around, you don't have to worry too much about anything. If he gave the order to move Corinne and me to a safer situation, they would do it. I only saw Barak and Sindel. They were pretty nice, especially Sindel, Lisa said. I've been so scared, Cullen. The doctors said you might not survive the night, and they told me Corinne and the baby both were going to die. And then Corinne just disappeared without a trace. Lisa was trying very hard to keep the wail out of her voice, but it was there all the same, and she hated it. Cullen managed to get his eyes open to look at her. He inhaled deeply, taking in the faint peach fragrance that always clung to her skin. She was so beautiful to him, it hurt to look at her. She tried hard to be strong, to be something she wasn't, and criticized herself because she didn't measure up in her own eyes. It's going to be all right, Lisa. I promise I'm not going to die. Barak gave me his blood. She blinked at him without expression, not comprehending what he was saying. You needed a transfusion and he gave you one? I heard Sindel say you needed blood, but the memory's vague. Lisa found her memories of the band members were hazy. She couldn't form a distinct impression of any of them, though she had just been with them. She rubbed her forehead, her temples were pounding. Cullen tugged at her hand to get her attention. None of that matters, honey. Let the others take care of everything else. He smiled at her. I'm glad you're here with me. I know you'd rather be with Corinne, but I need you here. Dayan's a good man. He would never allow anything to happen to her. Where was he? Why were you with Corinne instead of Dayan? Lisa tried to keep an accusatory tone out of her voice. A big part of her disliked Dayan tremendously, unless he was standing directly in front of her. Then, she didn't know why, but it was almost as if her entire opinion of him changed. None of it made sense to her. Lisa swept a hand through her hair and looked bemused. I'm very confused about Dayan. Cullen thought she looked more beautiful than ever. Dayan is good for Corinne. I know him, Lisa. If you value my opinion, at least trust me on this one issue. I know him, I know what he's like. He would never betray a friendship, and he's the closest thing to family I have. The band took me in when I had no one. Everyone I loved was dead, and I had no future. They disregarded the fact that I had actively helped to hunt them and instead allowed me to travel with them for protection. They not only offered protection and friendship, but they took me into their family and made me feel a part of it. Very few people would have been that kind to a total stranger. Lisa sat quietly, strangely happy in Cullen's company. She felt at peace when she was with him. There was a soft knock on the door, and Lisa turned quickly as Sindel pushed it open and smiled at them. Good, you're awake. Is he being good and staying down? Lisa found herself smiling. She couldn't help herself. Sindel was a tranquil, appealing woman, and Lisa couldn't imagine her being anything but honest and sweet. He's being reasonably good, she answered, brushing at Cullen's hair to keep it out of his eyes. I think his color is better and his voice is strong. She turned to Cullen. Are you hurting anywhere? She sounded so anxious. Cullen smiled, tightening his grip on her hand. Surprisingly, I feel pretty good. But I wouldn't want to repeat the experience. It was fairly scary. Lisa and Sindel exchanged a very feminine look. You were out most of the time, Cullen, Lisa noted. We were terrified for you. I'm going to show Lisa the house, Sindel told Cullen in her gentle voice, while Barak takes a look at you. He wants to explain a few things to you. She took Lisa's arm firmly. Come with me. I will show you around so you can find everything. If there is anything you need, please tell us immediately. As she led Lisa through the door, She bent closer with a conspirator's whisper. It is obvious Cullen prefers your company to any others. Lisa found herself smiling up at Sindel, never feeling the cold air brushing her as Barack slipped past her unseen to go to Cullen's side. Barack waited until the door was closed and he could hear Sindel talking to Lisa about the food in the kitchen before he materialized beside Cullen. Cullen watched him with patient eyes. I knew you were there. You gave me your blood, didn't you? Barack shrugged his broad shoulders as if the tremendous gift of life had been a casual one. You know how the women feel about you. I could do no other than to save your worthless hide, or they would have been after me for centuries. Darius? Cullen said the name softly. Barack grinned at him. I would not want to be in your shoes when he comes to see you. It is not so much what he says. It is the look he gives you when you nearly get yourself killed that makes you wish your enemy had not missed. He is not happy you placed yourself in such a position. And, of course, there is Dayan. Cullen groaned aloud. I don't want to think about Dayan right now. How is Corinne? Barack sighed. She does not have long to live if Dayan does not give her his blood and bring her fully into our world. But there is the complication of the child. It is said she is like Corinne, and we do not want to lose her either. They're trying. He glanced at the door. We have much to speak about and little time to do it. Lisa is anxious to be back in your company. You are too hard on her, Barack, Cullen said. So Sindel tells me, he responded. You know you are different now. You are connected to me for all time. You can touch me when you wish. There is an open path between our minds. The blood bond between us will remain for all your life. You know what we are part of the time, but we shadow your memories most of the time so you are not in danger. It is different now. You will always be a threat to our species. Should your blood be examined, you would endanger us. Cullen nodded his head, his eyes steady on Barack's face. He had already guessed as much. He had known the moment he had awakened. His hearing was far more acute. It was night, yet he could see clearly in the dark. He felt different, stronger, healthy despite the terrible wounds. He was also aware that his body was healing at a phenomenal rate of speed. Cullen had been traveling with the band members for some time. He had learned to accept the fact that sometimes he knew what they were and other times his memory of them was hazy and he couldn't conjure up an image of what they looked like. On some level, he knew it was necessary to protect the band from any other human seeking information about them. And it was necessary to protect himself from any vampires who might scan the information in his mind. As he traveled in the company of the band, it was likely he would someday encounter one. He knew that everything had changed for him when Barack had given him blood. You are under the protection of the family, Barack said softly, and Darius wants you to know you always will be. But we cannot undo what has been done. There are decisions to be made. We made the choice to save your life, and the blood was freely given because of your place within our family, but only you can make the rest of the choices for yourself. We will respect whatever you decide. Cullen nodded, understanding more than Barack knew. When his memories of them were clear, he remembered every detail, and he had learned a great deal about their species. They were offering him a choice, and he was grateful that he was even being consulted. It is not a decision to be made lightly, Cullen, Barack counseled. You must know I will always be able to read your mind, whether you choose full knowledge or to have your memories removed. I would know if you betrayed us to anyone, including your future wife. I see clearly into your mind. You want Lisa to be your partner, but she will never be able to accept our species as we are. She must always see us as human. She could not accept Corinne's differences, and she would be unable to live with the knowledge. If you choose us as your family, you can never reveal what we are to her. You are someone who values honor and integrity. You want a full partnership with your wife. She will always be in our lives because she loves Corinne and Corinne loves her. To Corinne, Lisa is family, as you are to us. But you will have to keep this knowledge from Lisa for all time. We have life mates. We understand the bond between male and female. If you choose to remove the memory of us, we will understand. Remember, we will still have the same feelings for you, and you will remain under our protection. It is up to you. Cullen smiled, his teeth very white. You are my family. As Lisa will be. Exactly. As Corinne will be. Lisa loves her as a sister. My wife will be connected to you for the rest of her life. If I choose to forget, then I can't give her my protection and help to shield her from the things she can't accept. I know what Lisa's like. She needs a protected environment, someone willing to shield her from the things she can't accept. I want to be that person. Not you or Darius. Me. I never thought I could feel alive again. You know strength, Barack, but you don't know what it's like for someone to struggle like she has to do to live in a world with people capable of doing monstrous things she can't understand. You have it in you to kill if need be. She is incapable of shouting at anyone. It hurts her when people raise their voices at one another. You think of that as a weakness. I look at her and see someone too good to live in a world like this one. I want to shield her. I want the chance to have her love me. We will love and accept the one you choose to share your life with. Forgive me, Cullen, I will work on my failings. Sindel has pointed out this same flaw, and I do not intend to continue with this behavior if I can help it. I will get to know Lisa, and I will always protect her. You can count on that. Thank you, Cullen said quietly. I'll retain my memories and work to guard our family, as you, Dayan, Julian, and Darius always do. I don't want to forget any of it. Neither the good nor the bad. You are all I have. Then so be it. Barack gripped Cullen's hand hard for a moment, then backed off. I have sent your answer to Darius and the others. If you have need, you have only to follow the path in your mind and you can speak with me. He grinned. Of course, you can do the same with Darius. Cullen stared up at him for a moment, thinking that over. He should have known that Darius had taken his blood to open a channel to his mind. Darius. Always. Protected his family. It was his nature. Go away. I like looking at Lisa better. But tell Dayan we are praying for Corinne and baby. Corinne slept fitfully, with strange images flitting in and out of her dreams. When she woke, sometimes the healers were in the room with her, but most of the time there was only Dayan. There were times he lay beside her. Often he sat quietly holding her hand and staring lovingly down at her face. Other times she woke to the sound of his music, a soothing harmony of voice and guitar. She tried a few times to overcome the terrible lethargy that seemed to have invaded her body, but it was too much trouble, and she closed her eyes time and time again with the image of Dayan filling her mind and heart. Strangely, she wasn't afraid anymore, not for herself and not for her baby. She had no idea how much time had passed before she managed to really wake up. She lay quietly taking inventory of her body. Corinne could hear her heart beating as well as that of her child. She moved her hands protectively over the baby and murmured softly to the child, wondering if she could hear her. As she talked to her daughter, she looked around the beautiful room. It was full of treasures, from the artwork to the carvings on the high ceilings. The room was very large, the colors muted and elegant. The carvings looked like strange, beautiful hieroglyphics. Some of the symbols were soothing to her, while others made her heart pound if she stared at them too long. Her hand moved over the thick quilt covering her. It was art too, a beautiful blend of colors with similar symbols woven into it. Each character was wide and clear, the surface smooth to the touch. She found her fingers continually seeking out the different symbols and tracing them carefully over and over. She felt Dayan beside her, just lying quietly, his body wrapped protectively around hers. Corinne turned her head to find him watching her, his black gaze loving. There was so much tenderness there, so much emotion. He robbed her of breath. She smiled, her soft mouth curving as she lifted a hand to touch his face with gentle fingertips. "Hello," she said softly. "Have you been waiting there long?" "Several risings," he answered honestly, shifting so that he could prop himself up on his elbow to better study her face. "What are you doing?" she asked, slightly embarrassed by his close scrutiny. He was watching her with unblinking eyes. "Memorizing your face," he answered truthfully, his gaze drifting over every inch of her classic features. "I want to close my eyes and still be able to see you. I used to welcome daylight as a relief from the ever-present whisperings of darkness, yet now I resent those hours because I cannot be with you. I want to talk to you, just be silent beside you, look at you, reach out and touch you, know you are real and not some figment of my imagination." He traced her mouth, her eyebrows, his thumb lingering on the corner of her lips. "I do not want to sleep anymore because I cannot take you with me." "Do you have to sleep away from me?" she asked, running her hand up and down his arm, needing to touch him almost as much as he needed to touch her. He bent to brush a gentle kiss across the temptation of her mouth. When I sleep, it is as if I am dead. I shut down my heart and lungs and do not breathe air. Our species does not have to seek the earth to sleep, and many of our people do not, but they sleep in chambers below ground where they are relatively safe from human hunters and accidents. Most of us do seek the rejuvenating sleep of the earth because it is safer and more natural to us. I would prefer to be beside you always, but it would be unsettling to you to wake and find me as if dead. Not if I was expecting such a thing. Why are you so distressed, Dayan? She pushed her fingers through his hair. I'm beginning to be able to read you, and you are having a difficult time. If something is wrong, just tell me. Everything is going the way the healers have predicted with your health, he answered vaguely, his black gaze slipping away from her. She curled her fingers around his wrist. What is it? He shrugged casually. Too casually. There is a ritual between life mates. It is necessary to bind us together. Until we are formally bound together, I am still a slight risk to others. There is nothing to be done about it, Corinne, until your health is better. It is just uncomfortable for me. The beast was struggling for supremacy from within. He felt it growing stronger with each rising. He needed her more than ever to anchor him. He needed her soul bound to his, her heart to complete him, her body for a safe haven. What ritual? She asked curiously. And don't shrug and put me off. If we're a partnership, then you have to give me the trust you insist on having from me. He sighed. You are getting tough on me, Corinne. Am I losing my charm? He made an attempt to tease her, to make light of a dark situation. I don't think you could ever do that, she reassured him with an answering smile. But I want us to be very certain we're together on this. It's important to me, Dayan. I don't want to do the wrong thing and take a chance of hurting you. This has happened very fast. I'm someone who has to think things through thoroughly before I make decisions. And you are asking me to take a lot of things on faith. We might come from two different worlds, Corinne, but you know we belong together. Maybe, she agreed noncommittally. So tell me the ritual. He circled her waist with his arm and leaned down to kiss her again. This time he lingered over the simple pleasure, savoring the moment. When a Carpathian male recognizes his life mate, he recites ritual words to bind her. The words are imprinted on him before birth. It is much like a human marriage, but more permanent. Once said, the words bind the two, heart and soul and mind. She cannot escape him. They cannot be apart after that. They must touch one another often, using mind touch, or they become. He hesitated, searching for the right word. I don't know, they need to be with one another, or they can be very uncomfortable. He just says a few words and she belongs to him? She pushed at his chest with her small hand, glaring. That doesn't sound very fair to me. Now, Corinne, his voice was as soft as velvet and just as sensuous. I was not the one who created the ritual. It is thousands of years old. I can do no other than what my heart and soul demand. You said the words to me? He shook his head, his thick blue-black hair falling around his face. I cannot while you are so ill. I do not know if your heart would be able to stand a separation from me during the hours I must sleep. And it's hard for you because you haven't bound us together? Her small white teeth bit at her lower lip as she struggled to understand what he was telling her. Words like risings and rituals belonged in someone else's world, not hers. She was very practical. When he began to laugh, she frowned at him, trying to look severe. You were reading my mind again, weren't you? He shrugged, that intriguing ripple of muscles beneath his immaculate shirt. Naturally. I am your life mate. How do you keep your clothes so perfect? And your hair? Why don't you have morning breath? Self-consciously, she put her hand over her own mouth. How did he look so perfectly sexy and inviting when she was disheveled and looking pretty much like a beached whale? Dayan really laughed then, he couldn't help it. Her image of herself was so far from the real thing that it was ludicrous. He couldn't imagine Corinne's soft, curvy body looking remotely like a whale. He lay back on the bed with her beside him, real, alive, her heart still beating, and he laughed out loud. It was a perfect moment in time. She started laughing too, just because he was so silly, his joy so evident. Corinne thumped him hard on the chest. Stop laughing at me. I cannot help it, honey. A beached whale? I can hardly tell you are pregnant. That is not a good analogy at all. He put his hand over the mound of her stomach. And I like you disheveled. He caught her face in his hands and dragged her mouth to his. The earth seemed to move beneath the bed, a curious rolling effect that brought dancing whips of lightning arcing through the room. The air vibrated with hunger and need. He lifted his head reluctantly and stared into her green eyes. I love you as you are, Corinne. Right now, in this bed, while we cannot make love and there is a child growing within you. I love you with your hair all over the place and that slightly confused look on your beautiful face. He rolled over to place his hands on either side of her head, pinning her to the bed. I love how you look at me as if you want to take care of me, though I am the one who is the male. She touched her fingertips to his perfectly chiseled mouth. We can take care of each other. Her voice was soft and inviting, a temptation he found impossible to resist. Aching with love for her, he bent his dark head slowly so that she watched as he came closer, his black gaze hot and hungry and full of terrible need. Corinne circled his head with her slender arms and met his mouth with a hunger of her own. He was heat and light, a symphony of music that lit her very soul. He made her heart beat wildly and her spirit soar high above the clouds. There was no one else for her, whether human or of his species. There was only Dayan with his poet's soul and hungry eyes and dominating mouth. His hard masculine body and his perfect hands that moved over her body with the same talent as they moved over his instrument. It was Dayan who pulled away first, putting inches between them, but he was breathing heavily. Your heart is pounding. Her mouth curved slowly, her eyes dancing. That's yours, not mine. It wasn't strictly true. Both hearts were beating out a syncopated rhythm together. The healers are going to come in here and give us a lecture, Dayan whispered, glancing at the door. She ruffled his hair, enjoying the luxury of touching the silky wayward strands. What will they do if they catch us? She asked, smirking at him. Be shocked? Order me out is more like it, he said gravely. I would be given a lecture about how irresponsible and selfish I am. Which I am. I should be very careful of you at all times, not giving in to temptation every time you smile at me. He frowned at her when she pushed at his chest. What are you doing? Getting up. I have to go to the bathroom. I take it that's not something your species has to do much. She was teasing, but the smile faded when he continued to look at her steadily. She held up her hand. Don't even go there. I don't want to know. Just get out of my way and let a mere mortal do her thing. My love, the words came out a whisper, velvet soft, and seemed to shimmer in the air between them. I cannot allow you to run around. The healers said complete bed rest. I must insist you obey. They didn't mean not go to the bathroom. I seem to remember you carrying me the last time, but it isn't necessary. When he refused to move, she sighed heavily and changed tactics. All right, carry me again. But this is embarrassing, and I'm afraid it's becoming a bad habit. Dayan lifted her easily, cradling her in his arms. I do not see why. You think of the strangest things. I'd like to be in your mind once in a while and see what goes on in there, she challenged him. He set her carefully on the tile floor beside the wide marble sink. You can read my mind anytime you like, honey. My mind is always merged with yours. I stay a shadow in there so I can find out all those fascinating things you try to hide from the world. He smirked at her. You are just too much of a chicken to actually look into my mind and see what thoughts are lurking there. She stood there, gripping the side of the marble sink, staring up at him for a few moments. Well, she waited. Out! You can't think you're going to stay in here. I cannot leave you alone, he said mildly. I mean it, Dayan. Get out this instant. No arguing. Out! She was very firm and tough about it. Dayan looked helpless for a moment, then shrugged and glided out of the bathroom, deciding the old adage discretion is the better part of valor held true. The door closed with a hard thud behind him at a wave from Corinne's hand. Make sure your mind goes with you, she called out, then found she was smiling because she could wave at doors and faucets and set her toothbrush in motion, and it didn't seem to bother Dayan in the least. I do not know why you would think my mind would not go with me and stay with you at the same time. His voice brushed at the walls of her mind like the flutter of butterfly wings, sending waves of warmth coursing through her. For the first time in a long while, Corinne found she was truly happy. Standing in the bathroom, leaning against the sink, making an attempt to do something with her wild mass of hair, she was perfectly happy. Once she had pulled her hair free from the thick braid, it was too heavy to manage. She found she was too tired to lift her arms to tidy it. She sighed very softly. "What is wrong?" There was anxiety in his voice. Corinne didn't actually reply. She knew she didn't. She just sighed again, but it was enough to bring him rushing in, scooping her up as if she were precious porcelain. Her hair tumbled in all directions, fanning out over his shoulder and across the dark shadow on his jaw. "Just can't stay away, can you?" she asked, secretly grateful he had raced in to rescue her. "I knew you needed rescuing," he said with great male satisfaction. Was I thinking rescue? That was the actual word in my mind. She shook her head as she settled onto the bed. "I don't think. Rescue was the precise word. I can't imagine using a word like that." "Oh, it was. Rescue. All right." He wasn't going to let her off the hook that easily, not when her green eyes were sparkling with laughter and her intriguing dimple was very much in evidence. He especially loved that dimple. He knew he could spend hours looking at that dimple and never get tired of it. He took the brush out of her hand. "It is amazing what the males of my race are called upon to do." Corinne waved her hand toward the center of the room. "Go over there and do something." When he sat there, she pushed him. "Go on, do something." "Something," he echoed as he moved obediently into the middle of the bedroom. "What kind of something?" He sounded wary. "I don't know exactly. Something cool. What do you like to do?" She was looking at him from under her fringe of long lashes. Dayan suddenly grinned like a mischievous boy. "Anything at all?" "Sure. Something really big." His black eyebrows shot up. "If I show you, are you going to show me?" "Sounds like a dare to me," Corinne said. "I can't resist a dare." "Then you go first." He folded his arms across his chest, regarding her with his black gaze. "If I go first, you're quite likely to faint from shock." "Faint? I am not the fainting type." "Nothing you do could scare me that much now that I know you can do it," she replied haughtily. "You do not altogether believe I can do it." His voice whispered in her mind, sinfully intimate. It was temptation. It turned her body to molten liquid. Corinne found herself staring at him, almost mesmerized by his black magic spell. He had woven his dark melody so completely, so perfectly, she hadn't realized she was immersed in his music, in his soul. To cover up her reaction to the sheer intimacy of a mind merge, Corinne forced her wayward thoughts under control and concentrated. At once the brush in his hand jumped free and moved through the air to resume the task of taming her flyaway hair. With intense concentration, she divided the mass into 3 sections, using the power of her mind alone, and wove the long hair into a thick braid. A scrunchie came dancing out of the bathroom at her call and fastened itself to the end of her hair to complete the job. Corinne looked up at him then, a trace of apprehension marring the perfection of her joy. Well, she looked like a little girl, unsure whether to feel pride or fear. Deliberately, he grinned at her, a taunting male grin of sheer competition. "Watch this." He held out his arm, his eyes fixed intently on her face, his mind wholly merged with hers in case she was frightened by the change as it came over him. Fur rippled along his arm, muscles contorted and popped. Corinne watched in wonderment as the man slowly shapeshifted until a large male leopard was standing in the center of the room staring at her with that same unblinking stare. For a moment she stared, almost frozen in place, but then the cat moved, its powerful muscles rippling as it glided silently toward her. She recognized him. She knew it was Dayan. There was the same fluid grace and power, the same hungry eyes devouring her. Her heart rate accelerated, but it wasn't out of fear. Amazement. Fascination. Never fear. Not when it was Dayan. The leopard nuzzled her so that she buried her hand in the glossy fur, astonished at the texture, at the joy of being so close to something belonging in the wild. She laughed aloud as she caressed the animal's head with her fingertips. For a moment she rubbed her face along the thick neck of the leopard, loving the feel of the fur against her skin. It was exotic, a rare privilege to be so close to a wild animal. The leopard nuzzled her back, its eyes staring at her, mesmerizing, trapping her in the untamed depths. Dayan. Her Dayan. She would know him anywhere, in any shape. Without warning, a dark shadow seemed to creep slowly into the room, invading the air like a thick foul oil. Corinne froze in place, her entire body going perfectly still. She felt Dayan's reassuring presence in her mind. She watched in horror as the shadow seemed to take shape on the far wall, a grotesque bent figure, a skeleton stick figure with long, bony fingers that seemed to be tipped with dagger-like talons. Her heart thudded in alarm, and instantly Dayan's body was solidly in front of her. She felt the others joining with her too, merging minds, Desarius soothing, calming influence, and Grigori and Darius powerful and, she sensed, deadly. All of them protected her, shielded her from the creeping shadow. It was wholly evil, a thick oily presence probing, seeking. Hunting. Something. Corinne felt certain the evil thing was hunting her. She sat very still, kept her mind firmly anchored in the sanity and calm of the others. Shockingly, her heart remained steady, beating in the same rhythm as Dayan's while her lungs breathed along with his. It was Dayan that surprised her the most. Her poet, so kind and gentle, so giving and loving, was suddenly something altogether different. She felt the contrast in his mind first. She was so attuned to him she recognized the change immediately. It came swiftly, naturally, and she realized these qualities were as much a part of him as his music and his beautiful words. He was dark, dangerous, a silent, deadly predator, a killing machine. Merciless. Without remorse. Ruthless. The total opposite of her poet. The cunning, relentless beast he had named himself. He would be unswerving on the hunt. And he would never stop until he had destroyed his prey. Corinne felt Desari stronger than ever, tranquil, soothing, comforting, whispering softly in her mind, the words almost indistinguishable, yet Corinne knew she was aiding her to understand what manner of creature Dayan really was. She felt the momentary surge as the intruder reached for her in an attempt to draw her out. She was safe and protected within the walls of the cocoon the others had wrapped her in. There was no chance of the dark horror finding her, yet it touched the 3 male Carpathians. She felt that. Felt the shock, the recoil. The thing shrieked, a hideous sound that was in her head, heard through the listening Carpathians, a high-pitched sound of anger and hatred and fear. It took Corinne a few heartbeats to realize the creature could detect only the males. The women were merged so deeply with the men that the beast could detect only the powerful males. The creature instantly withdrew, retreating with furtive swiftness. Corinne blinked up at Dayan, barely able to comprehend the transformation in him from poet to predator. His hand brushed her face, her hair, incredibly gentle, seemed to linger for a moment, yet his body was shimmering, almost transparent. She watched, her heart in her throat, as he dissolved right before her eyes. In his place were droplets of mist. The mist streamed through the room and right out the door. Just like that, Dayan was gone. From the room, from her mind. Grigori and Darius had also disappeared from the mind merge, leaving only Desari, who pushed open the door to the room and glided to her side with an encouraging smile. "You are not afraid, are you?" Her voice was rich with beauty. Chapter 14. It all happened too fast to really understand what is going on, Corinne answered honestly, not certain how to feel. She looked past Desari to the 2 other women behind her. They were smiling in reassurance, but hesitated in the doorway, so Corinne waved to encourage their entry. "I believe we are under siege." Desari took Corinne's hand to comfort her and at the same time to check her pulse. "There is no need to be afraid. My brother Darius and Grigori are 2 of the most accomplished hunters we have. They are seeking the evil one, along with Dayan, to destroy that which is a threat to humans and immortals alike." She spoke calmly, as if chasing evil monsters were an everyday occurrence. "Naturally, they will see to it that Dayan does not come to any harm. After all, we are fighting to save you and the child. We will not lose Dayan to an evil one. Corinne studied the other woman's face carefully. She could see only goodness, compassion, a light shining outward from deep within Dasari's soul. She appeared tranquil even in the face of such an evil being. It felt horrible, Corinne admitted in a low voice, and I could tell that Dayan was shielding me somehow from the experience. It was a vampire, the shorter, raven-haired woman answered calmly, reaching for a glass of clear water. Here, drink this. I'm Savannah, Gregory's life mate, by the way. I know it sounds absurd and something that cannot be real, but I assure you, vampires exist and they actively seek women who have psychic ability. Especially a woman unclaimed. You're Savannah Dobrinsky, the magician. I saw your performance in Seattle a few months ago. You were wonderful. Corinne sipped at the water to give her mind time to comprehend the situation. That thing was looking for me, wasn't it? Dasari shrugged casually. In a way. You drew it here, although it does not know who you are. When it probed, it found only the male hunters. It will not be a problem, because they will destroy it. If this is all true, Corinne demanded, why hasn't one ever tried to find me before? As much as it seemed impossible for Dasari to lie, Corinne didn't want her explanation to be true. Maybe it would have been better to live without knowing any of it. The redhead smiled at her. I'm Tempest, and believe me, Corinne, I know how confused you must be by all this. I was in your shoes only a few weeks ago. Just remember this, she continued, revealing that she could read Corinne's thoughts. You would be missing a great adventure, which life is, and you would miss knowing Dayan. Most importantly, eventually you would have chosen to use your gift, and the surge of power would have revealed your presence to the undead. They would have found you. I have used my talent before, Corinne asserted. Perhaps, but in small things, little surges of power that would not call to the undead unless you were already in close proximity to them. More and more you are becoming at ease with your talents. Any surge of power leaves traces. We can find one another through those surges, and so can the undead. Dasari spoke matter-of-factly, calmly, as if she were speaking of the weather. On the other hand, this all might be some weird nightmare I haven't managed to extract myself from, Corinne suggested with a slight smile. Dayan is worth it, though. I love to listen to him. He says the most beautiful things to me. He has such a beautiful voice and a beautiful soul. He always makes me feel as if I'm the only woman in his world. To him you are the only woman, Dasari said. And, truly, Corinne, how could he not fall in love with you? Look at you. The way you've accepted your physical problems and still held your family together, the way you've accepted the information that Dayan has given you. It cannot be easy for you, but you work at listening and believing and comprehending what he tells you. Who else would give him that kind of acceptance? After centuries of being alone, without an other half, he finally has a home, and he appreciates it. You are his home. No other. You. I don't think he has accepted my physical problems, Corinne said, embarrassed by the woman's words. Because he fights for you? Tempest laughed softly. You'll find that that is one thing the males of this species are exceptionally good at. Savannah nodded. Dayan is fighting for your life and the life of your child. In truth, he fights for his life also. Without you, he is nothing. Dayan has existed in a bleak, barren world. He will not choose to continue without you. Should you travel to the next world, he will accompany you, as is his right as a Carpathian male. I'm very tired, Corinne confessed, her hand going protectively over her gently rolling baby. I try to hide it from him, but he always seems to know. Dasari smoothed back Corinne's hair with gentle fingers. He is your life mate. Of course he knows. I have known Dayan my entire life. I am so happy he has found you. He tells us you are C.J. Wentworth, the songwriter. I am so pleased to welcome you into our family. Corinne sank back among the pillows. I'm glad he has you all. She wanted Dayan. Wanted to spend every moment she had left with him. She could feel her strength ebbing away, slowly but surely. What about my baby? She looked at Savannah and then Tempest. I know they must have told you the truth. It was Savannah who answered. Your heart will not hold up forever. In one more rising we will conduct another healing ritual. Our goal now is to give your daughter a few more hours or days, whatever time we can. Gregory says her will is strong, and that is half the battle. She is like you, a true psychic, and therefore very important to our race. You use the term rising because it is night, not morning, when you wake, Corinne guessed. Do they think they can save her? We are waiting for Shay to arrive. Jock, her life mate, insisted they rest before completing the journey. Shay is with child, and he is protective of her, Savannah reported. My mother sent word ahead. Shay has done much research into the problems of keeping our infants alive. She is a tremendous resource to us all. I cannot believe she traveled all this way when she is with child, Desari said, slightly shocked. Corinne, we have trouble bearing children. Our race is bordering on extinction. Julian is hoping we can provide a child for our people soon. The interesting thing is, Savannah said, Gary Jansen, a human friend of ours, a researcher, has been tracing the lineages of families in which children are born closer than 50 to 100 years apart. There are only a couple of them. Sarantha, Mikhail's mother, comes from such a line, as does Grigory. Gary and Shay think the infrequency of conception is a form of natural birth control. Desari, you're a descendant of one of the lines. As far as we know, I'm the only other. Tempest exchanged a long look with Desari. Have you tried to get pregnant? Tempest asked. Darius and I only just found each other. I haven't thought of children yet. Savannah laughed. In truth, Grigory and I have only been together a few weeks. I would love to give him twins. Total trouble for him to frantically chase around and guard instead of me. As soon as we are finished here, we intend to return to the Carpathian Mountains, where we will make our home. Once settled, I'm certain we'll try to have a child. Jock and Shay will travel home with us. All of us intend to fly to Paris first to visit with Grigory's older brothers, Gabriel and Lucian. Lucian was just married, but unfortunately, Grigory and I missed the wedding due to unforeseen circumstances. Is it dangerous for Shay to travel? Corinne didn't want to think another woman had put her child in jeopardy for her sake. Jock would never allow Shay to do anything dangerous, Savannah pointed out. He's Mr. Protective where she's concerned. Tempest and Desari burst out laughing. And Grigory isn't with you? Corinne frowned. Where are Lisa and Cullen? Are they okay? Lisa must be so frightened. The smile faded from Desari's face. She was silent for a moment before answering, obviously conferring with someone else. Lisa and Cullen are relatively safe where they are. Barack and Sindel are with them. Julian, my life mate, has gone to their aid and has removed all immediate threats to them. They are under his protection. He has something of a reputation in matters of security. Desari phrased it as delicately as possible so as not to disturb Corinne's careful balance. Corinne paled even more. I thought those people were trying to kill me. Is Lisa still in danger? The society targets anyone with paranormal abilities, but its members do not seem to be able to distinguish those traits very well. Because Lisa is a member of your family, she was also put on their list. Cullen was already on it and had been for some time. After Dayan brought you here, another attempt was made on Cullen's life at the hospital. Of course, Barack and Sindel were there, so Lisa and Cullen were unharmed. We removed them to a more easily guarded place. Why didn't you bring them here? Lisa is easily frightened. This must be terrible for her. I need to go to her, Corinne said immediately, catching hold of the quilt as if to throw it off. Desari laid a gentle hand over Corinne's. You're not thinking clearly. Your first duty is to your daughter and your own health. You may be feeling better, but the improvement is definitely temporary. You cannot be moving around and making your heart work any harder than necessary. It would not do Lisa, Cullen, or anyone else any good if you were to die. She leaned close so that her dark eyes could look directly into Corinne's. You do know that, don't you, Corinne? Corinne blinked away the illusion that she was free-falling into space. I know I love Lisa, and she must be very frightened. Is Cullen going to live? Desari nodded. Corinne had extremely strong mind protection for a human. Dayan had told them it took more than usual strength to shield her mind or to persuade her. Desari didn't want to put any pressure on her that might alarm her. Cullen sustained tremendous injuries, and the truth is, Barack donated blood to him, which is something we do not do lightly. Cullen cannot be fully brought over. He and Barack will be connected to one another for the rest of Cullen's lifetime. We have great affection for Cullen, and Darius would not allow him to die when it was in our power to save him. Lisa is with him and is helping to care for him. I believe it will be good for her to take responsibility for Cullen's health." Corinne was watching Dasari's face. "Because you think I'm going to die?" Dasari shook her head decisively. "Because Dayan has no choice but to bring you fully into our world, and Lisa cannot follow you here. You will remain good friends, but you can no longer be the one to manage her life for her." Dasari spoke as gently as possible, but her seriousness showed in her dark, expressive eyes. Corinne bunched the quilt in her hand, her fingers rubbing nervously over the strange symbol sewn into the edge of the comforter. "Fully into your world." She repeated the phrase softly, under her breath. "Dayan's world," Dasari reminded her gently. "Just keep that uppermost in your mind. You will be in his world." "What about my baby?" Corinne finally voiced the question she had been unable even to consider. She was terrified for her baby. Dasari smiled encouragingly at her. "Are you strong enough for the truth, Corinne? Because you have to know you want the truth when you ask for it." Corinne found that tracing the strange symbol over and over on the quilt was soothing. It helped to keep her mind from shutting down with fear. "Is my baby going to live and be healthy? We are doing everything in our power to make that happen. Dayan's blood, which we believe will save your life and will convert you, will also convert the baby if you are given the blood while you are pregnant. That presents us with a few problems and new territory we have never dealt with before." Dasari's voice was hauntingly beautiful and tranquil. "I am being completely honest with you. We do not have the answers you seek. This has never happened before, at least not that I know of. Certainly, it has not happened to Grigori, and he is the acknowledged healer of our people." Corinne's fingers found the next symbol in the quilt and traced the character. "I'm trying to understand what you're telling me. If Dayan doesn't give me his blood, I will die for certain. You're saying that's a fact?" Dasari nodded solemnly. "We are only delaying the inevitable. He would have completed the conversion already if you were not carrying this child." Corinne heard her heart racing and took a moment to slow it. "How does he do it? How does he complete the conversion?" Dasari's gaze held hers captive, almost as if she were sharing her courage. "There must be 3 blood exchanges. Each blood exchange will bring you a step further into our world. And of course, because you are his life mate, Dayan will complete the ritual and make you wholly his." "And you think this will save my life?" Corinne asked doubtfully, watching Dasari's face carefully. Dayan believed it because he had to believe it. He had no other choice, or he would go crazy, but Dasari had no ties to her. "Do you really believe it, Dasari?" Dasari sighed softly. "I believe the odds are in your favor if everything goes right and we time it all perfectly. You know as well as I do that your heart is in bad shape. Even with Dayan's strong blood reshaping your internal organs, you will have to have the necessary strength to go through the actual conversion. Grigori thinks we can get you through it, and I have heard he is capable of great miracles." "He is capable of miracles," Corinne, Savannah affirmed. Corinne smiled sadly. "Still, for the baby's sake, I must be near Lisa. If something happens to me, she is the one who must raise her. She'll be the baby's only living relative." Dasari was shaking her head. "When Dayan gives you his blood, the blood will pass through the placenta to the baby. The child will have his blood, his genetic code, not your former husband's. The child will eventually be one of us." Corinne was silent, listening to the sounds of the house, the wind outside the window, the branches swaying and dancing. She could hear her own breathing and the heartbeat of the child growing within her. "He gave me his blood already. What did it do to the baby?" She was struggling desperately to understand. "Corinne," Dasari began gently. Corinne shook her head. "No, I don't want you to treat me like a child. Just tell me straight. What happened to my baby?" "Your daughter would never have survived the birth," Dasari said. "Your heart was barely able to provide for you, let alone for both of you. Without Dayan's blood, both of you would have died, and that is the truth. She already carries his genetic code, but she is not fully in our world." Darius monitored her along with Grigori during the exchange. When it became too much for the baby, the transfusion was stopped to allow her body to adjust. Deliberately, she used the human term, transfusion, to soothe Corinne. I thought a human couldn't be converted unless he or she has a life mate. Corinne felt numb, trapped, suddenly panicked by the repercussions of her decision. It was one thing to make such a decision for herself, to choose Dayan's world, but something altogether different for her child. Where was Dayan? Her lifeline, her sanity. Where are you? She reached across time and space to him. Her fingers clutched the quilt, a strange thing to find so comforting. I am here, my love, always with you, a shadow in your mind. I hunt the evil one to make our world safe, but I am never far from you or our child. I will return unharmed to you as soon as we accomplish what is necessary. We will face what is frightening to you together, as it is meant to be. Uniting our two worlds is not so difficult when we feel as we do. Our love for our daughter will aid us in our choices. His voice was a blend of heat and light, music and melody, so beautiful it took her breath away. He felt strong and real and a part of her. Your daughter has a strong psychic talent, perhaps even stronger than yours, Desari said. She can be converted without danger to her sanity, but there are other complications. It is not something we do lightly, Corinne. Corinne could feel unexpected tears welling up out of nowhere. I feel like I'm being given little pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, one or two at a time, and the picture is so overwhelming I can't comprehend it. What other complications? Our species has problems having babies, particularly females. Few of us conceive females, and those that do rarely carry them to full term. Even after they are born, our babies often do not survive the first year of life. It is a terrible tragedy and has contributed to the decline of our race. Because you must be given blood to save your life, the baby will be given the same blood. No, Corinne was adamant. Her life is more important than mine. She has to come first in every decision. I know Dayan doesn't want that, but it is my decision to make, not his. I don't want to give her life only to have her lose it because I selfishly wanted to live myself. It would be better to chance giving birth to her now and allowing the doctors to do their best. They are performing miracles with premature babies. You said yourself she was strong. Desari shook her head. She would not have survived had you given birth the night Dayan removed you from the hospital. It took all of Grigori's strength and power to keep her alive. It is too late to turn back now. She has Dayan's blood in her system. She needs us now to help her survive. A human doctor could never save her life. Corinne twisted her fingers into the quilt in agitation. I feel helpless, she confessed to the women. I've always been the one to handle the problems in our lives, and now I can't help my own child when she needs it the most. Desari shook her head. You are so wrong, Corinne. Now more than ever it is you who will have to have the strength of will to carry her. You are already monitoring your own heart and attempting to regulate it. I feel Dayan with me when I have trouble. He's the one regulating my heartbeat and pushing the air through my lungs, Corinne corrected. I know he's there. Of course, he is your life mate, Desari said complacently. But he cannot save you if you are not willing to be saved. You are using your will, and it is considerable. She patted the quilt. I see you like this quilt. Francesca, life mate to Gabriel, made it for you. She is a great healer who lives in Paris. When she received word that you were carrying a baby and you needed aid, she made this specifically for you. It is a healing quilt. Along with the healing symbols, she used other symbols to aid in your protection should there be enemies that find you. It's so beautiful, Corinne said honestly. I didn't want to give it up. I hope I will have the opportunity to thank her for such a unique gift. Desari patted her hand. I would like to examine you and renew the healing process if it is possible. Do you remember what it felt like? Savannah and Tempest will lend me their strength, and we shall at least make you more comfortable. Lie back and we will begin. Dayan, streaking through the air, appeared as a long trail of droplets, much like a comet moving rapidly through the night sky. Grigori and Darius were on either side of him, formidable hunters both, but it was Dayan's life mate who was threatened, and he was the one who must save her. He felt the beast rising within him, struggling for supremacy. Grigori, renowned for his storms, generated a fierce squall, and dark clouds rolled in swiftly to cover their flight through the night sky in pursuit of the vampire. Lightning zigzagged, arcing from cloud to cloud, intense and ominous. Hues of deep purple and black smeared the sky so that the stars were slowly obliterated. Thunder reverberated through the valley, echoed down the canyons, heralding a storm of great magnitude. Far below, as the three hunters streaked across the roiling sky, wild creatures sensing dangerous predators hastily found shelter and remained very still. Domesticated dogs yelped in fear and hid as the dark shadows passed overhead. Dayan. Grigori's voice was compelling, a soft command. The beast is strong in you. Remember, you are in twofold danger. Your life mate is not locked to you. There is no anchor to hold you to the path. The violence will trigger the rising of the beast. It is a time for care, not rage. Along with your life, your soul is in mortal danger. Dayan could hear the purity of Grigori's voice, and it washed through the red haze of anger clouding his mind. For a moment he could see and hear clearly again, but then the thought of the vampire seeking Corinne, threatening her, consumed him again, and he continued his swift pursuit toward the enemy. Darius and Grigori, flying on either side of Dayan, easily kept pace, senses flaring out to scan for any hidden traps. The vampire wasn't attempting to conceal his line of retreat. They knew from centuries of experience that if he was seriously attempting to evade them, he would be throwing up more of a blind. Dayan was well aware of the vampire's intentions. He didn't care. He had tremendous confidence in his own strength and skill. Though he did not consider himself a hunter of the undead, he had often accompanied Darius on such hunts. It was his life mate who was threatened now, and their code of honor dictated it was Dayan's responsibility as well as his right to remove that threat. Suddenly an acid shower came from above the storm clouds, assaulting the flying hunters. Thin streaks of silvery light began to rain through the swirling black vapor. Almost impossible to see, the droplets burned with a caustic acid, searing the skin. The threads fell like poisonous darts straight at the hunters. They knew that the deadly shower was a delaying tactic of the fleeing vampire. Immediately Grigori rose above Dayan, instinctively protecting him. As Grigori took the higher position, Darius sent up a flaming streak of orange-red light, pure energy, vaporizing the slivers of acid before they could reach their targets. Dayan caught a glimpse of the vampire through the clouds, streaking across the sky. Dayan doubled his speed, moving straight as an arrow toward the fleeing vampire. He was a prog of Darius, had learned from him. Dayan believed in directness, taking the fight to the enemy. He felt the presence of the evil one, a thick oily substance left behind so that the air reeked with the stench of the undead. Dayan shot out a wave of vibrations, a high-frequency sound that deafened the skies and knocked the fleeing demon from the clouds. Just ahead they saw the figure struggling to shapeshift, to sprout wings. He was already dangerously close to the ground, and at the last possible moment, the vampire did an amazing athletic feat and spun, landing on his feet like a cat. At once he sought to cloak his presence from the hunters and the mortals occupying the area. Dayan. Darius's imperious warning was sharp. It is a trap. Scan. Dayan had automatically done so as he streaked in behind the vampire. There were 4 humans in a small cabin, all males. All fanatical. The stench of the society clung to them. Dayan knew they were not in league with the undead. The vampire was simply using them as another delaying tactic. Dayan was supremely confident in Darius and Grigori. Their reputations were legend. He didn't have to look to see that they were gliding in behind him. He knew they were there and trusted them to take care of the humans. I believe you wanted to introduce yourself, Dayan said softly to the vampire, his voice pure and melodious, the sound filling every atom of space around them though he hadn't raised his voice. You will turn and face me, vampire. I am quite willing to accept your challenge. The vampire shuddered with the effort to break free from the sound of that voice. It was made for golden tunes, truth and honesty. It was hideous to the creature, so that he pressed his hands hard against his ears in an attempt to block out the sound. He turned slowly, hands clamped to his head, his body swaying slightly. As he turned, he opened his mouth as if to speak. A black swarm of insects erupted all around him, the air thick with them, so many they appeared as a solid wall, for one brief second obscuring Dayan's vision of the undead. He was striding forward, easily blocking the stinging, poisonous bugs by deflecting them away from his body with a powerful current of moving air he produced with a casual wave of his hand. He continued moving rapidly, a blur as he whipped through the cloud of living shields. Dayan realized immediately that the vampire had used the insects to flee once again. He had disappeared as if he had never been, leaving behind an empty space in the air. Blankness. Behind him, Dayan heard the shouts of the humans, the loud discharge of a weapon. The air vibrated with power, the storm raged, yet nothing mattered but that he pursue his quarry, the vampire who had sought his life mate. He used the blankness to track the undead. The vampire was concealing his form, but Dayan wasn't fooled. The stench of his prey was overpowering, and he followed unerringly. He didn't glance behind him. He knew Darius and Grigori would be taking care of the enemy and would follow him as soon as possible. The storm was fierce, a boiling, spinning mass of heavy black clouds. Lightning arced from cloud to cloud, and there was a fast buildup of electrical charge along the ground. Bolts slammed from sky to earth, the sound deafening. The land shook. Nearby a large tree exploded in a fiery conflagration. Sparks rained onto vegetation. A wall of flames leapt at Dayan, solid, orange-red, a brilliant living, mindless antagonist roaring straight for him. At once he whirled quickly, a cloak of wet mist enveloping him as he raced through the fire with preternatural speed. He heard the sizzle of the mist as it heated and evaporated, but he was through and on the other side. A dark shadow was just ahead, fleeing toward the darkened interior of a thicket of trees. Dayan took to the air, shape-shifting as he did so, a streamlined raptor racing through the canopy of branches to reach the undead before it managed to get to its lair. He came in from high above, dropping down out of the turbulent sky so fast the vampire had no warning. The large body of the bird knocked the night creature off balance, sharp talons raking viciously so that tainted blood splattered to the carpet of vegetation, withering it on contact. Snarling, the vampire staggered, tearing blindly at the sky around him in an attempt to destroy his enemy, his head undulating back and forth like a reptile. He was a hideous, depraved being determined to live at all costs. Desperately, he tried to regain his balance, his bearings, searching the sky and ground for his attacker. Dayan was moving so fast he was a blur, a chameleon blending in with the trees, once more in human form. He struck straight at the abomination, the fury of the kill rising with the heat of battle. Flames leapt in the depths of his coal-black eyes, and every vestige of the poet was gone, leaving behind the beast with the lust of battle on him. His fist plunged through the wall of the vampire's chest, a flimsy barrier, straight for the withered, blackened heart. The age-old lure of the beast was on him. Bloodlust was a red haze clouding judgment and honor, beckoning relentlessly. More, always more, it demanded, never sated, never satisfied. Corinne heard the soft voice of the dark troubadour's acknowledged leader, Darius. A whisper of purity, soft and perfect, cleansing and healing like a fresh, cool rain. Corinne, you are needed. You must summon him back to you. No other can save him now. I will feed your strength with my own. Call him to your side. You must do so now. The voice was calm, tranquil even, yet she knew immediately there was a terrible urgency. She didn't stop to question. She was so tuned to Dayan, the moment she reached out for his mind, she felt the killing frenzy, the implacable grip of the beast. Corinne lay very still, instinctively taking a deep breath and letting it out to relax. She focused her thoughts on Dayan, blocking out everything else around her. The room fell away, the constraints of her physical condition fell away, even her awareness of Darius, until there was only Dayan in her mind. Her Dayan. Tall and sweet and loving. Generous. Giving. She closed her eyes until she could almost smell his clean woodsy scent. Dayan. Deliberately she used his name. Calling the man. Reaching for the intellect. Dayan, come back to me. At once he was there with her, merged deeply so that she was in the heat of his battle with the smell of blood and the lust for the kill dominating his brain. She was quiet a moment, faintly shocked at actually witnessing the violent side of him she had always sensed. Corinne lay very quietly, stayed completely focused. Unknowingly, she used her own talent, creating a surge of power. This was simply another side of Dayan. Her Dayan. Come back to me. Leave that place and return to where you are needed. She put all her energy into her call, but that didn't matter. Dayan was all that mattered. She sensed the terrible struggle. Something else was fighting for him. Something shadowy, not tangible, but nevertheless, very powerful. She felt the dark stains spreading like a disease through him, the triumph of the beast as it threatened to consume him. At first, Corinne believed he was locked in mortal combat with the vampire. Whatever it was, his adversary was evil and greedy, and it wanted Dayan. Then she realized the vampire was dying. This other force struggling with her wanted Dayan's soul, wanted to turn him into the very thing he hunted and destroyed. She understood little of it, but instinctively she latched on to the mental strength flowing from Darius into her. She regulated her breathing, worked at regulating Dayan's. Adrenaline was pumping through his body, mixing with the frenzied savagery of the predator until he was more animal than man. Cunning, feral, a creature of the night. You're Dayan, a musician without equal, a poet with words that take my breath away. You are my life mate, my heart and soul. Come back to me, Dayan. Leave that place. Leave that poor unfortunate aberration. Pray God will find him a better place. You can do nothing more for him. Come home to me. She spoke from her deepest core, meaning every word, feeling every word. He was so deeply entrenched in her heart, buried so deeply in her soul, she didn't know where he left off and she began. For a moment, reason and judgment shimmered in his brain, a whirling silver mist breaking through the red killing haze. Corinne? His voice was distant, a faraway thread of sound, drowned out quickly by a bellow of rage. Corinne remained very calm, sending waves of love and tranquility to Dayan. Darius was with her, guiding her from a great distance. On some level she was aware of his direction, but most of her actions were instinctive. This was Dayan, her other half, and he was out in the dark night somewhere with lightning and thunder crashing to earth around him, a fitting backdrop for the turbulence in his mind. They were merged so closely, she could feel the wild winds, the terrible vortex of violence, whirling like a tornado, strong and destructive, determined to sweep aside the man and leave the aroused beast. Dayan, come back to me. Leave that place and come to me. The baby is resting quietly and I'm very tired. I need you here where you belong. She was tired. The mind link was difficult for her even with Darius's strength infusing her. Her body was worn and tired. A sound was beginning to impose itself into the violence of Dayan's mind. It was weak, irregular, a soft thumping like a distant drum. The code was strange and erratic. A beat. A miss. Corinne felt Dayan move within her mind. A soft hiss, a groan of despair. Corinne. Her name was whispered in that velvet soft voice. She closed her eyes, certain he would come. The beast could never hold him when she needed him. Nothing would stop him from coming to her. She felt the strength of his determination, knew he was wrestling for supremacy, to cage the beast within him. Corinne left him to it. Breathing was an effort now, her lungs laboring. She felt Desari at her side, holding her hand, whispering a chant. She felt the healing energy of the three women. It was a warm tingling moving through her body. Desari was tranquil, she was always serene, yet Corinne sensed an alarm. It didn't matter, none of it did. Dayan was on his way, and she knew he would somehow make things right. She wanted to hear the sound of his voice. Corinne drifted in a dream world. She heard his music, the beautiful poetic words that emerged from his soul as he expressed his need for love. His need for Corinne. Only Corinne. She believed him at last. He could do things others could not, and he would come back to her from the dark, terrible struggle for his soul. She had faith. Complete faith. She murmured the words aloud, but her voice was too soft even for the acute hearing she had acquired recently. Dayan. His name was her strength, her anchor so that she wouldn't drift too far from the real world. Corinne. His voice whispered through her mind, filled her heart and lungs, so for a moment it was easier to breathe. Her long lashes fluttered as she tried to reassure the women she was still alive. Her lashes were far heavier than she remembered them being. In the end, it was too much of an effort to raise them, so she made herself smile instead. I knew you would come. Hurry, Dayan. I don't know why I'm so tired. Corinne was certain she thought the words clearly in her mind, but they seemed to be slurred, running together like fine grains of sand. Her free hand moved slowly over the thick quilt, seeking something she needed. Desari bunched up the comforter so that one particular symbol was under Corinne's moving fingers. At once Corinne's hand closed around it, tranquil once more. Dayan streaked through the sky, faster than he had ever moved in his life. Corinne was fading away. He could feel her sliding away from him, moving in a direction he dared not allow her to go. Dark vapor parted as he burst through the clouds, a streak of blue-green against the roiling black of the heavens. Mist swirled in long tails along the ground and began to build up around the trees and houses. Darius kept pace with him, concentrating on the child, whose hold on life was so fragile he was uncharacteristically worried. Grigori was attempting to hold Corinne to earth, focusing on her fading heart. The amount of energy she'd used to keep Dayan from succumbing to the lure of the kill had been more than her weak heart could stand. Corinne was fighting it, wasn't afraid, she simply trusted in Dayan, knew that he would be there for her as she had been for him. Dayan could find no recrimination in her mind, no shock at the knowledge of his darker side. She was as accepting of him as ever, and her acceptance humbled him. As he moved across the night sky with the raging storm reflecting his inner turbulence, he gathered himself, preparing for the ceremony to come. He had no choice. He had to bind her to him for both of their sakes. He had to give her his healing blood. The baby was at risk, and Dayan, more than any other, knew the loss of her child was the one thing Corinne would never accept. She would trade her life for that of the baby. Dayan shimmered into a solid frame, bending over Corinne as he did so, his large hand engulfing hers as he brought it to his mouth. Her lashes didn't lift, but her soft mouth curved. I knew you would come. Chapter 15. They were gathering. Dayan wrapped Corinne in the quilt she loved so much to transport her to the cave of healing. He held her easily, her weight no more than that of a child to him. He held her carefully, his most precious treasure in all the world, sheltering her body from the elements as he whisked her through the night sky. Corinne rubbed her face on his shoulder, snuggling closer to him, once more feeling connected to him in a strange dream world. The wind was blowing hard, tugging at her body as they rushed through the air, but it was exhilarating rather than frightening. She felt perfectly safe, perfectly protected in Dayan's arms, even traveling at such a fast pace and in such a bizarre fashion. She turned her face up to the sky, observing the purplish hues streaking across the rolling black clouds. It was unbelievably beautiful, and she found tears burning in her eyes. This was Dayan's world, a place of magic. The night was his, and he could soar like an eagle or run through a forest as fast as a wolf. Corinne had never been able to run in her life. This was her moment, her last moment to fly. Dayan, reading her thoughts, blinked back the tears threatening to burn his eyes and choke his throat. Not so, love. We have eternity. As they sped through the waning storm, Darius and Grigori remained very close to Dayan and Corinne. Desari's life mate, Julian, was also on his way to the cave, still a distance away. He had been designated the cleanup man, assigned to erase all evidence of the destroyed vampire and the human members of the society the vampire had used to try to throw the hunters off his trail. Corinne was content to rest in Dayan's arms. She knew the others were arriving, some in pairs, some alone. She was fast gaining the attributes of Dayan's people. Her hearing was far more acute. She could see clearly in the night. Her talent was telekinesis, yet now she felt things much more deeply. She knew the Carpathian people were gathering to help Dayan, save her life, and the life of her unborn daughter. The healers were preparing for an early birth, perhaps even an attempt to take the child should Corinne not survive. She wasn't certain whether she was receiving the information from Dayan or she was so connected to the healers that she was reading their minds by herself. Dayan glided across the floor of the healing cave, holding Corinne close to him. They seemed to be floating, featherlight, unconnected to the ground. Lights sprang up, hundreds of them, candle after candle, so that the flames flickered and danced on the walls of the cave. It was beautiful. The multicolored crystals, some tall towers, others in rows of squat columns, shimmered with muted fire. Gems picked up the colors and flames, amplifying them and generating replicas all over the chamber, adding to the brilliance. The candles gave off that strange, soothing fragrance Corinne remembered from before. The combination of scents instilled a peaceful tranquility in all who could take it into their lungs. She felt the power of the place moving through her body, as well as the combined strength of the healers. Corinne made the effort to look around herself, wanting to see these people who had traveled long distances, some of them across oceans, to aid in the efforts to save her life and that of her daughter. She recognized some faces from her first trip to the cave, but there were more now. In her mind, she could hear the soft chant of voices, not just of the people in the cave, but also those of unknown Carpathians far away. She knew from Dayan that this was a well-coordinated effort on the part of the healers, who were determined not to lose her to death. Determined not to lose Dayan. Not to lose her baby. Corinne was grateful to them all, but it seemed as if it were all happening to someone else. She was observing everything as if she were hovering above the scene, rather than in the center of it. There were males determined to save her for more reasons than simple sympathy. She was a female of great psychic talent, proven to be capable of conceiving a daughter of extraordinary psychic talent. Her daughter was already prized by these people, a treasure they would guard and protect should something happen to her. She felt it. She read it in their minds, merged as they all were together. She turned her attention to Dayan. He was pale, lines etched deeply into his handsome face. His black eyes drifted over her face lovingly in a brooding, sensual study that melted her heart. He looked alone, raw, vulnerable. Corinne lifted her hand and touched his face, her fingertips gentle as they traced his mouth. "Don't look so sad, Dayan," she said softly. "You came back, that's all that matters. I should never have left you. There were other hunters who could have killed the vampire. I should have been strong enough to overcome my nature." He was exposing more than his guilt to her. He was exposing his heart and soul, laying them out in front of her, uncaring that she saw his naked vulnerability, his sorrow, his fear. "You are my life, Corinne, everything to me. I want you to fight. Not just for the baby, but for us. Know you are fighting for both of our lives. Keep that knowledge in your heart and mind and soul as you unite with me and with my people to preserve your life, all of our lives." Corinne smiled up at him, a slow, loving smile. "I'm not afraid, Dayan, and I don't want you to be either." He bent his dark head to close the inches between them, uncaring that there were so many witnesses. His mouth found hers gently, tenderly, in a dark melody of heart-wrenching love. He lifted his head slowly, reluctantly. Her heart was struggling now with every beat. They all could hear it despite the sound of the water pouring into the cave, despite the chanting of the ancients joining in from faraway countries. Grigori positioned himself on Corinne's right side, took her small pale hand in his. Darius approached on the left, laid his hand gently over the small mound of her abdomen. Around the large cave, the Carpathians reached out to one another, linking physically as well as mentally. Julian and Desari stood tall behind Dayan and rested their hands in firm comfort on Dayan's shoulders. "We cannot risk a repeat of tonight's events," Darius counseled. "You must bind her to you as you give her your blood. It is necessary, Dayan. I will not take a chance with her life. She would not survive a separation in her fragile state." Dayan was adamant. "Then you must stay with her at all times, awake or asleep. I do not see that she fears very much. It is better to risk her knowledge of our weakness than another close encounter with the beast." There was a finality about the decree. Darius had led his group of Carpathians fearlessly down through the long centuries. They trusted his wisdom and skills. His word was rarely questioned. Corinne knew that the man Dayan referred to as his brother was speaking telepathically to him. "I can feel his concern for you, Dayan. Whatever he wants you to do, please do it." She whispered the words against his throat. I do not want you to suffer any more on my behalf. She smiled at him, although her lashes were sweeping down. I've never suffered on your behalf. What an idea. My heart has been failing since the day I was born. You have nothing to do with it. Are you certain? Be certain, Corinne. There is no going back. Each step forward you take is another step into my world. I have never been more certain. Whatever world you're in, Dayan, I belong there too. She could hardly speak now. There was a moment of stillness in the cave. Awaiting. Corinne knew the moment Darius and Gregory merged with her, Gregory traveling through her body to her daughter. I love you. She whispered the words to Dayan, wanting him to know, wanting him to realize that if this didn't go the way they all intended, he had been loved unconditionally, accepted unconditionally, even if they had never had the opportunity to consummate their love. Dayan kissed her forehead, her eyelids, then his mouth drifted down to hers. He took possession with elemental hunger, with raw aching need, rocking the earth for both of them. I claim you as my life mate, he whispered softly to her, against her lips, amid the ancient healing chant. His mouth skimmed over her neck, feather-light, sensual, a whisper of satin and silk. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. White-hot pain lanced through her body, gave way instantly to a pure pleasure arcing through her, through both of them. Corinne felt drowsy, unexpectedly sensual. Her body clenched and burned with heat and need. She tried to stay awake, not drift, wanting to experience the beauty of what was happening, wanting to lend her feeble strength to that of all the others fighting for her life, but she found herself relaxing beneath the connection. She felt the sweep of his tongue. As he closed the tiny pinpricks, his mouth moved gently along her throat, up to the corner of her lips. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. With her new awareness, Corinne sensed when Dayan further distanced her from what was happening. As though in a dream, she observed one fingernail lengthening into a single long talon, dagger-sharp. He slit his chest, opening the heavy muscle, pressing her mouth to him so that his blood ran into her. She was astonished to find herself drinking almost ravenously, astonished to find she wasn't in the least repulsed. Strength seemed to pour into her body, a richness unlike anything she had ever experienced. This time she felt his power, felt the greedy way her cells and tissues absorbed the gift of life he was sharing with her. Dayan was holding her with exquisite tenderness, looking down at her, as if she were the most beautiful woman in the world, a treasure, a priceless gift he was guarding. Corinne felt tears burning in her throat, in her eyes. He was so handsome, so tortured, his face etched with lines of worry and sorrow she had put there. You're my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always. In my care. He whispered the last of the ritual words, binding them together. In the Carpathian ceremony. As old as time. The words were imprinted upon him and all other males even before they were born. Each male had the extraordinary ability to bind his life mate to him for eternity. Corinne felt it immediately, her soul, her heart, even her mind, reaching for his. It was as if thousands of threads were weaving them together, forming an unbreakable bond. She became even more aware of what was happening inside her body. Gregory was working hard to repair the damage to her disintegrating heart, while Darius was monitoring the baby for potential problems caused by the rich blood pouring into her body. Inside Corinne, organs and tissues were actually reshaping, and the same thing was happening to her daughter. Corinne knew the moment the richness and power became too much for the baby. She heard her own protest, made the effort of movement away from Dayan even as Darius gave him the command to stop. It was Julian who closed the wound on Dayan's chest with his own healing saliva. For a moment Corinne lay there, afraid to think or breathe, wrapped in the soothing quilt and the shelter of Dayan's strong arms. Her baby was struggling to survive. The blood was changing her tiny body too fast. It was uncomfortable and frightening for the infant. Corinne heard Darius whispering to the child, conveying images more than words. Beautiful, tranquil, soothing images. The child was aware of her environment deteriorating, of the changes taking place rapidly in her body. Corinne added her own voice to comfort her daughter. Dayan joined with her, merging them together, offering his love and comfort and commitment to the baby. And then Grigori joined them. Corinne was astonished at the power and strength emanating from Grigori, the skill he used to keep the baby from leaving the uncomfortable home she was dwelling in. The baby's body was hot, her insides on fire. Grigori soothed her and provided a cooling balm for the twisting pain. Corinne blinked rapidly as tears ran down her face. She's suffering because of me, what you're doing for me. The cry was torn from her heart. It hurts her. I can feel that it hurts her. At once her heartbeat was irregular, sounding loud and uneven in the cave. Desari reached around Dayan to squeeze Corinne's hand. Corinne. Desari spoke aloud so the sound of her voice would be an anchor of calm. Dayan's blood is the only thing keeping both you and the baby alive. Conversion is difficult on the body, and it is painful. Darius is doing what he can to minimize the baby's pain, and we are adding our strength to his, but we cannot take all of it away. Her body is tiny, and a small amount of blood will cause major changes in her. You have need of conversion. The repairs to your heart are not going to hold more than a day or two, perhaps only hours. The child will be born, and we must be ready for that. We are giving her time you can ill afford. With this blood, with her body changing, we hope her heart and lungs will be mature enough to withstand the outside world. It is a trade-off none of us are happy making, but it is deemed necessary. Dayan leaned down, his dark eyes moving lovingly over Corinne's face. You cannot panic now, my love. We have chosen a path and have already embarked upon it. We're on the journey together. She will grow strong, trust Darius. He is family. Our family, her family. And put your faith in Grigori. He is a great healer and will do everything possible to protect our unborn child. Neither Darius nor his brother lose the battles in which they choose to engage. Corinne reminded herself to breathe oxygen for the baby, or perhaps it was one of the others reminding her. She was aware of the minds sharing together, a path slightly different from the one she used exclusively with Dayan. Theirs was private, seemed intimate, sensual. This was different, yet still felt comfortable and caring. Cradled as she was in Dayan's arms, she felt sheltered and cherished by his family and friends. She was exhausted, and she didn't want to feel that way. They were all trying so hard, and Grigori and Darius were expending tremendous energy on her behalf. She wanted to be better for them all, but her heart was stuttering, and throughout her body a strange lethargy was spreading. It left her weak and unable to do more than lie in Dayan's arms, breathing in and out as slowly and steadily as she was able. Desari glanced apprehensively at Darius's face. He was drawn and pale from the fight for the child's life. Grigori shook his head. One rising, perhaps two at the most. The child will benefit from every hour we can win for her. He put his hand over Corinne's. She is a fighter like you. She accepts what is happening to her, taking her example from you. I know this has been difficult, it is all new and completely foreign to you, but you are doing very well. We will not lose your daughter. She is willing to fight with us, and that is more than half the battle. Thank you. Corinne forced her voice to speak aloud, a thin, reedy whisper of sound, but Grigori heard her clearly. She gave up after that, closing her eyes and snuggling closer into the warmth and strength of Dayan's body. She can no longer regulate her body heat, Dayan said anxiously to Grigori. Why is she not responding to the blood and your healing? She did respond, Dayan, Grigori replied quietly. Her heart is still beating despite the fact that it is disintegrating at a rapid rate. She is using all her energy just to live. When she can no longer continue with her strength of will, with the strength we are lending her, then you must convert her immediately. We must be prepared. It will happen fast. Pray it happens during our strongest hour, not when the sun is at its peak. Dayan paled visibly. That cannot happen. The child is aware of the danger, Darius said softly, his voice a perfect blend of power and velvet. She will endeavor to hold on during our weakest hours. She understands and will fight to hold on. I am not completely powerless at that time and will help should the birth start early, but I can do nothing if Corinne's heart should fail her, Grigori said. Then I will convert her now, Dayan said, his black eyes flickering with the flames reflecting off the crystals. A cold wind seemed to sweep through the huge chamber so that the flickering lights of the candles grew and danced in a mad frenzy. Corinne's small hand fluttered, found Dayan's mouth, her fingertips moving gently over his perfectly chiseled features in a gesture of tender recrimination. You promised me, Dayan. I hold you to your word. At once he pressed a kiss into the center of her palm, held her hand to him tightly as if he could chain her to earth with him. I can do no other than honor it. Corinne. Savannah's voice was very soft. Shay is a great healer. Before she became one of us, she was a surgeon, human, much like yourself. Remember? We spoke of her. I have called her. She is making her way swiftly to us. She will be of great help to us with your baby. Do you understand me? Corinne nodded. I understand what you're trying to tell me. I'll hang on until she arrives. If it gives my baby a better chance, I'll do anything. Shay is an exceptional woman, Grigori added. She has long researched this particular problem and is hopeful she has found ways to aid our children as they grow. Corinne is very tired, Dayan said softly. Thank you all for your help. Corinne was aware of movement in the chamber, another flurry of activity as a bed was prepared for her. There was no thought of returning her to the surface, to the house they had originally taken her to. She would remain with Dayan deep within the crystal world until her heart ceased to provide her with life. Dayan held her close to him as he murmured his thanks to the vague, shadowy figures moving out of the chamber. Corinne was content to lie in his arms, feeling his solid frame, grateful for the strength in him. The chamber was filled with a fragrance that seemed to envelop her in tranquility, serenity. She felt at peace, free to enjoy what she could of this strange underground world. Darius leaned down to rest his hand on the top of her silky hair. Welcome to our family, little sister. We are grateful you have been found. His hand slipped away, and he moved silently, taking the sense of his enormous power with him. Tempest bent to kiss her cheek. Be strong, Corinne, and welcome. She took Darius's outstretched hand and followed him out. Desari and Julian brushed a welcoming kiss of encouragement on her forehead, exchanged a soft word with Dayan and glided out. Grigori and his lightmate Savannah were the last to slip away. They reassured Dayan they would be close by should there be need. At last, Dayan whispered softly, "We are alone." He settled Corinne comfortably in the bed. The sound of the waterfall should have been loud, but already Corinne had learned to mute her hearing, so it was one less thing Dayan needed to do for her. He tucked the quilt around her. After the baby is born, you will be fully healed, and I am going to spend endless nights making love to you. Has my hair turned color yet? I expect to rise with white hair after all these scares. She smiled, her hand tangling in his long black hair. I love your hair just the way it is. Don't get white hair on my account. Which one of us was the nutcase going out to fight the unholy dragon? What was that anyway? It was too much trouble to use her voice, so she slipped into the intimacy of mind merge. You thought you needed an adventure? White Knight charging the burning fires with a bucketful of water. He laughed softly as he stretched out beside her and once more gathered her close to him. You're mixing up your stories. His fingertips slid over her beloved face, tracing each delicate bone, every classical curve. It's so beautiful here. Corinne's eyes were closed and her voice was drowsily contented. I knew it would be like this. I used to dream about exploring new worlds. I wanted to swim in the ocean and see the coral reefs. Her fingers rubbed at his hair. You've given me so much in so short a time, Dayan. Thank you. I've flown through the sky like a bird. I was able to go beneath the ground and see crystals and gems. A smile tugged intriguingly at the corners of her mouth. I met some very famous musicians, my life's dream, you know. Dayan closed his eyes tightly, felt a hand squeezing his heart like a vice. His chest burned with terror. She was slipping out of their mind merge and using her voice, entirely unaware of it. I love you, Corinne, he whispered aloud. I love you too. She was drifting in his arms. Show me what it's like to be you, Dayan, to run and fly and have such wonderful freedom. She felt his terrible sorrow and instinctively wanted to ease his burden. Her fingers tugged gently at his hair, willing him to take her with him on an incredible journey through time and space. I can't take you traveling, he said softly, aching to give her anything she wanted, wishing he could cradle her in his arms and fly across the night sky with her. The weather is turning cold and a storm is approaching. It wouldn't be safe. Where is your imagination tonight, Dayan? Where is my poet? Sing for me and let me see your memories. I want the wild ones of running and jumping, things I could never dare to imagine for myself. Share that with me. She didn't open her eyes to look at him, yet he felt her inside him, deep where it mattered. Dayan leaned closer, put his hand over her daughter, their daughter, John's daughter, to include her, to show her his world of the night. He felt the baby move in answer, and he found himself smiling. Corinne slipped her hand over Dayan's, threading her fingers through his larger ones. He blocked out his fear, his terror of losing both of them to death, and he merged his mind fully with Corinne's. She allowed his memories to sweep through her, to carry her off so she could feel the power coursing through her body as he shifted shape. Fur rippled across his skin, and his muscles became sinewy ropes stretching over his body. They merged together deep within the leopard's body. The cat padded slowly, confidently through the jungle, moving through dense vegetation almost lazily. It was amazing. She could feel the wind ruffling the leopard's fur, smell the scents in the air. She knew what was happening all around her from the tips of its whiskers. It's like radar. Dayan was happy he was delighting her. The leopard leapt casually from the forest floor to a tree branch 6 feet above its head. It was effortless, an easy movement of sleek muscles, similar to a casual shrug. All around was the dense jungle, the huge leaves and sword-like fronds reaching toward the sky. The overhead canopy was swaying with the breeze, allowing banded rays of light to cast dancing shadows over the ground below. Corinne was amazed at the leopard's piercing intelligence. At first she thought it was because Dayan was occupying the large cat's body, but then she realized his mind remained hidden deep while the animal moved and hunted. You and the leopard coexist in its body. This is a memory from my childhood. I needed to learn skills. Leopards are truly amazing creatures. They are quick and cunning, wary, and always difficult to detect. They adapt well to various environments, from the jungle to the desert. We explored the various habitats in order to gain more knowledge. Animals provide tremendous knowledge of our world. Corinne found the subject fascinating and was greatly impressed by his deep appreciation and respect for animals. Show me more. This time the terrain was completely different. The leopard even appeared different. It had a longer coat and larger spots. Corinne examined it carefully. It looks like a snow leopard, but not exactly. This species is called the Amur leopard, named for the river border between Russia and China. We found them in a narrow mountain chain along the borders of Russia, North Korea, and China. They are very beautiful, but game is scarce and they are hard-pressed by the threat of extinction, much like our species. At once he felt a rush of sadness that seemed linked to his own. They were merged so deeply, he couldn't tell where she left off and he started. It was an intimacy he was unfamiliar with, yet it felt right. He had a home now, and her name was Corinne. She was his world, the very air he breathed into his lungs. He couldn't bear for her to be sad, even over such an important issue as a dying species. Dayan called on his memories, conveying the stalk of the leopard as it moved relentlessly, with single-minded purpose toward its prey. The eyes were focused, intent, merciless. She could feel the wildness sweep over her, through Dayan. Dayan felt Corinne draw a deep, excited breath. The baby jumped beneath his palm. At once Corinne reached out to the infant soothingly. Immediately Dayan added his own comfort. Her mother's happiness coupled with Dayan's reassurance allowed the baby to accept the new impressions more easily. He changed the memory again, drawing on something less frightening, the simple mechanics of a cat's everyday life. The leopard stretched out on the limb of a tree and stood for a long moment, testing the wind for the wealth of information it would impart. It stretched lazily and leapt to the ground. Patting on Silent Paws, it moved through the jungle back toward the small stream where it could drink. All around were traces of smaller creatures, scurrying out of harm's way as the cat traveled quickly through the dense cover. It began to run, a sprint of speed and power, moving quickly for the sheer pleasure of it. It was Dayan's memory, his boyhood enjoyment of occupying the body of the leopard, and Corinne was grateful for the sharing. He took her from that long-ago jungle to a modern-day concert, a large room crowded with people talking and laughing. The lights went low and there was a sudden hush of anticipation. The moment stretched out. Corinne waited with every bit as much excitement as the crowd for the appearance of the band. The Dark Troubadours, renowned for their music, for the beauty of their lyrics and phenomenal talent with instruments. Suddenly, the band came running onto the stage and the crowd roared, rising, stomping, and clapping wildly. "You're incredibly handsome." There was pride in her thoughts, a pleased, rather possessive pleasure that made him incredibly happy. Dayan's fingertip traced the curve of her mouth. "My little groupie," he teased and bent his head to claim her lips. He couldn't help himself. He craved the taste and feel of her silken mouth. He was exquisitely tender, yet fiercely possessive, raw with aching need. Corinne responded with the same heated tenderness, her only way to express her growing love for this wild, lonely man. She slipped her arms around his neck to cradle his head to her, a tremendous effort when her body was so tired and worn. At once Dayan felt her weariness and slowly, reluctantly broke the contact to kiss the corner of her mouth, her chin, the line of her soft, vulnerable throat. He ached with love for her, felt that same ache in her. It humbled him like nothing else ever could have. He could read her every thought, easily see into her memories. He had been alone for centuries, surrounded by people he only had memories of loving. She had changed his world, brought so much to him. Corinne accepted him for what he was. She was gaining access to his memories and his thoughts through their continual mind merge, and now the binding ritual and his blood tie, but her acceptance ran deeper than all of that. He felt it, saw acceptance not because they were life mates, but based on a deep love and commitment to him. Corinne had faith in herself and her judgment. She sensed good in him and embraced it. She loved the poet in him, the way he expressed himself in his music and lyrics. She accepted the darker side of him, knew it was his nature, part of who he was. She believed in him and who he was. What he was. "I want you to sleep, my love," he whispered softly, his mouth traveling along her delicate collarbone. "I can feel that you are tired. Just let go and sleep. It will give your body a chance to rest. I will remain here beside you." Her slender arms slipped reluctantly from around his neck to fall limply onto the quilt. His wandering mouth was robbing her of the ability to think properly. If she closed her eyes, burning tears sprang to life, tangled in her lashes. She ached for him, for his terrible sorrow. He didn't want to go to sleep. He was terrified that when he rose she would be lost to him. His normal calm was totally destroyed. Corinne recognized, with her new awareness, that she was becoming more and more like Dayan, gifted with enhanced abilities. "Are you safe here with me?" She was soothing him, trying to reassure him. Dayan captured her hand, brought it to his mouth. His strong teeth nibbled with extraordinary gentleness at her fingertips. She was turning him inside out. "We are deep beneath the earth. I do not always have to sleep beneath a blanket of nurturing soil. I would rather remain beside you. If you should wake before sunset, do not be frightened. My body will give the appearance of mortal death. But it is merely rejuvenating. It is a natural state for Carpathians, Corinne. I would not want you to become alarmed in any way." She smiled at his assurances. Everything about Dayan was extraordinary. Magical. She could believe anything of him, even rising from what might seem a dead state. She had discovered images in his mind. Carpathians rested in a state much like suspended animation. She felt the welcoming of the healing soil as he felt it, as a natural state, in which he could be truly one with the earth and the sky. "I won't be afraid, Dayan, if I wake. I'll be expecting you to appear like Sleeping Beauty." Her voice was so faint it was barely discernible to the human ear, but Dayan could hear her without trouble. There was a smile in her voice. If I kiss you, will that wake you? If you have need of me, Corinne, he knew she was teasing him, but he answered solemnly, I will hear you. Deliberately, he laced his fingers through hers, holding her body close to his. I will always hear your call to me. I know you will. I'm not afraid anymore, Dayan. I'm not. Whatever will happen, will happen. We've done the best that we can to prepare for this. Either I live through it and we get the happily ever after ending, or I don't. I want to enjoy my time with you every minute, every second. Please don't feel so afraid for me. He could feel his heart pounding out a rhythm of fear in his chest. He took a breath, deep, dragging her scent into his lungs. Dragging in serenity, a tranquil state of mind. He allowed it to flow over him, through him, knowing that what she said was true. I do not fear traveling to another world. If you are there, that is where both of us will be. I hope to stay in this time and place to share the beauty of this world with you. I want to be able to once again feel love for my family and raise our children here with them before traveling onward. But if it is not meant to be, then so be it. Corinne lay beside him, drifting in a semi-dreamlike state. The baby moved inside her beneath Dayan's warm hand. It connected the three of them. Dayan felt that connection very strongly, and Corinne found herself smiling, relaxed, and totally happy. He had given her a treasure beyond any price. He had loved her the way she was, with her heart disintegrating and another man's child in her body. He loved her with her strange talent and matter-of-fact ways. She had been accepted for who and what she was. No more and no less. No one could ask for more. She wanted to hear his music, to drift off into her dreams of him with the sound of his songs in her ears. Dayan felt her wish in his mind, looked around the cave, suddenly aware that he was without his precious instrument and that he hadn't once thought of it. He always had it in his hands, yet now when it was needed, it was nowhere in sight. Your security blanket. There was a trace of laughter, as if she felt his panic welling up. Baby. Dayan found himself laughing, relaxing in the warmth of her company. I cannot play for you without my guitar. I'm not letting you off the hook that easily. Sing for us. The baby and me. You don't need your instrument to sing to us. She sounded incredibly smug, teasing, and happy. Dayan pulled her firmly against him so that her head fit snugly into his shoulder. He could do no other than oblige. His beautiful voice was filled with his love, the lyrics pouring out of him like molten gold. She fell asleep in his arms with a small smile curving her mouth. Beneath his hand, the infant snuggled closer and drifted off with her mother. Chapter 16. Corinne woke, her body rippling with pain. She heard the soft echoing cry of the baby and was frightened that her time to give birth had come too soon. It was that small, forlorn cry in her mind that kept Corinne calm. She took a deep, slow breath to provide her daughter with precious oxygen. We're all right, baby, she crooned softly. We expected this to happen. It was very dark in the cave. Only the water shining like black silver gave off a faint light, a reflection from a vent far overhead, yet Corinne could see as clearly as if it were daytime. She took a cautious inventory of her body, excited, afraid, yet determined. She tried not to notice that her heart was pounding far too hard and laboring sluggishly. She didn't want to think of dying or to be frightened by it. She had loved. Completely. Totally. Without reservation. And she had been loved in return the same way. How many others could say that? And she knew she would accomplish this most important, most monumental task of her lifetime. She would leave a legacy of beauty and wonder. A treasure for the world. Her daughter. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, centering herself. She could do this. She could always do what was required of her. More than anything else in her life, this was her important moment. Giving life to her daughter. We can do this, baby, she whispered softly. Together. The two of us. We can do this. So many other women had gone before her, and there would be millions after her, but this was her moment in time, and she wouldn't fail her daughter. Corinne turned her head slowly to look at Dayan. He lay beside her absolutely motionless. He was very pale, there was no discernible rise and fall to his chest. His skin, usually hot to the touch, was stone cold. He lay as if dead. She found his long, dark, silky hair and tangled her fingers in it to connect with him. She needed him solid and real beside her. Asleep or awake, he reassured her with his presence. The sun hadn't yet set, but instinctively she knew the time was close. It was strange not to have Dayan a shadow in her mind. He had been there so much, she took it for granted now, although she hadn't realized until just then that she felt so connected to him at all times. How much it mattered. So, my love, it is happening. Her fingers tightened in his hair. She held the silken strands against her face. I think we're ready for it, as ready as anyone can be. I love you very much. Hear me, Dayan. I love you. The wave started again, a long, angry ripple that seemed to rise higher and higher so that she breathed over the top of it, concentrating on the air moving through her lungs, winding its way to her baby. The child was uncomfortable, frightened. Something was squeezing down on her, pressing her to move, but she didn't want it to happen yet. Instinct took over and mother and child began to work in a kind of union. Corinne commanded her body to stay relaxed and tranquil, breathing through the uncomfortable contractions, all the while soothing the baby with her mind. She found herself astonished that she could touch the infant's mind, that the baby was so intelligent and aware at such a young age. The baby would warn her before Corinne actually felt the onset of a contraction, enabling her to take a deep, calming breath and breathe her way through each one. She wished she could get up and walk around, knowing it would speed up the process, but didn't dare take the chance. Despite her determination not to panic, Corinne found fear flooding her as the contractions increased and a heavy stone seemed to settle in the vicinity of her chest. She knew the instant Dayan awoke. He was there in her mind even as he drew his first breath, even as the sound of his heart filled the chamber with its reassuring, steady beat. Her rock. Her anchor. Dayan. She breathed his name, inhaled his scent. Of course, he would come to her in her time of need. His hand moved over her face, a loving, tender gesture. She could feel his love for her pouring out of his heart and soul and into hers. You will never be alone, my love, not ever again. Whatever happens here this night, I will be with you. I'm glad you're with me. I wanted Lisa, but I know she would have had a difficult time coping. I couldn't lean on her too hard. That makes her feel so guilty. She doesn't realize she has given me so many other gifts. I don't need to lean on her to love her. Her breath caught in her throat as the next contraction began to swell like a great tide. It is time. He made it a soft statement. His voice was velvet soft. His black eyes met her moss-green ones, and instantly she was falling through time and space into a deep, fathomless well. Dayan shifted position even as he held her mesmerized within his hypnotic gaze. Her time has come. The baby is coming, and her heart is failing. We have need of healers now. He sent the call out into the night, knowing the others were somewhere close by, sleeping beneath the soil in the network of underground tunnels and chambers. His call would awaken them instantly. He held her in the thrall of his gaze, removing the pain from the experience of labor to rest her heart. He could hear it, the terrible skipping, the heralding of disaster. Her body was already worn out, and she was just beginning. I can't feel the contractions anymore, she whispered. I'm supposed to help the baby through this, Dayan. If I can't feel what's happening, how can I help her? I am simply blocking the pain as mortals often do with medications when they give birth. You will feel the contractions without the discomfort of labor. He was outwardly calm, tranquil within his mind where she was safely merged with him. Deep inside, where she couldn't see, a hand was squeezing his heart like a vice. There is no need to put unnecessary strain on your heart if I can prevent it. He tried to sound matter-of-fact. The moment the contraction was over, Dayan pulled her into his arms, sensing her need to change position. Corinne was devoting every ounce of will to keep her heart going, but the labor was depleting her energy quickly. Dayan buried his face in the silky strands of her hair, hiding there for a moment while he forced away his own fears. I wish I could do this for you, Corinne, he murmured softly. She tilted her head to kiss him. Lisa is fragile, Dayan. She's my family and I love her very much. Corinne found it difficult to catch enough breath to speak. Dayan held her in his strong arms as if that would keep her from traveling beyond his world. SSH, honey, I will see to it that Lisa is protected and loved all her life. You do not need to worry about her. But what if I don't make it, Dayan? Who will tell her? How will she get here to be with the baby and you? Cullen. Cullen is doing very well at the moment, resting comfortably with Lisa holding his hand, he assured her quickly. Sindel and Barak are guarding them, making sure no harm comes to either of them. I can touch them at any time, as you are able to do. You have only to send your fears to our brethren and they will reassure you as I am doing. Sindel knows you are in labor. She is monitoring us as I am monitoring them. Don't let her tell Lisa anything is wrong. If something happens to me, you go to Lisa yourself. You go, Dayan. You must be the one to tell her. I want you to remain quiet, honey. Conserve your energy. Your job is to stay alive through this, to give life to our child. Do not worry about something that may never happen, and certainly not about Lisa, who is perfectly safe. The next contraction swept through her body, much more intense than the last. Her heart erupted into a violent, frenzied pounding. It was impossible to breathe. A stone was crushing her chest, and inside her, the baby went very, very quiet. Panic welled up as she fought just to breathe. She knew Dayan was aiding her, yet she couldn't draw air into her lungs. Grigori shimmered into the room. One moment there was no one beside the bed, and in the next instant, he stood tall and straight, invincible. His smile looked reassuring, but Corinne was beginning to know him through their continual mind merges. There was worry in his mind. Darius loomed over her too, a larger-than-life figure so powerful he seemed unshakable. A woman emerged from what seemed thin air, transparent at first, then very real. She was small, with wine-red hair, and she gave the impression of total competency. She was the one who leaned close and put her hand on Corinne's abdomen, a slight frown of concentration on her face. This is Shay, Corinne, Grigori said softly. Trust in her judgment as we do. Grigori took her hand. Our people are gathering wherever they are, and they will lend their aid also. We will do this. Corinne glued her eyes to Dayan. Save my baby. It was a desperate plea. Something's wrong, I can feel it. Corinne, Shay's voice was gentle but very firm. I'm going to take the baby immediately. She's in trouble, and we need to get her out now. She looked up at Dayan. You must complete the ritual as I do so, Dayan. Bring her across fully into our world, and we will hope her body will go through the conversion fast enough to sustain her life. Grigori and Darius will aid you in this. Julian stands by to give his blood, as does Jacques. As she spoke to Dayan, she was already prepping Corinne, deftly cutting through clothing, without any need of light. Her mind was directing Darius and Grigori without having to use words as they worked together like a well-oiled machine. Dayan shifted position again, his arms encircling Corinne, her head resting on his chest. Shay was fast and efficient, a highly skilled surgeon as well as a Carpathian healer. It was obvious to Corinne that Shay knew what she was doing. She felt no pain. They were working in concert to prevent pain. She felt strange sensations as Shay did the emergency procedure, opening her wound to allow access to the baby. Corinne felt disconnected from the entire procedure. She was drifting again in a dream world, uncertain what was reality and what was dream. She saw the red-haired woman cutting into her. She saw Dayan nuzzling her neck, his mouth drifting over her pulse, his teeth sinking into her skin. None of it alarmed her. Grigori had centered himself, moved from his own body to become pure light and energy, streaming into Corinne in order to slow down the death process and speed up the conversion. Corinne heard voices chanting in an ancient tongue, saw the flurry of activity as others brought a small enclosure like an incubator into the chamber. Dayan lifted his head, his face a mask of torment. That moved her even when nothing else seemed to. She ached for him, for his sorrow. He looked older. There were lines etched deeply into his dark, sensual features. She saw him make a thin cut along the heavy muscles of his chest, over his heart. She saw him press her to him, holding her close, murmuring to her, commanding her to take what he offered so they both would live. She saw herself attempting to obey his command, her movements weak and feeble so that Dayan had to hold her head to him, stroke her throat so she would convulsively swallow. At the same time, she saw Shay lift out the baby, a tiny form. Her helpers were moving even faster now, cutting the cord, working on the baby, Darius very much in the forefront. He bent over the baby, his manner protective, tender even. Corinne felt the tears on her face. Happiness. It was done. Her daughter was alive and in a circle of people who would love and care for her. Drifting above it all, Corinne was so tired she just wanted to close her eyes and let go. Sleep a long, long time. An eternity maybe. It seemed she had been tired all her life. No. The command was sharp. You are not finished here, Corinne. I forbid you to do this. The voice was imperious, authoritative. It followed her into her dreams and shook her out of her dreamlike state. She found herself in Dayan's arms, her mouth pressed to her chest, warm salty liquid pouring down her throat. It is enough. Grigori warned Dayan before Corinne could fully comprehend what was happening and panic, or be repulsed and fight. There can be no resistance on her part. She simply isn't strong enough to survive if she resists. Dayan immediately allowed Julian to close the wound in his chest, and he held Corinne to him, locking her mind to his. She was fading away. He could feel her spirit drifting further from him, yet her departure wasn't a conscious choice. She seemed unable to rally enough strength to keep fighting, even with his ancient blood, even with the Carpathians pouring their strength of will into her frail body. Dayan rested his head on hers. They had waited too long. Her poor mortal body had fought as long as it was able, remaining just long enough to give life to another. Now the life force was slipping away from her. She was no longer feeling the blood coursing through her body. Her fragile heart was still pumping because Grigori was forcing the damaged organ to do its job, but Corinne seemed too far away to call back. Dayan felt them all around him, his people, his family. The chant swelled in volume. He heard the baby's soft, distressed cry as Shay worked with her. He inhaled the scent of healing herbs. For a moment he allowed himself the last luxury of taking it all in, the beauty of the chamber, the flood of memories of his life, shape-shifting, soaring, challenging the earth itself as he gained knowledge, his beloved music, so much a part of him. He loved it all, but the woman in his arms was everything. Nothing else would ever matter to him. Without her, there would be no color, no light, no music in his heart or soul. Dayan bent his head to brush her eyelids, the corner of her mouth, with his. I love you, Corinne. You do not go alone into a strange world. I am with you. At once there was a loud protest. Sharp. Demanding. All of them. His family. From a distance he heard Barak's and Sindul's cries of alarm. He heard the echo of Cullen, who must have caught the objection from Barak's mind. He heard Julian's sharp denial and Desari's soft little murmur of dissent. Tempest called to him. Grigori and Savannah added their demands. But it was Darius whom Dayan had followed all his life, only Darius he answered to. And it was Darius who commanded him now. You will not follow her. You will save her. The voice was incredibly soft, but Darius had no need ever to raise his voice to be obeyed. She does not wish to continue, Darius. I can do no other than allow her to rest. Darius's hand came down hard on Dayan's shoulder, connecting them physically. You can be her life mate later, giving in to her every desire, but not now. You are Carpathian, Dayan. We embrace life. We hold on. We endure. You will not release her or yourself from this world. She has the right to make her decision. He had the right to make his choice. Corinne deserved the same respect. It was the last thing he could give her. This was not her choice, Dayan. Darius persisted. She was never given a choice. Death was inevitable, and she knew and accepted that. She is tired and worn, but this is not her choice. She embraced you, accepted you, knowing what you are. She did not resist each time you offered to bring her into our world. You were not keeping the knowledge from her. She always knew it on some level. Her choice would be life, you, her child. She cannot make that decision, so you must make it for her. You do not realize how tired and worn you yourself are, how much energy you have used in keeping her alive to give the child a chance. You are not thinking straight. You will not go with her. You will stay with us, and you will turn your will on her and prevent this tragedy." It was no less than a decree, a command meant to be obeyed. Darius suddenly crouched low and looked Dayan in the eye. "If you ever trusted me, trusted my judgment, if you ever believed in me, follow me now." Dayan felt the strength of his leader, the man he named brother, flowing into him, and he nodded, a slow, grim smile softening the edges of his mouth. It had been long since he had known emotion around his family, and now his pride and love for them were overwhelming. He turned inward, swiftly pursued, and caught up with that weak, flickering light that was moving so far away from him. He surrounded Corinne's spirit, his will a strong wall, an anchor to hold her in his world. "Corinne, know me?" He felt her response. Weak, fluttery, but she knew him. Of course she knew him. She would know him anywhere. What had he been thinking? Corinne loved life. She embraced life. She might be accepting of the hardships life had handed her, but she found joy in all things, beauty in the world around her. She wanted to raise her daughter. She wanted to see Lisa's and Cullen's happiness. Corinne wanted a life with Dayan. Dayan held her locked to him. Her spirit was being pulled away from him, away from her damaged body. He saw Grigori and Darius working, 2 points of pure light, massaging and stimulating her heart. He knew Grigori commanded that more blood be given, and it was Jacques, brother to the prince, who supplied it to Corinne. Dayan saw the 2 healers work furiously at spreading the blood to the organs of Corinne's body in hopes of speeding the conversion. Both were exhausted from maintaining the out-of-body experience, but neither wavered in his task. "I'm tired. Let me sleep for a while." It was those last 6 little words that convinced him. She wanted sleep, not death. Not eternal sleep. "Not yet, my love. It is not over yet. One more thing. Just one, and I will allow you to sleep as long as you like. Join with me, merge into my mind so that I can keep you safe while you cross over fully into my world." The first ripple of pain was shocking. It felt like fire racing through her bloodstream. Corinne's body contorted, jerked in Dayan's arms. He couldn't believe the force of the rush, a fireball consuming her. She cried out, the sound torn from her throat, loud in the hushed stillness of the chamber, so that it echoed up the vent into the night sky. "Oh, God, she cannot survive this. I do not want her last moments to be such pain." The words broke from him as tiny beads of blood oozed across his forehead. He could not take the pain away. He had dulled it, but it was something none of them could fully prevent. She must survive. Darius was implacable in his resolve. Dayan breathed deeply, allowed the pain to wash over and through him before he turned his complete attention inward to that fragile spirit huddling so weakly within the walls he'd constructed. Corinne astonished him. She was unafraid. She was as accepting of the conversion as she had been of her labor. She was weak, though, and unable to aid him in gathering strength for the coming battle. The next wave of fire burned through her internal organs with a jolt so severe, she was nearly wrenched out of Dayan's arms. There was no gradual buildup. The healers were forcing the conversion to accommodate her disintegrating heart. It would have failed long before if the 2 healers had ceased their work. Dayan held Corinne's head as she was violently sick, again and again. She was too weak to move or help herself. He took great care that she did not inhale, seeing that she expelled every damaging toxin from her body. He found himself clenching his teeth against the waves of terrible pain racing through her body. Deep within his mind he felt her spirit falter, the light flickering. No! He clung to her, turned every ounce of his will to prevent that light from being extinguished. They had come so far. Death must not take her now. The chant was a continual murmur in his mind, and he knew it was aiding the process, but he needed something else, something to draw her to him. The baby was quiet, fighting her own battle for life with Shay's help. It came to him then. The one thing he could give her that he knew she loved. His music. He began to sing. Softly at first, a melody of dark, dangerous love. A ballad of need. Of a man's desperate fight for the one woman he loved above all else. Desari joined in on the chorus, her beautiful, magical voice a gift from the heavens. She sang with him, helping him use his voice to draw Corinne from the jaws of death. The notes leapt into the air, silver and gold, dancing like glinting sunlight in the darkened chamber. He felt Corinne's response then. Weak, but there. She clung to the sound of their voices, allowed the melody to take her away from the terrible burning in her body, the humiliation of her system ridding itself of human toxins. The loss of control, the helpless feeling of lying unable to move, while her body contorted and writhed with pain. She chained herself to those notes, his gift to her, and floated above the fire, holding to life, clinging to Dayan, her solid anchor. He was humbled by her complete trust and faith in him. He had no idea if he would have given his life so completely into another's hands. He was awed and humble and grateful. Blood-red tears dripped onto the back of his hand, but his voice never wavered as he sang to her. The ordeal seemed an eternity to him, and his newfound emotions were raw. But he sang with his heart and soul. His voice surrounded her, lifted her above the terrible pain, and kept her anchored firmly to him. Now, Dayan. There was relief in Darius's voice. Send her to sleep, and we can complete the healing. It took a few moments for Dayan to realize what Darius meant. The healers had managed to utilize his blood and the precious blood of the prince's lineage to convert Corinne's failing human heart into a strong Carpathian heart. The danger was over. He could barely comprehend that it could be so. He felt as if he had fought 10,000 battles, as if he had been fighting for all time. He issued the command to sleep, strong, compelling, instant. Corinne had no choice but to obey, and in her weakened state, it was easy for him to send her into the Carpathian method of sleeping. Dayan breathed a sigh of relief. At last she was beyond pain. He looked up, his broad shoulders sagging. He was completely drained of energy. He had given Corinne a large amount of blood, he had not fed, nor had he slept in the rejuvenating soil. His every ounce of energy had been utilized to keep Corinne's heart and lungs going, to bind her to him. The emotions he had withstood would have been enough to drain his great strength. He was dangerously weak and pale. He looked around the chamber to the others who had offered so much for him, for Corinne. Shay was working on the baby. He found himself smiling, a slow grin that replaced his fatigue with warmth. His child. Corinne might think of their daughter as John's, and he understood, but in truth, she carried Dayan's blood in her body. While Darius and Grigori continued to work at healing Corinne, he studied the baby. Will she live? He asked Shay quietly. The red-haired woman glanced at him. She's very strong and she wants life. Corinne, Grigori, Darius, and you did a good job of instilling a strong will in her. She will have loving, nurturing parents. I think it will be best if she stays here for a few weeks to give her body time to adjust to the outside world, but she is doing quite well. Few babies survive the first year. Pain sliced through him at the thought of losing the infant. He felt fiercely protective of her. That is so, Shay admitted, but I have done a tremendous amount of research, and I think I can keep her alive. Diet is important. A Carpathian infant's body is different from an adult's. We can no longer nurse them the way humans can, and they need a mixture of nutrients. Our blood is too rich for them. That is why it was important the baby didn't convert before she was born. She is just too small to live through it. It does not make sense that a mother cannot feed her own baby. Has this always been so? Nature provides for the young. Shay nodded. Hundreds of years ago, according to Gabriel and Lucian, our people didn't have this problem. Something has happened in the intervening years to cause this dilemma. The change took place sometime around the late 1300s or early 1400s. I'm almost certain of it. I'm very close to finding out. She spoke confidently. In the meantime, this baby has special needs. She is not fully human, nor is she fully Carpathian. Rather than try to bring her over, I believe we should allow her to grow as she is, at least until she is older. I was not fully Carpathian and I managed to survive. Grigori and I have worked on a diet we think will aid this little one in growing strong. And should there be any problems, we can monitor from a distance and immediately aid you. She has a good chance, Dayan. Thank you for what you have done for us. Shay smiled at him. I am glad I could get here in time. The journey was long, and we could travel only at night, covering many miles quickly. I feel your worry for Corinne. Darius and Gregory will heal her body completely. When she rises, it will be with a strong heart and a perfectly healed body. She won't have any after effects of childbirth. They will see to it that she feels no discomfort. Allow her to rest for several risings beneath the healing soil. The baby will be fine with us. She knows us, and although she wants the comfort of her mother, we will do for her. Who will care for her during the hours of daylight? She cannot go to ground as we must, and she is too weak to be unattended, commanded to sleep during our hours of sleep. We must bring Lisa here. Suddenly Dayan was thinking like a father, not a Carpathian. Shay smiled her reassurance. We have dragged poor Gary Jansen with us. He has been a tremendous help in my research and is fully under the protection of all Carpathians. He will tend the baby while we are deep within the soil. Dayan looked skeptical. Shay laughed at him. Gary is perfectly capable of taking care of this baby. Trust me. I work with him all the time. And he was entrusted with the care of Falcon and Sarah's adopted children during daylight hours. Dayan nodded reluctantly and indicated the small enclosure. What is that? It is much like a human incubator. She is still too small to live entirely on her own, but with your blood and care, she will grow very fast. Shay cleared her throat carefully, her eyes suddenly shifting back to the baby. When Corinne rises, she will want to see the infant Dayan. It is natural for a mother to feel this way. Dayan suddenly smiled, the flash of his white teeth dispelling the worn look from his sensual features. Are you trying to tell me in your delicate way that my life-mate will not rise with the same appetite as I will have? Shay laughed softly. I think she will have the same hunger, Dayan, but her instincts will demand she see her daughter. Corinne wanted to name her Jennifer after John and Lisa's mother. I read in her mind that she was afraid to give her daughter a name, afraid it would somehow jinx the baby. Dayan leaned over to look into the transparent enclosure. He stared at the child, a horrified expression on his face. She would fit into my hand. Shay laughed at him. She weighs about 4 pounds. Don't worry, she will gain weight fast enough. Julian clapped him on the shoulder. Congratulations are in order. You have a life mate and you are a father. It is cause for great celebration. However, we must postpone any festivities until after you have fed and have gone to ground. This has been a long ordeal, and you need to rejuvenate properly. Your life mate will heal beneath the welcoming soil. Darius and I will guard your resting place and your child with our lives. Even as he spoke, he was casually bringing his wrist to his mouth. Without so much as a wince, he tore a wound in his skin and pressed his hand to Dayan's mouth. Take what I offer freely so you might grow strong to protect your life mate and child. Dayan gratefully accepted the ancient blood. It soaked into his cells and tissues, bringing a rush of power to his depleted body. Julian had offered freely, knowing Dayan wouldn't leave Corinne. He had gone through far too many traumas with Corinne to entrust her to any other. Dayan would guard Corinne himself, and Darius would guard the entire family as he had done for centuries. Julian, Desari's life mate, had taken his position guarding Darius's back. Barak and Sindel sent their joy winging to Dayan through the night air, a shower of sparkling gems like fireworks in the sky above the vent in the chamber's chimney. Dayan was grateful to his family for sharing in his happiness. The band's beloved Desari leaned close to brush a kiss on his cheek, happiness radiating from her. Her life mate, Julian, grinned with his familiar teasing look. They watched the other Carpathians leave the chamber, their mission of mercy accomplished. They were now free to return to their homes. Besides Dayan's family members, only Gregory and Shay remained behind with their life mates. The healers would be exhausted when they finished their work, desperately in need of blood. Their life mates would supply them blood before they would hunt on their own this night. Gregory emerged first, his body pale, exhaustion obvious on his face. Then Darius, stumbling so that Tempest and Julian both reached for him at the same time. His skin was almost gray. He circled his life mate's waist lovingly. It is done, Dayan. She will live, whole and strong. Gregory nodded. Allow her to rest beneath the earth for 2 or 3 risings. Shay and Darius and I will make sure the baby lives. Corinne's body desperately needs time to heal fully. It was the most difficult work I have ever done. I advise caution before rising. Check her before you awaken her. If in doubt, call to me or Darius. We will examine her for you and give you advice. Behind Dayan, Julian laughed softly. So, Grigori, perhaps you will accept my dark embrace to replenish you after all. Savannah is rather pint-sized. Savannah tossed her wealth of raven hair and thumped Julian on the chest as she pushed past his much larger frame to take Grigori's hand. I don't know why the lot of you insist I'm short. I happen to think of myself as being very tall. Dayan found himself smiling at the tender expression on Grigori's face as the healer looked down at his rather petite life mate. He tried to recall all he had heard of the healer. Grigori, the Dark One. He had a reputation as a renowned vampire hunter, and individual others walked carefully around. But Dayan doubted that Savannah was in the least intimidated by her chosen one. She seemed to be a woman very much in love and secure within her relationship. Dayan knew Julian fairly well. As Dasari's life mate, Julian traveled with the band. He was definitely a law unto himself, confident and certain of his own abilities after traveling the earth alone for centuries. He could needle both Darius and Grigori easily with his taunting sense of humor, almost as if he were secretly laughing at the two men over their downfall with their women. Dayan liked Julian's sardonic, independent nature, although it had been difficult at first to allow him entrance into their family. Grigori smiled down at Savannah, his features full of love, then he turned ice-cold silvery eyes on Julian. I should accept your offer, Julian, and drain you dry. It would put you in the earth for a few days and out of your life mate's hair. Julian laughed softly, nuzzling Dasari's thick mass of long, silky hair. She loves me in her hair, right, Dasari? Dayan could feel the relief in the room, the release of tension into humor. Grigori was nearly gray with fatigue, but no one mentioned it. Savannah glanced up at the healer, and they both simply dissolved into mist and streamed from the chamber before Dayan had a chance to thank them. He knew he owed a huge debt to Grigori. We will leave you now, Dasari said in her soft, musical voice, that you may sleep undisturbed. I cannot wait to greet Corinne as a sister. I will check on Cullen this night as well. Do not worry, we are all bound by Darius's word. He has taken Cullen into the family, and with Corinne comes Lisa. They're human, but they're well-loved. I will see to it that Lisa has all the news and knows that Corinne is out of danger. I will tell her you will bring Corinne and the baby to her the moment Corinne can safely travel. Sindel says Lisa will be much relieved when she hears news of Corinne. Dayan shoved a hand through his black hair, leaving it more disheveled than ever. Thank you, Dasari. Corinne has been anxious about Lisa. And I know Cullen has very strong feelings for her. So Sindel tells me. Do not worry any longer, Dayan. It took some time for everyone to accept Julian into the family. Corinne and Lisa will also work out their places with time. I know you are concerned that Corinne may not want to travel with us because she has a baby, but she loves you. She knows that in your heart and soul you are a musician. As she is home to you, so are you to her. Dasari leaned over and hugged Dayan. I love you very much, and I am so happy for you. Dayan kissed her and watched as Julian and Dasari left the chamber, walking side by side. Julian had his arm around Dasari's slender shoulders and was whispering softly, suggestively in her ear. Dayan heard her musical voice laugh softly, happily. The sound filled him with so many memories, flooded him with warmth. Corinne was alive and out of danger. The baby was alive and safe within the enclosure. Darius opened the earth and gestured for Dayan to gather Corinne's body into his arms. Dayan hesitated. You are certain this Jansen will watch over my daughter? Shay laughed softly. You are already becoming a worried father. Gary is very reliable. I will be here with Jacques, of course. Darius and Tempest will sleep above you and Corinne. Grigori and Savannah are in the next chamber. Our people are everywhere within this network of tunnels. No harm will come to the baby while you rest. Dayan took a last look at the baby, touched the top of the transparent enclosure with his fingertips, right over the tiny infant's head. Then he floated down into the rich, welcoming soil with Corinne, holding her close, his body protective as he allowed his heart to slow and eventually cease beating. Darius closed the earth over their heads and turned then into the arms of his beloved life mate, Tempest, needing to replenish his strength. Chapter 17. Dayan woke deep beneath the surface of the earth with his heart pounding and his body on fire. Corinne. He turned his head to look at her, afraid, exhilarated, so hungry for her he thought he might go up in flames. She lay beside him where he had placed her, unmoving, completely still. She lay as if dead. She looked unbelievably small, fragile beside him. Her body was a woman's, soft and curvy, and he knew she had the heart of a lion, yet she looked like a child in her sleep. It had been 3 risings since he had gone to Earth with her. He had awakened each night to check that the baby lived and was doing well in her little cocoon. He knew Corinne would expect it, but he did it because he found he was filled with worry for the infant. Each time breath came into his body, fear for the baby, his daughter, would cycle through him. Daughter. He tasted the word. He was a father. Dayan scanned automatically, searching the immediate area first for danger, then to assure himself that no others of his kind lingered near their resting place. Darius and Tempest had risen and were some distance away. Shay was already awake and bending over the child, feeding her with some formula she had concocted. The baby is well? He made the inquiry before he had even parted the soil of his resting place, anxious for news, anxious to gently touch the baby's mind with his own. She grows stronger with each rising, Dayan. Shay's reply was gentle and patient. Dayan concentrated on the other 2 healers, focusing his attention completely. I wish to bring Corinne to the surface. There was a brief pause, as if the healers were conferring. It was Grigori who answered him. I will come at once. Dayan waited impatiently as Grigori hurried to the chamber. Dayan waved his hand to open the soil above their heads. He waited anxiously while Grigori took his time, centering himself, focusing, moving outside his own body and into Corinne's to examine the repairs. He paid attention to the smallest detail, making sure Corinne was completely healed before she was awakened. Dayan watched Grigori come back to himself, raising an elegant eyebrow at Dayan's obvious anxiety. She is healed, Dayan, and completely ready to take up her life with you. I will examine the baby and get out of your hair, Grigori drawled, knowing full well what was on Dayan's mind. As Dayan floated out of the earth with Corinne cradled in his arms, he cleaned both her and himself, examining Corinne's lush body for marks or signs of her ordeal. Not a single mark marred her skin, not even the long, wicked cut where she had been opened to take the child from her body. He clothed both her and himself, knowing Corinne's natural modesty. Issuing the command to wake, he brought her safely to ground, bending his dark head to find her mouth, to capture her first breath. Corinne. His life mate. I want you, love, more than my body can stand. Merged so deeply with him that she felt the urgent demands of his body, she couldn't help catching fire, her body perfectly attuned to his. She was aware that his body was full and hard, his mind dancing with erotic thoughts and images. He allowed the nightly reassurances from Shay to replay in his head, so she immediately knew the baby was thriving. Dayan carried her swiftly across the chamber to the small area where Shay had enclosed the baby protectively. Corinne cried out at the sight of her daughter. She circled Dayan's neck with her slender arms and burst into tears. She couldn't believe she was alive. Her body was strong and supple, her heart beating in perfect rhythm with Dayan's. Every cell felt alive, on fire. She wanted Dayan as much or more than he wanted her. That is not possible. His voice was sinfully wicked. She laughed in the midst of her tears, so unbelievably happy she couldn't take it all in. I have to hold her. I have to have her in my arms. She looked up at Dayan with her heart shining in her large eyes. Have you held her? He shook his head. Only Shay and Gary have held her. Grigori and Darius have examined her daily, and all of us have been reassuring her, but it is you she wants. Shay smiled at her. She is very strong, Corinne. She definitely wants her mother. It is not good to have her out of her protected environment for any length of time. Together, Dayan and I can provide a shield for her while she spends time with you. But only for a few minutes. It is better to be safe. What is wrong with her? Corinne asked anxiously. I want her immune system to be stronger. She has had a hard go of it and needs a little more time. Do you have a name picked out for her? Dayan thought you might want to call her Jennifer after John and Lisa's mother. Corinne nodded, unable to take her eyes off her daughter. She's so beautiful. Little Jennifer, at last we meet. Shay lifted the baby carefully from the enclosure, placed the tiny body into Corinne's waiting arms. Merged as he was with Corinne, Dayan shared the instant bonding between mother and child, the unbreakable tie, the exchange of love and tribute. It flooded all three of them. The acceptance. The love. Dayan felt tears burning in his eyes. This was his family for all time. Eternity. We have it all, my love, I cannot believe our good fortune. Corinne crooned softly to the baby, rocking her gently back and forth while Dayan surrounded them both with his arms. Look how tiny her fingers and toes are, he marveled. She has everything, like a real person. He was almost afraid to touch the tiny infant. His finger looked very big as the infant clutched her fist around it. Corinne laughed softly. You've never been around a baby before, have you? He grinned at her, nuzzled her neck so that unexpected sparks seemed to jump back and forth between them. Does it show? Absolutely. Do you want to hold her? Dayan looked like he might faint on the spot, and both women laughed openly at him. It was Corinne who sobered first. I'm so sorry, Shay. Savannah told me you're expecting a child, and you had to make such a long journey to be here. I don't know how we can ever repay your kindness. Is your baby okay? Shay placed both hands on her stomach, holding her baby protectively, feeling her life-mate's breath on the nape of her neck even although he wasn't in the chamber with them. It is difficult sometimes for our people to carry to full term. The baby is fine, but we had to travel cautiously to prevent complications. Dayan told me there's concern that Carpathian babies often don't survive the first year of life. Corinne looked anxiously at Shay. Shay sighed and pushed her hand through her long wine-red hair. That is true, Corinne. There have been problems for many centuries. Grigori has done much research on this, and I joined him a few years ago. We discovered that the problems have been occurring longer than we originally thought. It was assumed that during the 14th century, when most of our adults and children were destroyed, many life mates were lost to us. It was believed fairly universally that Carpathian women had some chemical makeup that made it possible for only the male fetus to implant successfully. Shay leaned over and smiled at the sleeping baby. I think it is much more than that. I believe it has something to do with the plague. Corinne's head snapped up, and she clasped the baby protectively to her. What do you mean? Shay laughed softly. Jennifer doesn't have the plague, don't panic. The plague has been around for much longer than most people realize. We know of instances in China in 224 BC. There was an outbreak in Rome around 262 AD that killed 5,000 people a day. The Crusaders carried the plague to Europe. It swept through the continent in the 1300s and early 1400s. How could our people have been affected? Human illnesses do not have any effect on us. Their drugs and alcohol do not either, Dayan pointed out. Shay shook her head. That's what is believed, but it is not necessarily true. Drugs and alcohol are pushed through our systems, so we do not feel the effects. The same happens with human diseases. It doesn't necessarily mean there are no traces left in our systems. Has there ever been a case of a Carpathian falling ill from such a thing? Dayan could scarcely believe what Shay was saying. I have lived hundreds of years. How is it possible that I would not have contracted an illness? Shay laughed again. You Carpathian males. You have egos the size of the continent. I read your thoughts as easily as you read mine. Yes, my mother was human and my father was Carpathian. I am a researcher, Dayan. I am merely looking at a hypothesis. I don't much care whether you think I'm capable of understanding the makeup of a Carpathian or not. What matters to me is finding an answer to this puzzle. If it is found, we can save our children. In doing so, there is a chance we can save our race from extinction. Dayan bowed courteously, elegantly, a courtly gesture. I ask forgiveness for my thoughts, Shay. I have never seen a Carpathian with a human disease. Traces still might be left behind, Shay pointed out patiently. The human descendants of the survivors of the plague carry a mutated gene. That gene seems to be responsible for giving them protection from the HIV virus. Our people must have at times been forced to use those who were ill for sustenance during that time. With as many as 5,000 people coming down with the plague daily, they might have had no choice. It was during that time that we began to lose our babies on a regular basis. It might mean nothing at all, might be merely a coincidence, but it is an interesting fact. How does all that affect Jennifer? Corinne asked fearfully. I don't honestly know, Shay said. I'll work closely with you to see that she thrives on the mixture of nutrients we give her. So far, she is doing well on it. Another week or so, and she will be able to be with you all the time. For now, she needs to be in her little incubator. She grinned at Corinne. I suggest you and Dayan take some time to be alone together. Enjoy yourself, you've earned it. Gregory, Darius, Gary, and I will be watching over Jennifer. Look at it as if she had to stay in the hospital. She will sleep for long hours. You will know when she awakens. Her mind will reach for yours. Reluctantly, Corinne allowed Shay to take the tiny infant from her arms. She seems so small and helpless. She is growing, Shay assured her. Both of you are extremely pale. Go away for a while, doctor's orders, she added firmly. Corinne watched Shay place the sleeping baby carefully into the transparent enclosure. Dayan wrapped his arms around Corinne's waist. Do not be sad, honey, he whispered against her satin skin. We will know when she awakens, and we can be here immediately. Let us go and explore your new world. There was a raw ache in his body and his mind. She heard it in his voice. Dayan never tried to hide his needs, his vulnerability, from her. Something deep within her responded to him, heating and melting, so that she was pliant and soft with wanting him. Her hand crept around his neck, her fingertips gently massaging the tense muscles. She leaned close to him, wanting to feel the warmth of his mouth against her skin. I can't wait much longer to be with you. There was a breathless catch in her voice that he found incredibly sexy. He caught her up in his arms and moved through the chamber to stream through the tunnels up toward the stormy night sky. Corinne lay in his arms, cradled against his chest. She looked up at his face, worn from worry, seeing lines etched there that she had never seen before. For her. The wind rushed at them, cold and biting, but Dayan immediately showed her how to regulate her body temperature so she felt perfectly warm. A cool mist sprayed her skin as they moved through the air toward some destination unknown to her. Below them were acres of treetops, swaying and dancing in the wind. It was strange how the leaves looked silvery in the blackness of the night. It was then that Corinne realized she could see the ground clearly, even as fast as they were traveling. She could see everything, down to the smallest mouse scurrying in the pine needles to get out of the rain. The drops of rain glittered like gems in the night. Dayan's body was hot and hard, and flying through the sky was totally exhilarating. She turned her face into his throat, nuzzled him, her blood thick, a molten lava moving through her body. She just let it happen, wanted it to happen. He had become her whole world. The way he talked, the way he turned his head. His slow, sexy grin. The way his eyes burned over her. I am reading your thoughts. Do you want us to fall out of the sky? He took a firmer grip on her soft body, aware of every lush curve. She kissed his throat, inhaled his scent. Deep within her something was struggling for freedom. A wildness she knew was there, wanting, no, needing to come out. Corinne smiled. She had always wanted the freedom to be that woman in her soul. Now she had it. Her tongue found his pulse, swirled in a small caress. She felt his reaction, the instant slam of his heart, the tightening of his body. Her mouth drifted up to his ear, explored and briefly teased before moving along his jaw. If you don't kiss me, I might die and will never make it to wherever you're taking me. The raindrops were bigger now, droplets of glittering water that ran along her skin and sizzled on the heat of her body. The thin silk of her white blouse was immediately transparent, drawing his gaze to the beckoning enticement of her breasts and wreaking havoc with his ability to move swiftly through the sky. He was grateful the stone house he was seeking was looming up, nestled in the cliffs at the edge of a forest clearing. They plummeted, nearly falling out of the air as he fastened his hot, seeking mouth to hers, possessive, exploring, craving more and more of her until he thought nothing he did would ever be enough. The wait had been endless. They landed somewhat haphazardly, not on the porch, but against it, a tangle of arms and clothes. Dayan dealt with that problem immediately, not waiting for the shelter of a roof, but ripping aside cloth and dispensing with footwear in every direction. He had to touch her, every bare inch of her satin-soft skin. Feel her. Memorize her. His mouth was hot and moist and ravenous, giving Corinne no chance to realize they were still outside. All around them the raindrops splattered to earth and sizzled and steamed against their skin. Her hands had a life of their own, touching his body, making her own exploration, tracing his defined muscles, his narrow waist and hips, then moving lower still to where he was thick and hard with urgent need. She felt his body jerk, felt the way the breath slammed out of him as her fingers moved over him. Lightning arced across the sky and split open the heavens. The earth rolled beneath their feet as their mouths met again, welded together in heat and fire. They couldn't get close enough, skin to skin, desperate to be one. Dayan thought he would go up in flames, his body hot and hard and demanding. I have to have you, Corinne. I might go insane if I do not have you immediately. Corinne's carefree laughter was muffled in the side of his neck. Her breath found his pulse, her teeth scraped and teased. There was such joy in her, spilling over into him. Her tongue swirled again, her lips following the path of his collarbone. All the while, her hands were testing the weight of him, thick and hard and so needy. Her fingertips skimmed and danced. Her body moved restlessly with heated demands of her own. You don't want to wait? Her voice was husky, sexy, a promise of paradise. Her mouth was wandering over the heavy muscles of his chest toward his flat abdomen. His stomach muscles clenched while fire exploded in the pit of his belly. Dayan's hand slid over her body, trying to memorize every inch of her satin skin. He lost his ability to think rationally, and it didn't matter. Corinne's hands and mouth were inflaming him further, her body willing, accepting, hot, and as needy as his own. His fingers found her welcoming moist heat, probed, pushed, felt the rush of hot liquid, eagerly awaiting him. Dayan lifted her, whispered instructions in his mind, or maybe it was just an image. Corinne's arms circled his neck and her legs circled his waist. She could feel him, hard and thick, pressing into her. She was open and completely vulnerable to him. She closed her eyes, savoring the moment, the exquisite pleasure, the heat and fire, as she enveloped him, took him into her body, uniting them as they were meant to be. The pleasure was more than she had ever dared to dream of. She heard her own small cry of happiness, and her hips began to move, almost of their own volition. She was riding him hard, taking him as deep into her as she could. Her breasts brushed his chest, and the raindrops ran down their bodies like lapping tongues stroking tiny caresses over their sensitized skin. Dayan bent his head to her breast as she leaned back, her face lifted to the heavens in a kind of ecstasy. This was how it was supposed to be. Right. Perfect. Two halves of the same whole. His hot, seeking mouth found temptation, pulled strongly while her body tightened around his, a fiery velvet sheath he was lost in for all time. His teeth scraped, nipped, sank deep. Corinne cried out, her fists clenching in his hair as white-hot fire raced through her body, a pleasure so acute it bordered on pain. She forced her eyes open to watch him feed, as his body took hers, surging strongly upward to fill her, the friction keeping her on the edge so that she was clenching her teeth as her muscles convulsively gripped him. It was erotic to watch him, his mouth on her skin, his throat working, his black hair rain-wet and slick. It was then, in that perfect moment, in the wild wind and rain, that she noticed his hair was no longer jet black, but a soft charcoal. She made a sound, a soft cry of love, of devotion, her eyes filling with tears. He lifted his head, his black eyes glittering like obsidian. From the 2 pinpricks on her breast, 2 thin trails of crimson merged with the raindrops. Watching her, he bent his head and followed them, returning to close the tiny pricks with his tongue. His dark sensuality triggered a like hunger in her. Deep, elemental, sensuous. She felt her body tighten, clench around his until she was holding him in a slick, tight, fiery grip. Dayan deliberately pushed aside the wet strands of his hair. Come on, my love, for me. Do this for me. I need this. She slowed her hips, using long, slow strokes, letting the hunger wash over her. Slowly she leaned forward, watching him watch her. Very slowly she lapped at the water over his pulse. His body jumped and heated 1,000 degrees. Her teeth nipped experimentally. She felt his answering response, his hips surging forward hard, a little faster. Corinne looked up at him, her eyes slumberous, sexy. I do this for me because I need this. I want all of you, Dayan. I want you to belong to me. I want you in every part of me, with every breath I take. Without hesitation, she let it happen. Reached for it. Embraced it. This was her life, and she trusted his leadership as she had every step of the way. She hadn't been repulsed by his need, his dark hunger. Instead, she craved him in ways she had never imagined possible. More than anything, she trusted him. She knew that if she couldn't follow through, he would help her. He had a mesmerizing quality that would make it easy to follow him anywhere he led. Dayan loved her. He would never do anything to bring her or her daughter harm. His body seemed to swell in hers, grow thicker and harder, while her body gripped at his. Brand new instincts took over, her teeth sinking deep, and he flowed into her like nectar. She felt him gasp as the white-hot fireball raced through his bloodstream, as his hands gripped her hips and he thrust forward, surging with powerful strokes. Then they were exploding together, minds fragmenting while their bodies seemed to ripple and burn. The earth moved, a strong rocking under them. Corinne couldn't tell if it was real or imagined. She could only cling to Dayan breathlessly, every cell screaming with joy. She was alive. She had found her paradise, and it was very real. Corinne closed the pinpricks and rested her head on Dayan's shoulder. They clung together, their hearts beating wildly, fighting to get their breathing under control. I love you, Corinne, Dayan whispered softly against her bare skin, his eyes closed, his black lashes emphasizing the paleness of his face. I love you so much. He lifted his head slowly, reluctantly, looking down at her through half-closed eyes. She was looking up at him, her heart in her eyes. Their bodies were still joined together, and her body was still rippling with little aftershocks. She reached up to touch his wet hair, to trace the perfection of his mouth. Thank you very much for finding me. He smiled then, a slow, tender smile that would always be capable of stealing her heart. You are very welcome. Small droplets of water dripped from his hair to splash on her face. They both burst out laughing. We did not make it into the house. I see that, Corinne acknowledged, looking around her as if she were waking up from a dream. Dayan reluctantly parted their bodies, reaching to lift her into his arms. Crazy woman. Next time you decide to seduce me, make it out of the rain. She bent her head to lap the water from his shoulder. I don't know. I rather like it myself. The touch of her tongue sent flames dancing over his skin. Dayan pushed the door open with his foot and waved a casual hand to light the candles and the wood in the fireplace. There was a thick fur rug on the hardwood floor, and he put her down, the fur immediately rubbing along her bare skin so that her body tightened again in anticipation. Dayan stretched out beside her on his back, his long body very male. You are going to rest for a while. He made it an order. I am not taking you back to the healers half dead. Corinne laughed at him. Do you think it's possible to die from making love? The way we make love, anything is possible. He stared up at the ceiling, watching the flickering lights dance while the rain fell against the windows. He reached for her hand, laced their fingers together. I never again want to feel like I did when I thought you were dying, Corinne. You were taking my soul with you. She rubbed her face against his shoulder, against his thick hair, which was now threaded with gray. His badge of love for her. You're such a miracle, Dayan, and you persist in thinking it's me. She looked at him with a critical eye. Why are you so pale? You're never like this. She touched his face. I need to feed, he said simply. In a little while I will hunt, but not right now. I want to spend every minute, every second, in your company. She lay quietly for a moment, absorbing what he was telling her. Will I have to do that, Dayan? She rolled onto her side to look at him. Because I'm not certain I can. With you it's different, but I don't know about anyone else. Dayan's black eyes moved over her face in a kind of dark, brooding study. I did not think of such a possibility. I do not like the idea much. He was quiet for a brief time while the rain and wind blew at the walls and windows. Now that you have brought it up, I do not recall Tempest ever feeding in front of us. Tempest was human, Corinne said with hope. She's Darius's life mate. Yes, she was human when she came to us. I do not ever recall seeing her feed. A slow smile touched his mouth. Darius would never tolerate her feeding from another male, human or otherwise. I think it is best for us to adopt the same policy. It is entirely possible I have a jealous streak. Corinne laughed at him. You cannot be in my mind and ever be jealous. She tugged at his hand. Come on, lazy, let's go outside again. I want to run. His eyebrows shot up. If you have an overload of energy, I can think of other far more pleasurable things to do besides running. I am being good because you need to rest. Corinne laughed softly. You think I need to rest? She stretched, lifting her arms to the sky. You're the one who stopped, not me. I want to get the hang of being a Carpathian. I want to run, Dayan. For the first time in my life, I can do it. I really want to run. Please, let's go running. Right now? He lay back in lazy contentment, linking his fingers behind his neck, watching her closely, drinking in the perfection of her body. He loved the way she moved, loved the joy in her, the naturalness. There is a storm out there. Her laughter filled the room with warmth, filled his heart and soul. I think there's a storm in here too. A little storm never hurt anyone. She bent over to kiss him, her hair sliding over his chest, the silky strands causing him to shiver with anticipation. Don't say no. I'm not overdoing it, really, Dayan. I need to run. You are a crazy woman. He sighed heavily because he knew he was going to run in the storm with her. How could he resist her happiness? It was impossible for him. He wanted to snuggle up with her somewhere safe, but Corinne wanted life. She faced her new world with the same lack of fear she had faced her former life. Corinne caught his arm and tugged. Come on, lazybones, or I'm going without you. She was looking around the room. What in the world did we do with our clothes? She was blushing, crimson creeping up her neck to her cheeks so that she looked like she was glowing. He shifted position, turning onto his side, propping up his head on his hand as he regarded her naked body with glittering, hungry eyes. I do not think you need clothes, honey, he observed matter-of-factly, his black gaze dwelling intently on her full breasts. At once her body began to tingle with heat. You stop it, Dayan. She backed away from his reach, but she didn't attempt to cover herself. She liked him looking at her with that intensely hungry gaze. You were the one who said we had to stop. Come on. She turned her back on him and walked slowly, provocatively, to the door, her hips swaying in invitation and her firm bottom beckoning to him. She had beautiful legs and a long, elegant back. She took his breath away. Dayan moved quickly, leaping to his feet, scanning the area outside the house to be certain there was no danger. She glanced back at him over her shoulder, her look frankly sexy. I don't think running naked, when I'm built like this, she turned to give him her profile, her hands coming up to cup her generous, firm breasts, is a very good idea. His body tightened at the sight of a nipple peeking out at him through her fingers. Then, walking. Naked will have to do, because I like looking at you. He caught her hand, his fingertips sliding in a caress over her silken skin. Her eyes moved over his body, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I see that, she pointed out, completely happy. She could touch the baby's mind at will, no, the infant was sleeping soundly in the care of the healers while she discovered the exceptional gifts Dayan had given her. She could have it all, experience it all, and she was determined to. They moved together out the door onto the porch. Dayan tugged her closer, moving her beneath his broad shoulder for protection. Remember to regulate your body temperature, he said. Her body was brushing his as they walked together, and their skin became so sensitized, electricity began arcing between them. Corinne threw back her head, looking up at the night sky, watching the glittering silvery drops rain down from the shadowy clouds above them. A small sliver of moon slipped out briefly from behind a heavy black cloud to shine on the thick stand of trees swaying all around them. Shadows danced, the air was clean and crisp, and the sound of the rain on the vegetation was a musical melody. She looked down at her bare feet, shocked that she could walk without shoes on sticks and rocks and pine needles. She seemed to glide over the surface as an animal might, her body instinctively finding the quietest, easiest way to go through the woods. She marveled that she had such a talent. Not only was her body moving efficiently, but her sense of smell had also become acute, and she could see despite the darkness. Information flew in on the wind, almost through her very pores. It wasn't from Dayan this time, she was receiving it on her own. She laughed softly, happily, unable to believe she was so alive. That the world around her was so beautiful and new. She was walking faster, listening to her heartbeat, reveling in its strong rhythm. Dayan allowed her to slip out from under his shoulder, watching her body move, sensuous, enthralling. She lifted her arms again to the moon and dark clouds, her hair wild and rain-slick, her breasts rising as she inhaled sharply to take in the scents of the night. She looked like a goddess, a wild, untamed siren lifting her arms in pagan sacrifice as she turned in a slow circle. "I want to run, Dayan," she repeated. "Then we will shapeshift, honey." Who could ever deny her anything? Dayan knew it would be impossible for him. Remember what I told you before? It always starts in your mind. You must build a complete picture in your head and hold that image. It is an odd sensation, although not unpleasant. If it frightens you, Corinne, reach for me. I will be with you in your mind at all times. Corinne stopped moving, abruptly, swung around quickly to look at him, her eyes wide with excitement. "I'm not afraid. Really, Dayan, I'm not." Picture a leopard. He did it for both of them, creating the image so she could capture it down to the smallest detail. She made a little sound, a throaty purring as fur rippled along her arms, as her muscles contorted, her body stretched, and then she was running on all fours, a sleek jungle cat. Her body felt like a well-oiled machine. She ran quickly, reveling in her ability to do so. She had ropes of muscles and sinew. Cushioned paws. Running in this form was unlike anything she had ever experienced, complete and utter freedom. She bounded across the ground, her paws barely skimming the earth. Her pelt kept the rain from penetrating to her skin. Whiskers acted like radar so that she was aware of everything around her. "Dayan, this is wonderful." The male leopard closed the distance between them in a single leap, its larger, heavier body protectively close. He didn't want her to get carried away with her exuberance. She had undergone a terrible ordeal, and even if she thought she was strong enough, he couldn't take the chance of her being injured. Not even a stubbed toe. Not a chipped fingernail. "I'm reading your thoughts, and you're being silly. I'm whole. Isn't it so great to be alive?" He could hear her excited laughter as she leapt up on a thick tree branch and lifted her muzzle to the wind and rain. He was catching her joy. How could he not? She was bathing him in her warmth, her light, her total pleasure in the moment. He would have soared to the moon and pulled it out of the sky if she asked him. He prowled below her, his ears and eyes alert for danger, yet he was merged deeply with her, immersed in her childlike happiness. Corinne leapt from the branch because she could. There was untold power in the cat's body. She wanted to use it, try it out, see what it felt like to be a leopard. Dayan was unbelievably sensuous in the body of the male leopard. She realized, with a slight shock, that she was taking on the attributes of the animal. It was amazing to her. She rubbed against the tall fronds of grass, enjoying the sensation. "Baby, be careful here. We both are very heightened sexually. In this form, sex is possible between us and you might trigger both of our instincts, but I am not certain it would be entirely enjoyable to you. Leopards are very dangerous at any time. When they mate, the male must hold the female in a submissive position for his own protection. You need much more experience to control animal passions. On the hunt, this form is extremely difficult to control." Corinne was tempted to discover what he was talking about. The female leopard certainly wanted to mate, but, merged as she was with Dayan, she could easily read that he was worried, even though the male shared the same desire. She immediately controlled her impulses and took off running again, stretching out her sleek, muscled body. She was silent, her leaps taking her over fallen tree trunks and even wider streams. She loved the sensation and wanted it to go on forever. We can do this at any time? Of course. You should practice with me often. There is much to learn, honey, and I can see you will take to it easily. Can I fly? His laughter was a soft, joyful sound in her head. It is raining. Birds don't like to get wet. This bird likes it. We can fly to see Lisa and Cullen. In the body of the leopard, Dayan shouldered her around, turning her back toward the shelter of the house. It is too soon. Lisa knows you were very ill and you have had the baby. She would expect you to take a few days to recuperate. It has been a few days. I want you, Corinne. All to myself. I want to taste every square inch of your body. I want this rising and the next and 10 more to make love to you. Her answering laughter was tender. Really? So why didn't you just say so? Chapter 18. Corinne looked around the crystal chamber with its steaming pools and flickering candles. Water lapped at the large rock formations and reflected colors from the various crystals along the curving walls and ceiling. This underground cave with its network of tunnels and large rooms was beginning to feel like home to her. The baby was growing stronger, gaining enough weight that Shay was certain they would be able to remove her from her protected environment soon. Corinne held her daughter for small blocks of time, very aware of the dangers outside the incubator. Both Dayan and Corinne often merged with the infant to comfort and soothe her. They wanted her to know she was loved and wanted, and they couldn't wait for her to be out with them. Desiree and Julian were frequent visitors, and Corinne really liked them both. She found Julian's sense of humor a good counterbalance to his intimidating demeanor. She knew Desiree didn't find him in the least intimidating. Desiree had a sweet personality, and she welcomed Corinne as a sister. It was taking a bit of time, but Corinne was beginning to feel as if she might fit into Dayan's family. All of them seemed excited about the baby, even Darius, who was by far the scariest man Corinne had ever met. Darius is not in the least scary, Dayan denied, moving up behind her to rest his head on her shoulder so he could look at the infant. Jennifer's color looks better today. You're reading my mind again. Corinne leaned back, pressing her body into his much harder frame. At once his body stirred to life, tight against her bottom. Dayan was always in her mind. He would always be in her body, too, if he could manage it. He didn't want to leave her side. Corinne caught the echo of his thoughts and laughed softly. That will look good when you're playing with the band on stage. A little kinky, though. I'm not certain the censors would let us get away with it. Dayan allowed relief to wash over him. Several times in the course of the last few days, Desiree had gently made references to traveling on the road with the band, but Corinne had never answered one way or the other. When Dayan touched her mind in an attempt to gauge her mood on the subject, he always found she simply avoided thinking of it. You are not opposed to traveling with musicians from town to town? Leaving everyone you love behind. Corinne moved her body provocatively against his. Everything I love is right here with me. And Lisa. I can't stay home for her. Lisa has the money to travel if she wants to visit us. If she really is in love with Cullen, as I keep hearing from everyone, then my guess is she will want her own home. Dayan lifted the hair from the back of her neck to press a series of little kisses against the warmth of her skin. Cullen will decide what to do. Corinne savored the feel of his mouth for a moment, then bent to put little Jennifer in the incubator. The action pressed her bottom tightly against Dayan, who took advantage, catching her hips to drag her even closer. She took her time, her happiness spilling out as she gently kissed her daughter and enclosed the sleeping baby in the incubator. She stood up, still looking down at the baby. Isn't she beautiful, Dayan? His hands moved slowly up her body from behind, sliding from her hips to her tucked-in waist, traversing her narrow rib cage to cup her breasts in his palms. She is truly beautiful, Corinne, just like her mother. He whispered the words against her ear, his tongue touching her skin, tasting her because sometimes he had to. She leaned her weight into him, her hands covering his as his thumbs teased her nipples into hard peaks and her breasts swelled, aching with need for him. Sometimes, when I first awake, my heart is pounding in terror because I'm so afraid this isn't real. She turned her face to look up at him over her shoulder. I'm afraid you can't possibly be real, that I'll wake up and it will all be a dream. His mouth wandered up the side of her neck. His teeth found her earlobe and nipped sharply. She yelped and glared at him. Dayan grinned without repentance. Just wanted you to see I am very real. He swirled his tongue on her ear to ease the ache. I want to visit Lisa and Cullen today. I know Barack and Sindel are being very reassuring about his condition, but I want to see for myself. And even though Lisa is told I'm fine, I know she's anxious. All right then, honey, we will go when Shay comes in to check on Jennifer. He buried his face in her neck, inhaling her fragrance. He was sending chills down her spine, while molten lava spread through her blood. He had only to look at her, and she found she wanted him. More than wanted him. Corinne craved the scent of him, the feel of him, the sight of his naked body, the sound of his beautiful voice. She wanted to watch him making love to her, see his face etched with sensual beauty. She turned in his arms and blindly found his mouth with hers, arms circling his neck, her body at once soft and pliant and instantly inviting. You are amazing, she whispered into the heat of his mouth. His hand bunched her hair, tipping her head back to give him better access for exploration. He took his time, kissing her thoroughly, savoring the taste of her. You are the amazing one, he corrected, finding her pulse with his tongue. The way you trust me. The way you have thrown yourself into our world and embraced it with your arms wide open. You have required little aid even when you feed. She raised her head. I thought I was doing that all by myself. I admit I was shocked at myself. If I think about it, the idea repulses me, but when we're together. She trailed off, leaning her body into his. I enhance your need and desire to feed, he admitted. I do not want you to be uncomfortable. Over the centuries I have been in a few situations where the illusion of eating was not enough and I was forced to consume human food. Vegetables were not so bad, although my body immediately rejected them, but the flesh of animals that had been killed was wholly repugnant to me. I know you feel this way about taking blood. To our people, it is sacred and very natural. Dayan groaned suddenly, caught her face in his hands and brought his mouth down once more on hers. He could hear Corinne's silent laughter echoing warmly in his mind. Her hearing was acute now, and she had picked up Shay's deliberate noise as she approached the chamber. It was nice of her to warn us. It was necessary, but not nice. We have wasted our time alone here. There was another groan, his breath hot on her neck. Stop laughing, I might have to walk all bent over. He allowed her to feel the painful fullness, the little jackhammers tripping in his head. Deliberately he groaned again, just for good measure. Corinne laughed out loud, the sound carefree and happy. Poor baby. Welcome to real life. He wrapped his arms around her tightly. I do not want real life. I want sex. He leaned close to her. Hot sex, scorching sex. His voice was wicked in her ear, his breath stirring tendrils of hair and sending shivers along her spine. Now I really don't feel sorry for you at all. She pushed at the wall of his chest to put distance between them. She was laughing, her eyes dancing as she teased him. You're a wicked man and you deserve to be hurting. He knew very well what he was doing to her body, the rush of heat, the spread of fire. He was totally unrepentant. Shay moved into the chamber, still making noise to warn them of her coming. She could hear them laughing together, could smell the age-old call to mate with her heightened senses. She grinned at them as they broke guiltily apart. I'll watch over Jennifer while she sleeps. Are you visiting Cullen and Lisa today? I checked on Cullen while they were sleeping just to make sure he was healing nicely. He's already wanting to get up. Grigori went twice too, just to make certain. Dayan's hand slipped down Corinne's arm, his fingers shackling her wrist to his side. That sounds like Cullen. Lisa has been very anxious to see Corinne, Shay admitted. Cullen doesn't want her to be worried, so he's decided to get up and find you both. That is where we are going now, Dayan assured the healer. Corinne nodded. I've been worried about Lisa, but Dayan thought it would be too soon for Lisa to think I could travel after all that's happened. Shay shrugged as she bent over the incubator. I think at this point, Lisa will be so glad to see you she won't question anything. She prefers not to confront anything that doesn't fit her view of the world. Corinne tugged at Dayan. Come on. I really want to see her. Jennifer's asleep, now is our chance. She suddenly grinned at him, her teeth very white and her eyes dancing with excitement. We can fly. You can teach me to fly. Hurry, Dayan, I can't wait. She was dragging him toward the entrance to the chamber. Dayan couldn't help catching her exuberance. She was bringing back memories of his childhood when he had first experienced his abilities as a boy. He stopped her. See that chimney going up the vent? It is far faster to go up that way. She studied it for a moment, uncertain whether he was teasing her. It looks very narrow. How can we fit, even if we were birds? That's live in caves. They're small and can get into very tight places. No way. You can actually make yourself that small. I can be the mist on the wind, molecules in the air. Of course I can do small. So can you. It is exactly like the leopard. Study the image in my head so you have the exact replica in detail, then focus and hold that image. You can do it. He would help her to hold the image, just as he had done with the leopard. Corinne followed his lead without hesitation, willing to experience everything life had to offer. The sensations were completely different. The information pouring into the bat's body came differently than the leopard's senses. When she burst into the night sky, Dayan was already providing the next image, that of an owl. In midair, she made the transformation, this time aware of his aid and accepting of it. To soar across the sky was so incredible, she lost the image more than once and had to rely on Dayan to hold it for her. It didn't matter, she was entranced. High above the trees she circled, dipping her silent wings and scanning the earth for all she could see and hear. I could stay here forever. He was experiencing flying and shape-shifting through her eyes. It was such a part of him, he had forgotten the joy of it. Or maybe he had never been able to feel it as strongly as Corinne did until now, not even as a child when his emotions were still intact. Or maybe the intensity of his feelings was because Corinne was with him, by his side, in his heart and soul, and he had someone to share every pleasure, every sorrow. Maybe that was the difference. He only knew she had made him whole, had changed the world into something new and shiny, and her joy was constantly spilling over to him. Dayan turned her in the direction of the house where Sindel and Barak had taken Cullen and Lisa to protect them from the members of the society. Dayan knew Darius had tracked down the hunters and had succeeded in diminishing their numbers. He had done so once before. Hopefully, it would be some time before they could fill their ranks of soldiers and send new assassins after his family. He refrained from passing on the information to Corinne, not wanting her to have to face the harsher aspects of their life until it was necessary. Below them the house appeared, a long, sprawling structure surrounded by forest. The clearing contained a garden of wildflowers and ferns. To one side was a large oak tree. Hanging off a branch by a thick rope was a tire swing. The house looked well kept. Dayan glided to earth, guiding Corinne as she landed, scrambling for a purchase in the midst of pine needles and vegetation. The female owl nearly crashed into the tire swing. She shifted back into her normal shape, laughing aloud. It was Dayan who provided clothes. Dayan, this is so much fun. Did you see me? I thought I was going to smash into the oak tree. I was trying for a branch, but at the last second I was afraid I wouldn't make it. Her hair was a wild mass of silk, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her moss-green eyes were dancing again. She took his breath away and melted his heart. You did fine, though your landing could use work. His voice was teasing, a black velvet melody that somehow played through her body and soul. Corinne touched his face. Thank you, Dayan. I love every minute of this, I really do. She glanced at the house. Is this where Lisa is staying? It's wonderful, who owns it? Dayan shrugged. Carpathians own property all over, and we lend it when there is need. Listen to me, honey, before we go in. Lisa must not know about us. That we are different. It will be better for her if she never finds out. Dayan spoke with extraordinary gentleness. Corinne smiled lovingly up at him and framed his face with her hands. I know Lisa better than anyone else, Dayan, and I love her. I would never want her burdened with more than she can handle. He nodded his acceptance and bent his head to kiss her inviting mouth. I fear you are looking far too beautiful to have gone through such an ordeal as you have. I do not know how Lisa will take your recovery. His hand traced the slender column of her throat, moved lower to cup the weight of her soft, firm breast in his palm. He thought that touch would be enough, but needs slammed into his body. Before he could stop himself, he bent his head lower to find her nipple right through the thin silk of her blouse, his teeth scraping gently, his mouth suddenly hot and urgent, pulling strongly. Corinne closed her eyes and leaned into him, wanting him all over again, her body flooding with liquid heat. She circled his head and held him tightly to her. "What are you doing, Dayan? We're right outside the house. Anyone could see us through the windows if they were looking." But she wasn't pushing him away as she should have. She was pressing him to her, arching her body to give him better access. Her breath was coming in ragged little gasps. How could she need his touch so much? She wanted him right there, that minute, again and again, his body hard and thick, thrusting into hers. "We can be unseen if we so desire." Even in his mind, his voice was husky, sensual, wickedly erotic. She could taste him in her mouth, feel him deep inside her, and yet he was only at her breast, his mouth demanding. The feel of his mouth, hot and wet over the silk of her blouse, was making her wild and hungry. "You mean invisible?" The thought excited her. Having him right there, right at that moment. When she wanted. She was already moving against him, making her own demands. "Tell me how." "First you do whatever you see in my head." His hand was sliding over her flat stomach, pushing aside her shirt so that he could feel bare skin. He had pictures in his head, but Corinne was certain they had nothing to do with becoming invisible. She heard his soft laughter. "You're so incredibly bad sometimes." She meant to chastise him, but it came out soft and sexy. She was already responding to those pictures, trusting him to cloak them from prying eyes. She was pushing aside his clothing, her hands finding the hard length of him, fingertips dancing and teasing, making intimate promises to him. Dayan removed their clothing in the way of his people, easily, simply, so that her body was open to his, so he could look at her curvy feminine form and marvel at its lush perfection. His hand slipped down her flat belly to the nest of curls and settled there, his fingers finding her hot and slick with damp need. "I could take you over and over and never have enough," he whispered, leaning back to watch her face while he pushed with his palm against her entrance. He loved to see her face, the way she moved into him, her hips begging for more, wanting him with the same eagerness he had for her. "Dayan." She whispered his name. Softly. Her voice said it all. He bent his head again to find her mouth with his, at the same time inserting 2 fingers into her hot channel, stroking, teasing, matching the rhythm of her hips. She was fiery hot, and her scent called to him. Corinne moved restlessly against him, loving the way the breeze slid over her body like his fingers, teasing her nipples into hard, beckoning peaks so that Dayan couldn't resist her invitation. She loved him watching her pleasure, feeling her pleasure when he merged with her. "I want to taste you, Corinne. I want every part of you. I would deny you nothing, Dayan. You know that." She loved the intimacy of their mind merge. The way everything between them was so out in the open. She didn't have to tell him she wanted him to push into her harder, he already knew it. He didn't have to tell her that the way she was moving and showing her need of him excited him unbearably. His hands spanned her waist and he lifted her, setting her bottom unexpectedly on the tire swing. He tipped her back so he had access to her sheath. "You'd better be right about that invisible thing," she warned him, but her fists were clutched in his hair and she was already going up in flames. Dayan delved deep into the sweet, hot core of her. She was shaking with need now, her muscles clenching tighter and tighter. She wrapped her legs around his back, moaning her pleasure, unable to believe she could feel so alive and ready to shatter at any moment. His hands were hard on her hips, pulling her to him as he deliberately took her over the edge into a mind-shattering release that seemed to go on forever. Satisfied, he stood, dragging the swing forward, pinning her hips so that he could bury himself in her to share her explosive pleasure. He moved in hard, deep strokes while her body exploded around his, and her hand's grip on the rope was the only thing keeping her in touch with reality. Dayan tightened his hold on the curve of her hips and allowed the wildness of his nature to claim him. Corinne was urging him on with little breathless cries, with her tight, hot body surrounding his, pulling him deeper and deeper into her. Lightning arced across the sky and split open the heavens, raining a shower of sparks around them. Or maybe it was just in their minds, Corinne wasn't certain. Electricity seemed to be crackling between them so that flames sizzled and danced along their skin. He threw back his head, surging forward again and again, the wind in his face, his body buried in her hot velvet sheath, tight and fiery, dragging him closer and closer to the edge of the world. Corinne was so much a part of him, he couldn't tell where his pleasure started and hers left off. He felt the first ripple, the contraction, the strong gripping of her muscles around him, and he willingly went with her, right over the edge of the world. They were free-falling through time and space, while all around them the earth rocked and rolled and fireworks seemed to scatter across the night sky in a fiery display. Corinne found herself back in her own body, struggling to control her wild breathing, both hands clutching the thick rope. Dayan was watching her, his heart like thunder in their ears. His black gaze was so hungry and intense, Corinne's heart went into instant meltdown. They both smiled, the same slow grin of sated contentment, of intimate conspiracy. Dayan gently disentangled himself, helping her to her feet, holding her close to him. He loved holding her almost as much as he loved making wild love to her. Music was playing in his head, notes and lyrics running through his heart and soul. Corinne. He breathed her into his lungs, letting them both recover naturally. Was I yelling like a banshee? I can't honestly remember, Corinne asked. If you were, I must have been yelling right along with you, Dayan assured her. He allowed the wind to cool the heat of their bodies before he clothed their bare skin. Tilting his head to one side, he regarded her gravely. You are so beautiful, Corinne. When I am up on the stage performing and you are either by my side, performing right along with me, or simply sitting in the audience with all those single men staring at you, I am going to have a few bad moments. She laughed at him, flung her arm around his neck to kiss him soundly. Crazy man, we just made the earth move. I know you aren't going to pretend you're not feeling arrogant and like the greatest lover of all time. What is all this sudden insecurity? His white teeth flashed, black eyes boyishly mischievous. I knew if I planned it right, you would eventually get around to admitting it. He caught his mane of hair in one hand and secured it at the nape of his neck with a leather tie. Corinne's fingertips tenderly brushed at the wayward charcoal strands falling across his forehead. You deserve it this one time. I love you very much. At last. I never thought you would come right out and tell me. I was going to pry it out of you if you waited much longer. We are no longer invisible. I think we'd better go up to the house and get inside in case Lisa comes out here and notices we did not bring a car. I saw the curtains flutter upstairs. Corinne turned eagerly to the house, hurrying up the porch steps to the front door. Before she could tap, the door was yanked open. Corinne. Lisa flung herself into Corinne's arms so hard, she nearly knocked them both over. Dayan saved them with a steadying hand on Corinne's back. Tears were swimming in Lisa's blue eyes, streaming unchecked down her face. The two women clung together, laughing and crying at the same time while Dayan looked on in helpless male horror. I was so afraid for you, Lisa said, clinging to her. Let me look at you. They told me in the hospital that you were going to die. You just disappeared out of your hospital bed. Sindel told me your heart is strong and the baby is alive. Where is she? Corinne hugged Lisa to her as the words began to tumble out. I didn't die. My heart is very strong, stronger than it has ever been. Dayan's family knows healers, incredible doctors. They saved the baby and me. Jennifer is still in an incubator, but I promise, as soon as they let me have her, I'll bring her to you. Tell me about Cullen. How is he? Lisa was leading Corinne through the beautiful house, toward Cullen's bedroom. Dayan followed, keeping his distance, allowing Lisa to have Corinne's complete attention. Cullen is really doing well, but he won't stay in bed no matter what I say. Yesterday morning he wanted to get up and fix me breakfast. He's like that, he's always wanting to do the sweetest things. I like doing things for him, but he doesn't want me to. He thinks he's imposing. Has he tasted your vegetarian lasagna yet? That should convince him you can be very domestic, Corinne advised. Lisa stopped before pushing open the door. I want to be with him, Corinne. I mean it, I've never met anyone like him, anyone I could just talk to for hours. I love being with him. She smiled. He's sort of been a captive audience. That's good, isn't it? Lisa shrugged. I'd give up modeling to be with him. You know how much it means to me to know I have a huge retirement fund and plenty of money to fall back on. But I'd give it up for him, I really would. But Corinne encouraged gently. Lisa glanced at Dayan, who was some distance down the hall, studying a painting. She lowered her voice. Cullen hasn't said anything to me. I think he likes being with me, I know he's attracted, but I don't know how he really feels about me. Or how much. He's different from other men, Corinne, he really is. I'm happy for you, Lisa. I like Cullen. I think I could grow to love him, and I can't imagine that he wouldn't adore you as I do. She took Lisa's arm. Before we go into Cullen's room, I should tell you that Dayan and I are married. What? Lisa glared at her, clearly hurt. It was necessary to protect the baby. I love him, really love him, and I want you to love him as a brother. He's been so good to me. He saved my life. He saved Jennifer's life. Corinne looked up at Lisa with a steady, almost mesmerizing gaze. I intend to spend the rest of my life with him. I need you to accept him as family. Lisa nodded, flinging her arms around Corinne again. I owe him everything for saving little Jennifer and you. Lisa. Cullen's voice was still slightly hoarse, but he sounded strong enough. What are you doing out there? Dayan knew perfectly well that Cullen could hear every word with his enhanced hearing. Dayan walked down the hall, reached past the two women to push open the door. Hey, lazy boy. These two cannot make up their minds whether to cry or laugh, or just stand there hugging each other. I need another male around for balance. We aren't that bad, Corinne denied, slipping her arm around Dayan's narrow waist as Lisa rushed forward to Cullen's side. Cullen was sitting in a chair, a little pale, but looking stronger than Corinne had expected. There was something different about him. It took only moments, but when she glanced at Dayan, he nodded imperceptibly. Power recognizes power. He cannot do what we can do, but he walks partially in our world. He shares a mind merge with Barack. Corinne had known about it. Dayan had discussed it with her, but it was strange to her that she could see the difference in Cullen the moment she walked into the room. She touched his hand with gentle fingers. I'm so sorry you were injured, Cullen, and that my heart was acting up at the same time. Poor Lisa and Dayan had to take the brunt of worrying about us. How are you feeling? Like I could go dancing if anybody would give me the opportunity. You shouldn't rush yourself, Cullen, Lisa said anxiously. What's the big hurry? She laced her fingers through Cullen's with one hand while pushing at his hair with the other. A man can't very well ask a woman to marry him when he's dressed in a bathrobe and hasn't a proper ring. It isn't done, Cullen said. Lisa looked at Corinne anxiously, as if she didn't dare understand him. I don't think a woman would care one way or the other, Lisa said carefully. Were you planning to ask someone to marry you? I wanted to ask someone, Cullen admitted, but she's beautiful and famous and far too good for me. I could pull it off dressed up in formal attire with a candlelight dinner and a ring, but bathrobes do something to take away a man's courage. Lisa stood there looking so helpless. Corinne wanted to gather her into her arms. Evidently, Cullen felt the same way. He pulled Lisa down onto his lap, his arms circling her body. Lisa Wentworth, would you consider marrying me? Before you answer me, I want you to be aware I have enemies. We will spend time on the road, traveling with the band, and when we're not, we will be hidden away in places like this. I can promise you I'll work my best to get out of danger so we can live somewhere comfortably, but in the meantime, we will have to travel around in safety with the band. Lisa swept back her hair. I want to be with you, Cullen. I'll have to find a way to get out of my contract, but I'll do it. I'll find a way. Barack and Sindel will help you with that, Dayan said. Let them go with you to take care of it. Barack is a superb businessman, and since Cullen cannot go with you, one of us should protect you and your interests. That's a wonderful idea, Corinne said. Lisa found herself nodding, blinking rapidly. Sometimes she felt as if she were falling forward into Dayan's eyes when he stared directly at her. It was the craziest thing. And she always seemed to agree to things she wouldn't ordinarily agree with. She looked at Cullen a little helplessly. What do you think? I think if I can't go, Barack should go with you. He knows a lot about contracts, and if anyone can find a loophole, he'll be able to. If you go, Lisa, you have to stay right with Barack and Sindel and do everything they tell you. Why does Barack have to go with Lisa? We should go, Dayan. She's uncomfortable with this. Corinne objected. She cannot rely solely on you, honey. Barack and Sindel will protect her from any members of the society who should be lurking around, and of course, either of them can easily persuade those holding her contract to let her out of it. Let her depend on Cullen and the others. Sindel thinks I'll have to hole up here for a few more days, but Lisa and I will join you before the first concert date, Cullen promised. I'd like to get married as soon as possible. He looked up at Corinne. Will you be terribly upset if we get married quickly? It would be dangerous to plan a large wedding with Lisa having such a famous name. It would draw the society members out for certain. I think we should do it in secret, and then we can have a celebration with the band members. What do you think, Lisa? I always thought I'd want a huge wedding with the long train and roses everywhere, but I really just want you. It would be nice if Dayan and Corinne could be there as witnesses. You name the time and place, Cullen, Dayan promised at once. We'll be there. He was glad he'd said that when he felt Corinne's happiness blossoming inside him. She loved Lisa and wanted to see her married. He slipped his arm around Lisa's shoulders, pulled her close to him. Is Barack taking good care of you? There was a slow draw to his soft voice. Cullen laughed. He's getting used to Sindel adoring me. She has from the moment she laid eyes on me. He just can't seem to admit it yet. To Corinne's surprise, Lisa laughed with him. Cullen is so mean to Barack. He's always winking at Sindel and blowing her kisses. He says outrageous things to her. Barack gets this look on his face. It's priceless, Corinne. I haven't met Sindel and Barack yet, Corinne admitted. But Desari and her husband, Julian, are very nice. Lisa nodded. They visited every evening. I can't believe I've met the entire band. Even the bodyguard Darius and his wife, Tempest. She's really nice, but Darius is intimidating. Corinne was shocked that she caught the echo of Lisa's thoughts. Like Dayan. Lisa found both Dayan and Darius intimidating. She thought Barack was funny, and Sindel was a sweetheart. Corinne stretched out her hand to Lisa. I want to tell you all about baby Jennifer. Come on, let's go talk while Dayan makes certain Cullen really is as well as he keeps saying he is. How much did she weigh? Lisa asked. She's very small, only 4 pounds, but she is gaining weight. She should be out of the incubator soon. She has lots of hair and little dimples by the corners of her mouth. Like you do, Lisa said. Corinne laughed and hugged her. I'm so happy, Lisa. Truly, truly happy. Chapter 19. Corinne woke tangled in sheets, her heart pounding erratically and a cry of alarm in her throat. There were tears on her face, and both hands reached protectively for the small mound that was gone from her stomach. What is it? Dayan dragged her close to him, his arms closing around her, a safe shelter in the storm of her nightmares. Tell me, honey. He was scanning their surroundings, merging more deeply so he could see into Corinne's haunted dreams. I couldn't breathe, Dayan, for a moment I couldn't breathe. Her heart was settling into the calmer, more steady rhythm of his. She lay in his arms, grateful for the strength of his body. She listened to the reassuring sound of her heart and the softer, almost imperceptible sound of her daughter's breathing. For a moment, none of it was real, not you or the baby or my new heart. You were gone and I was left alone. Dayan pressed his mouth to her temple. You were resting in the way of humans, Corinne. You wanted to lie down on the bed here in our new home. Corinne found herself smiling in spite of the echoes of her terrible dream. Do people consider tour buses home? Dayan turned so he could look down on her face, his fingertips tracing the delicate bone structure. We live mainly on the road, so these buses become home very quickly. I noticed you were very nervous around the cats. His thumb was stroking tiny caresses at the corner of her bottom lip, sending little shivers running down her back to the base of her spine. He always made her so aware of the differences in their bodies. How hard his muscles were, his bones thick and strong. Her body seemed soft and very feminine in contrast, although her muscles were quite firm. She reveled in her new strength. Still, he made her always remember he was a man and she was a woman. My woman. He reminded her he was always a shadow in her mind. Cats? Is that what you call those things? They aren't cats, Dayan. They're wild animals. Real wild animals. Leopards eat babies. Little Jennifer would be a tasty treat for them, she pointed out. Tasty treat? I like that. His hand spanned her throat as he bent to take possession of her mouth. A slow swirl of fire. When he lifted his head, his glittering eyes black with hunger, his hand drifted lower to find her abundant breasts. Everyone needs tasty treats now and then. He bent his dark head so that his long hair slid over her skin like strands of silk, teasing every nerve ending into raw need. His breath was warm, and her body tightened in anticipation. Corinne found herself smiling, relaxing inside where she was still hearing the echoes of her nightmare. Jennifer was out of the incubator and sleeping peacefully in the small built-in crib Dayan had designed for their new motorhome. The tour was beginning in another week, and they needed to get moving. Jennifer was so tiny, both Dayan and Corinne were almost afraid to hold her, so it was reassuring to have the other band members nearby to help out. Gary Jansen had elected to travel with them until Jennifer no longer needed his protection or Cullen and Lisa returned to travel with them. What time is it? Corinne asked, suddenly worried. Dayan moved closer to a beckoning peak, his mouth skimming creamy flesh so that her thoughts immediately scattered in all directions. Her hands bunched fistfuls of his charcoal hair into her palms, and she pulled his head down to her eager body. Stop teasing me. We don't have all night. His tongue stroked a caress. I like taking my time. Every inch of you deserves attention. Absolutely, she agreed, and we're in a bit of a hurry here, so if you're planning on giving me the attention I need, get on with it and stop making me crazy. He was driving her crazy and he knew it. Her body in such close proximity to his was hot and aching with need. His soft, taunting laughter was in her mind when he finally gave in to her demands and took her breast into the hot, moist cavern of his mouth. Her body answered with a rush of damp heat calling to him. Dayan took his time, a long, lazy, very leisurely exploration of her body, caressing every hollow and curve, every secret shadowed place. His hands and tongue brought a thick molten heat to her bloodstream and a building urgency Corinne couldn't ignore. She was on fire inside and out. Deep within her raged a conflagration, a firestorm burning so hot she thought she might explode. His touch was turning her inside out so that she could barely catch her breath. Wickedly, she found his body with her hands. Feeling her way through his mind, she discovered every secret thing that drove him crazy. Her mouth found his throat, nibbled and scraped at his pulse. She heard the echo of his heart slamming. Her hands caressed his firm buttocks, delved into the muscles, traced the etched lines there while she spread tiny kisses across the heavy muscles of his chest. He was thick and hard now, his skin hot as she moved along the line of his flat belly. His breath was ragged and his mind was a red haze of hunger. Her tongue swirled a path along his hip bone, while her hands found the columns of his thighs. His muscles were hard and rigid with anticipation. Corinne let her breath wash over the velvet head of his heavy erection, while she cupped him in her hands, while her fingers danced and teased. She kept it up until he groaned and caught her head in his hands, dragged her to him. Her mouth was tight and hot, her tongue a dancing fire. His hips moved urgently, a hard rhythm he seemed helpless to stop. Dayan muttered something, a thick, husky sound of sheer pleasure, and he suddenly used his enormous strength to take back the lead. He pushed her down on the tangled sheets, his hands catching her curvy hips while he knelt above her. He simply yanked her to him, his shaft thick and hard, demanding entrance. She was slick with welcoming liquid, her tight sheath enfolding him in a fiery welcome. He surged into her, hard and fast, his body a little wild, a little out of control. He watched them coming together, a tango meant only for the two of them, while in his head the musical notes swelled into a crescendo of heat and light and pure erotic pleasure. Corinne watched his face as she moved with him. Loving what he did to her, what she did to him. All the time the fire built, and now she could hear his music, the wild, unrestrained notes dancing with flames inside him. His soul. Or hers. Ours. The words slipped into her mind, and they fragmented together, crashing into the stormy seas and shooting upward to the glittering stars. They clung to one another while the earth rocked and the wildness in them subsided. Dayan's dark gaze never left her face. He bent to kiss her, to taste her again, wanting more but knowing they were out of time. Our soul, Corinne. The music comes from both of us. Without you, I would never find it in me. He kissed her again. Why are you just lying there? Aren't you the matron of honor in this wedding? I know I'm the best man. We were supposed to be there 5 minutes ago. Lisa will be panicking. I forgot. Darn you, Dayan, you always do that. Wipe that satisfied smirk off your face. She loved that look on his face. She sat up and caught his face in her hands because she had to kiss him. She was so happy. I was just showing you this is reality, not a dream. You should be grateful, he teased. A loud thump on the door of the trailer had them breaking guiltily apart. Corinne burst out laughing. She couldn't help it. She found herself fully dressed while Dayan was sitting completely naked on the edge of the bed. Get over it, you two, Darius ordered from outside their motorhome. Everyone is waiting. You are holding up the show here. Thanks for the clothes, Corinne whispered to Dayan with a straight face. That was very thoughtful of you. He glared at her. Darius has excellent hearing, he pointed out. She shrugged, still secretly laughing at him. Then let's hope he's very discreet. She glanced at her clingy gown in the mirror. She looked sexy, feminine, elegant. Different. She was different. She was whole. Corinne smiled at her reflection as Dayan, fully clothed and looking extraordinarily handsome in a suit, came up behind her to encircle her waist with his arms. He bent his head to kiss her temple, and she could see his love for her shining in his eyes. I'll get Jennifer, she said softly, basking in his warmth. Her world was more perfect than she had ever imagined. We can talk about those leopards the lot of you keep for pets on the way to the chapel. Lisa thinks you're all crazy too, although the little traitor petted one this morning with Sindel. Dayan watched her pick up Jennifer. He stared at them for a long moment, his beautiful wife so filled with laughter and warmth, his tiny daughter, such a miracle to all of his people. The melody of his life had been dark for so long, such an endless eternity, yet it was gone in an instant, to be replaced for all time by the melody of love.